All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you. Can't believe it's Sunday already. It has flown by yet again. So I can't believe here we've got a little over a week left in July, and then here we have August coming up. So buckle up, buttercups. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't bring my singing bowl over. But welcome, everyone. I'm excited to see what messages come through. But before we do that, let us slow down our roll and we can come back to this amazing moment full of unconditional love and joy. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for some more lovely energy. So if you want to join me in taking a big, deep breath to come out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past, come back to this moment. We'll take a big, deep breath in together, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale out. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl, like I said. So if you want to join me, let's do it. Let's get into it. Big deep breath. Here we go. Beautiful. Nice big breath in. I just put some peppermint oil under my nose and just to try to open myself up a little more. And when you inhale that, oh, so good. All right. I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we do that, we just let that love vibration permeate into our heart to transform and raise the vibration of our emotional energy up into our minds to transform and raise the vibration of our thoughts, our beliefs, our mindsets, our stories into our physical bodies, into every cell of our body, every organ, blood, everything. Let it just permeate and vibrate through that, activating our superhuman, eternal DNA, superhuman DNA. And then through our energetic system, all of our chakras, our energetic meridians into our auras, filling us up and flowing out to the outside world to let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. So we'll do that after the third gong. I will bring in the magic feather, which will send out energy out to the world um, to let it do whatever it wants to do out there, right? We're going to like just amplify it together. You can picture it flooding into every area of authority, every tribal leader, president, dictator, anybody that's in parliament and our congresses and any kind of those things throughout the world to just flood it with eternal unconditional love energy. So it's so bright that if someone can't take that energy and go higher, that, you know, they won't be able to stand it. If you have lower vibrational energy, it's like being allergic to the sun and the sun comes out like a vampire, right? They'll have to flee in whatever way. If they won't raise their vibration, then they'll leave that position in whatever way they in their higher self agree to. So, of course, always in accordance with the will of creator and our collective for the highest vibration, right? So that's what we'll do. And of course, as we're doing this, something we can do to raise our vibration, always, if we're ever looking to bring that energy up, it's to focus on something that you're grateful for. One tiny little tiny little thing that we're grateful for counteracts so much lower vibrational energy. So one moment of gratitude releases a lot of other moments of small vibrational energy, sadness and anger and everything else related to those fear energies. So it immediately just takes us up to a higher level and it magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for, opens us wide open to hear the message of spirit more clearly, because that's the vibration. One of the vibrations at which spirit speaks is gratitude, unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, play, even, right? So that's what we're going to do. And I think I need to clean this out. Wow. I think I need to dust. All right. Oh my gosh. I think I got some on me. It was really dusty. Oh my goodness. You could see it all over me. Now I'm dusty. All right. It's the dust of the spirit, right? So let us begin. Remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. So refreshing, right? I think it's got dust everywhere still. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, right? I don't think that's what they meant. But welcome, everyone. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you had a great weekend. Looking forward to another amazing week or day and moments in our human adventures, right? Seeing what we have coming in tonight. So, welcome. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hey, I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea from spirit, see what we can learn, what they'll can reveal to us for our path, to make it an easier path, to bring clarity and bring more joy and love into our lives. So, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends. Hey, with huge hearts, great senses of humor, because I love having a great time. Joy. It's our natural state. So, there's always room for more Zen friends. So, welcome. We do try to keep it high vibrational, full of love and light and support for one another. So thank you all for doing that so consistently. I just am so grateful, so blessed. If you want to know how the whole process works for readings, it's all down in the description area of the video. Donations do get priority. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat down at the bottom, or in the description area, I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. And I don't have any set dollar amounts. So whatever you want to donate is, I know you're given from your heart, and but the amount does determine how deep we dive. So a dollar donation is sticking like ankle deep, wading just a little bit into the pool. And as we go further and further, of course. If let's see, what else about that? Oh, if you make a donation of $5 or more, you do get, I'm calling it a little piece of cake now because it's a little bigger than a fortune cookie. Right now, we're finishing up using the art therapy deck here. It's a great reflective therapeutic art activity. So we get one of those. If your donation is under $5, we're finishing up the Power of Surrender cards. They're a little smaller, so they're more like a fortune cookie. And so you get one of those. Tonight we're using, I haven't used this in a long time, the Sanctus Concordio Tarot deck. So it's a beautiful deck. You guys will see that here, but that's what we'll be using. And yeah. What else? I do try to get to free readings every session. Sometimes I don't because I have so many donations that even after a 7 to 8 hour sesh, I don't have energy or time left. But I do come back in the morning if I don't do it, which is what I did last night. If you had a free reading last night, here's the link for this morning's little makeup session where I do come back on and I make sure I complete whatever I didn't the night before. I didn't get to any free readings last night, so all of them will be in this one. I do post a pinned comment after each stream listing all the readings. I do mention in this nighttime one if I completed them all or none or some, and then I list all the readings completed with timestamps. And then if I didn't finish, I list all the readings I'll complete in the morning too, so you can always see if where we're at in it and the order in which you'll have the next morning as well. I have been including that in the stream notes or whatever, the description area of the stream in the morning too, so that you can kind of look and see that if you ever come across that. Yeah, I think that's the stuff here. For that, I do have a free podcast that I also put out. We just came out with a new episode this last week. I do believe we did. Yeah. And it's the last one, a little mini series. We were talking about how to expand our spiritual gifts and our empathic abilities. And there was like 5 or 6. Let's see. We did the heart song, growing the empathic gift, and then phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. So there are 6 videos total in that little series. That's it. And then we'll be going back into other subjects. Usually it's a different subject every session. But this last one, they wanted to focus in on that. So that's what we do. We follow spirit, you know. If you want to catch up on the playlist, on the whole podcast, the playlist link is here. It's always down in the description area and on my main page at the top as well. So I encourage you to check that out. And let me know if there's any subjects you would like to have discussed as well, because that's why we're doing this, to help each other in our little adventure as humans to have an easier path, right? Also, we're celebrating. If you haven't heard, where you been? I've been talking about it like nonstop, right? But 2,600 plus YouTube subscribers on YouTube. I'm so grateful. We're actually getting closer and closer. I think I was at 2,680 or so today. So we're getting close to 2,700. Maybe there's going to be more celebrations coming. I'm so grateful though, because of what you guys do, all your thumbs up, all your donations, participating in these streams, commenting after the streams, commenting on my videos, watching my other videos, my podcast. Doing all those things does help spread the Zen love. And it allows us to get in front of other people so they can get messages from spirit too. So you are part of the love tsunami. That's why I'm celebrating. And so every Monday I do have a giveaway, having a free reading request or a donation. Either one definitely has, sorry, I was looking at Leslie's comment about podcasts of going to heaven, chatting with loved ones. I will note that. I love that idea. But every Monday is what I was saying. It's easily distracted sometimes I am. But every Monday, if you've made a donation reading or asked for a free reading, you're automatically entered. I keep track of it all. So you guys don't have to do anything with those. And I pull from all the donations from Wednesday through Sunday for the previous week. On that Monday, I pull one winner who wins a 30-minute personal recorded reading. And from all the free readings from Wednesday through Sunday, I pull one winner for a 15-minute personal recorded reading. So I do that every week. We've had 2 already. Tomorrow will be number third week that we're pulling winners. And if you check out that video, it does tell you how you can get into a special drawing that's going to be on the last day, August 3rd. So I'll pull, the regular winners. Then I'm also going to pull additional one winner who will win a hour, 60-minute personal recorded reading, 2 additional 30-minute personal recorded readings, and 4 additional 15. To get into that, you just have to comment on one of the winner videos that I put out on Mondays. Here's the last 2 if you want for your convenience. All this is down in the description area too. But if you get into those, even if it's just congratulating the winners or whatever you want to put, as long as you comment, I gather that and I'll have a big drawing on August 3rd for that. So I'm excited. All right. I think that's everything. I just want to make sure. There's not a ton of people into those drawings yet. So the chances of winning are very high right now. So be sure to get into that, right? So I like that. All right. I think that's all the blah, blah, blah. Did I get my list? I sure did. So let's make sure we're all up to date on the lists, and then we'll get into the readings. So let's see, where did I leave off here? We will scroll up here. I think we got down to, we had Delcy Joy in the house. Hey, Delcy, good to see you. You're still alive. Looking forward to having you return. All right, and then I did get Cat Mia. I got your free one. So I think that's where I got down here. Let me see. We got Leslie, of course, in the house. Hello, hello. Lauren of the Light. Oh, you like the shirt? Gotta see it all. So thank you. It's one of my favorites as well. And I did get your donation, and your questions, and you'll be number 4 on the donation list. So thank you so much for that. You're always so generous. I'm really grateful. And we got Carmel Damon in the house. Hey, Carmel, good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading. You'll be number 9 on the free readings. Maybe. There we go. All right. All right, we got that there. We got Debbie O. Hey, Debbie O. Good to see you. My text then friend. Of course, you're number 1 on the free readings and number 2 on the donation. So we got you on those lists. And we got Livier Vagara in the house. Livier, hello, hello. Good to see you. And I do have your free reading request. You will be number 10 on the free readings. Oops. All right. So good to see you. Cheers, cheers. Happy Sunday. And then we do have May. Hey, May. Good to see you. And let me grab yours. Thank you for your donation. You'll be number 5. Whoops. Let me get both of those on there. Pardon me. I think there's something flying around out today. All right. And we'll give that a love and a like. We do got those. And then Leslie, I see your question here is how is this week going to be? That'll be number 11 on the free readings here. Oh, Olivier, this coming week is your birthday too. Happy early birthday to you. Let me add that on here. We'll give you an extra little card for your birthday too. So I'll get that added onto your reading so I don't forget, All right. And then Leslie, let me grab this here. Let me see, where am I going to put that? How about we put it over here in my notes for my live sessions? Podcast idea. That way I'll see it at the top. There we go. Boom, boom. So thank you for that. And then we got Ruby G in the house. Hey, Ruby. Good to see you. Why that voice went high? Am I going through puberty again? What happened? Oh, it's usually going low, right? But you'll be number 12. Number 12 on the free readings there. All right. And we got AKA. Hey, good to see you. And we have here general read for the upcoming weeks. That'll be your free reading request. That'll be number 13 for you there. And I do see a donation here in a moment, so we'll grab that too. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Leslie. And then Marilyn, hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you under the donations. You'll be number 6 for that. So thank you for that. And we'll give that a love and a like there. And then AKA, there is your donation. That'll be number 7 on the donation. All right, we got that. Give that a love and a like there. Dibio, woohoo! I like that there. Let's take a look here. Let me just double check here my emails. Whoops. Oh, perfect timing. And then we have Chelsea via Zcash app. Thank you so much. Let me get that in here. Okay. Get that here. All right. So we've got that there. And let me see here, like that other timestamps here. Okay. And then WeBG, we do have you up next for that. So thank you for your donation. You'll be number 9 for that. And a banana. Like when I cut and paste it, it tells me what the sticker is. A banana. Oh, good. All right. So we'll do that. All right. And Delcy Joy, Cash App sent. I love it. That definitely gets my attention there. So I do see it. Thank you so much for that. And I get your questions are there on the Cash App request. So if you have anything else to add, you can throw it out there. I'll grab it too. But I do have that there. All right. AKA, you're currently eating a banana. Nice. What a already validations popping in, right? All right. So I think I've got everyone. So for free readings, just so everyone knows, wow, it's longer than I thought I had here. So we got Debio up first, and then Kritika, and then Bay, Cancer, which is cancer spelled a fun way, Melissa Hodzik, and then Butterfly, Christina Lowe, Kat Mia, Carmel Damon, Olivier Vagara, and then we got Leslie, Ruby G, and AKA. So that's who I have. If I missed anyone, speak now, please. For donations, we'll have Sudeshna up first, and then Debbie O will be number 2, Kat Mia will be number 3, Lauren of Light number 4, May number 5, Marilyn number 6, AKA number 7, Chelsea number 8, Ruby G number 9, and Delcy Joy number 10 is where we're at right now. So I think we are ready. So let's do a quick cheers. I have to say thank you guys so much. I love you so much for being on this adventure with me. Thanks for all your love and all your support, all of the thumbs up, everything we talked about before. I love that we're all part of the Love Tsunami and we're here on this adventure together. So cheers, cheers. I love you guys. Yum, yum. Nothing like an afternoon coffee. All right. So let's dive in, see what Spirit has for us. So Sudeshna, you're up first at 24:49. I was talking a lot, wasn't I? Like almost 25 minutes in. Blah, blah, blah. All right. So Sudeshna, thank you for your donation. And you want to know what will happen next between you and your friend TM in terms of love? Does he consider this connection anything serious for love? All right. So what will happen next based on current energies, of course, So we got those. And then does he consider connection anything serious for love? All right. Oh, it is right. I thought the card was upside down, but it's the Hanged Man. It's supposed to be upside down. See how beautiful these cards are. But so the Hanged Man is a little bit of a pause energy, and it's more of that you're in a transformational kind of stage right now. So it's like they're showing me like a caterpillar in a cocoon that's sleeping and dreaming of love. And so I feel like that's the kind of energy that's there. What will happen next between the two of you? You got the 4 of Wands. Married! No. You wish, right? But the 4 of Wands is joy, celebration, gathering. Feels like, kind of going to, gatherings, seeing each other at gatherings, celebration kind of activities. So I feel like that's the next action is you will either be going to a gathering together or you'll see each other at a gathering together or going as a group to a gathering together. And we got the 7 of Wands, which is an energy here. It's about being true to your authentic self, being not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not trying to be who you think they want you to be, any of that. This is about you being like the sun. Just shine, shine, shine. Don't defend what you're feeling or what you want. Just be you. You do have the 5 of Wands, which is a little bit of this is friends energy that is here, group energy, and can be a little bit of conflicting energy too. But I'm not feeling like extreme amounts of that, but you do definitely have 4 of Wands, 7 of Wands, 5 of Wands. It's not really emotional energy that's there as much as attraction energy, physical attraction, energetic attraction, passionate, but not from the heart. This is heat, right? You guys are in heat, fire energy. And maybe not necessarily just with each other either. I feel like you're both in this, you know, very fiery energy, which we are entering Leo energy next week. So buckle up, everyone. Now, does he consider this connection anything serious for love? We got the Chariot card, power of choice, you know, and that kind of is this energy. And then the Justice card underneath, which is, I don't feel like there is that there yet because of what we just talked about with all that fire energy. Um, So not serious for love, but passion, considering, some of that activity. But the Chariot card is undecided, power of choice. The Justice card, again, balancing things out. Justice card is Libra that rules over the house of um, relationships. So I feel like they're just trying to figure out what they want in life and what they want from a relationship too. So I don't see that in the cards yet. It's not a hell no, but it's not a yes either. So, right now I feel like all that they're able to offer is passion energy. And especially if it's been something that's been going on for a while. Um, I feel like hasn't been much of a change with that energy. See what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. Sorry, crunching my cough drop here. So sorry. All right. You got surrender to effortlessness. So it says stop pushing so hard. The art of living means going with the flow instead of trying to force the river. I know, right? You're like, I have been going with the flow, getting tired of going with the flow. But regarding this specific situation, they are like, don't push it, go with the flow and just see what unfolds, right? Without holding your breath. Because I don't feel energy of that yet, with what I see up to the fog starts, but it doesn't we don't know what's beyond that fog, but right now, I don't it's not heading that direction, but we never know, once it hits the fog, there might be a, road. I don't see that road yet, though, so that's what they got there for you, so many blessings, and I just remembered, let me give all these a like too. Make sure we've got that. I got Katmia. Okay, all right, I got the rest. All right. So many blessings to you, Sudeshna, and enjoy. All right, Debbie. Oh, you're up. 3051. Hello. Hey. All right. Here's your timestamp. And thank you again for your donations. I'm so grateful. We'll see what we got going on here. So, whatever comes up from the other side, I like it. Cake, cake. That's right. Cake, 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 cake. Yeah, you'll get an art therapy card here for sure. So, what does Papa O want to say here? Boom, 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 boom. And what does Mama O have to say here? Nope, none of those. She's so particular. These, no, no, no. Keep going. Okay, those. All right, Mama. And then from Chucko. Right, got them. And then from, oops, they want that one too. Okay. And then what spirit wants you to know? Okay. Of course, they're all voicing from spirit as well. So all their messages are from spirit in a way, because when we're all on the other side, we're a collective, we're a drop in the sea, and we all don't really act independently when we're, on that, side. Um, we all are waves of communication, right? So when we speak from the other side, it's not sneaking an independent message out. It's more of a combined community messages that come through for us, and they do it in the characterization of those individuals, because we know they know as a human will take them more deeply than a message from spirit if it's coming through our parents or a loved one or a very close friend, a loved one, you know, then it kind of adds a little extra personalization, I guess, to it, if that makes sense. All right. So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the High Priestess. I love this. This is an invitation to go into your High Priestess temple and, kinda hang out with the spirit world and, as you're looking behind the veil into your mindsets and down deep into your emotions, they're like, "You can talk to us directly. We hear you all the time, but you can actually hear from us too." I do feel like in the beginning, they have been talking to you a lot through emotional energy. But if you haven't experienced it yet, they definitely are in this energy of talking to you and bringing messages, touching memories, bringing synchronicities in the outside world, all those kind of things too. So I like that there for you. Um, they're so mean. You don't need him to hear from us. You can still use him to get messages, but you don't need him. Like, really? Really now? I'm gonna fire them now. They are funny. They are funny. Anyway, so Papa, what does he have to say? Yeah, I got the 5 of Wands energy coming in here. You may get a lot from Chuck. I like it. 5 of Wands, you got the King of Wands. Wow. Yeah, all this powerful energy. And you got the 3 of Wands. Oh my goodness. They are funny, aren't they? You don't need him. And the Sun card. Wow. I love all this combination, because this is all fire, powerful energy. Because you got the King of Wands, the 5 of Wands, the 3 of Wands, and of course the Sun. Huge fire energy. But so, uh, the message from your Papa, he says, that you have this power with the 5 of Wands first about changing energy. Your own energy is where you're starting, but then, and a gift that you're gonna be working on is helping people move their energy, and you can do it through, like, he says, like, Tai Chi style, you know, about you can take energy and you can mold it and move it and then give it back to people. So you can this is interesting that from their higher self, they'll hand over some energy to you. You'll be able to take it and imbue it is what they're saying, imbue it with different energy, transmute it, transform it to higher vibrational energy, and then hand it back into their physical body, their emotional body. Oh, emotions is where they say you're going to start with. So it's emotional energy you can take and you can transmute it and you can give it back to them to help them as you teach them how to do that energy as well. Interesting, right? I like this where you can actually, because of your Cancer moon energy, you rule over the emotional world, and so you have that special ability to, you know, say, "Yeah, I can do this," It would like with other people, it'd be like a hot potato, like, "Ow, ow, 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 ow," but they're showing, like, someone who works in the kitchen around heat and everything, how they can grab a pan that's usually will scald other people, but we have calluses or, you know, things where you're used to the heat. You're just like, yeah, da, 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 da. You can handle more of the emotional energy because of all the emotional energy that you've had. So I love this because this is the 3 of Wands. All of this energy together is you're able to help take it. The Sun card is like a emotional inner child, and because of your gentleness and your huge heart, their inner children trust you, and they're like, "Yeah, you can take that. Here, take the hot potato," and then you help it and you hand it back to the higher self or the adult self. So you kind of help people until they learn to communicate with their inner child. You help them communicate, right? He was an excellent chef. Oh, that's how you gave that? The pan in the kitchen? Yeah, so he's like, "Yeah, it's like that," You're used to handling emotions, so you'll be able to do that. I like that. Cool. And then Mama, what does Mama say? Queen of Wands, 10 of Pentacles. I like that. She's bringing in the family and, relationship energy, but there's that Queen of Wands. You have energy around this. What does she want to say? She has 2 more cards here too. Oh, the Queen of Cups and the Star card. Yeah, here's that emotional energy, for you as well. And both the Queen of Cups and the Queen of Wands are like the High Priestess, and I feel like you will and I don't feel like she's bringing in your relationship energy that's coming in here, right? Um, and I like this, ability to help people with relationships, to help people with what they feel their dreams come true are. So I feel like she's saying that the emotional, like Papa's talking about, the energy of helping releasing stuff from your inner child. The Queen of Wands with the 10 of Pentacles is helping people with their emotional energy between relationships between 2 people. And then the Queen of Cups is again moving emotional energy, but this has to do with their personal dreams come true. So it's like you're helping people with emotions around different areas of their life too. And they're showing you start off with one and you build and you expand. And they're basically saying nothing can limit you. You'll take this energy and take it in different avenues. So I love that. And then Checo, what does he have to say here? Bottom energy, the 3 of Cups. Yeah, we got joy, celebration. This is your spiritual posse, spiritual support. And what do we have coming in here? Oh my gosh. And then you get all these cups energies from him. You do have temperance. They're like, trust the growth. Don't worry. He's like, you know, don't worry. It's like, oh God, it feels like so much. They're like, it's going to unfold perfectly, step by step, day by day. not like, "Oh my god," allow yourself the patience, um, and he does have gives you the Page of Cups, which is you're working on your self-love that leads you to relationship. Of course, he brings in relationship energy. Three of Cups is your support first, that your self-love and your I feel like you have, like, 2 besties in the physical world. If not, you'll have 2 besties where you 3 support one another, but you've got this wonderful support group in the spirit side, so you're not alone in this journey of raising your self-love, but that's what's happening first before the 10 of Cups, your relationship energy comes in there. So, I do, uh, feel like he's talking about that, and, of course, patience, patience, it's gonna unfold. You're like, "It's easy for you to say, mister." Anyway, so that's what, is coming in there, and then what does Spirit have here for you? Yeah, we got the Justice card. I feel like this is coming in from your future, um, spouse. Right? Chris and Darren on the other side. So this, Justice card here, is I feel like that represents them. "I'm the Justice man, here he comes," right? Has a 7 of Wands. Yeah, and I like this because they're saying here that, how we meet is you being true to your authentic self, you just shining bright, not dimming your light, because if you try to be what you think everyone wants you to be, you would blend in with everyone else's ideas of supposed to be, should be, whatever. But when you're being true to yourself and just doing what you love and being you, you stand out, and that's when they notice you. Otherwise, you just blend in with everyone else. And I like that. He's telling you, um, you are why I'm attracted to you, not what everyone else thinks people should be. I like that. And you have the Hierophant too. There's something here about the Justice card, and the Hierophant can be like the justice of the peace, kind of energy. And so I feel like they're telling you here something about you might have to go do something um with the justice of the peace, or you have to go do something. I don't know if you ever have to deliver anything to a courthouse for, any of the lawyers in your law firm or whatever, but there's something about, um, when you have to go to the building where the justice of the peace is, we might just see each other. He goes, "We're not gonna meet each other yet, but we'll see each other," and you'll be like, "Who's that?" And you guys will have these glances. So if you have to go to somewhere, whatever the building where the justice of the peace is, he's like, We're gonna see each other there." So he must work in the building. Now you're gonna go camp out, right? I might just have to go volunteer. But, I feel like he's giving you like a, "That's where I work in that building or around that building." So that's great. During weekdays, right? Because 'Cause you're like, "I'm on my way." Alright, let's see what your piece of cake says, your fortune cookie here. Alright, let's see what we got here. We got the Mind's Eye, number 25, beautiful orange sacral chakra energy. The medium is drawing, the time commitment is 15 minutes. The goal is to let go of perfectionism and expectations. He needs to come to your building. That might be a conflict of interest while he's working, as a judge or prosecutor, right? At least right now, anyway. Um, this can help you with exploring senses, increasing mindfulness, relieving stress, and promoting relaxation and soothing anxiety. So it says, think of an image Then draw it with your eyes closed. Open your eyes and color in any spaces, removing or adding lines as needed. Make as many drawings as you like, because this is meant to be a quick art challenge. Hint: when drawing with your eyes closed, it's sometimes easier to leave your pencil connected to the page the whole time, making one continuous line. Look at this. This picture is hilarious. So when you're doing it with your eyes closed, you can kind of see the what it looks like. And then the explorative questions are: how did it feel to draw in a less comfortable way? How can you describe the sensations you felt while drawing with your eyes closed? And how does it feel to make art that's not supposed to look perfect? Ooh, I like that. So beautiful message. I feel like that is what they have for you, my friend. So many blessings to you. He needs to come to your building. Yeah, let go of expectations, right? All right. Let me catch up on the chat here and we'll get back into the readings here. So let's see. I did down to here. All right, there we go. And then we got Sonic Racing. Hello, hello. Good to see you. It'll be number 11 on the donations. Okay, we got that. I think you added on here. Yep, on your mind. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Get the rest of that on here as well. So thank you for that. We'll give that a love and a like. And then we have May. Hey. And I did get the email. So I did receive that. That'll be number 12. Let me just put here email. And I know where to look for that. Less thinking I have to do, the better, right? Ah, I get you. All right. So we got those. And then Phoenix Orco Healing. Hey, friend. Good to see you. That'll be number 13 on there. Let's give that a love and a like. And here's your question. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And then Lorna of Light, you said, oh my God, that makes so much sense. Oh, the transmutation of the energy and all that. Isn't that crazy? I love that. I love that that concept. I just love learning through channeling messages from spirit. I'm like, what? Wow. I didn't know that you could do that. There's no limitations of what we can do, but I love that. Because being a Pisces moon, if you have a water moon, you probably can transmute emotional energy more easily. So I like that. I'm gonna have to steal that from you. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list. So let's continue on here. Let me take a quick sip here. So cheers, cheers. All right. So up next we got Cat Mia 4854. So Cat Mia, thank you so much for your donation. And you are also on the free readings. You are number 8 when we get to the free readings. So I do have you there too. All right. So what kind of life are you destined for? You sometimes want to be famous, but I don't know. I know, right? It's like other times you're like, I just don't. I want to be able to not do anything if I don't want to, not have to live for my public, right? For my fans. Let's take a look here. You know, it's interesting that a lot of humans in our day and age don't have a lot of destiny. The first few iterations of humanity before this iteration, meaning we've had other iterations of humanity that we ended and we became something more or different as we evolved into different types of humanity, you know, from like Atlantean and the, you know, land of Mu and even before that, you know, because we came here first fully aware of who we were, right? And so we knew we had the full map, seeing every decision, how it would end up, and when were born and the possibilities of exits and everything like that, and that was fun to start off, but then it got boring when you could know exactly what you needed to do to get out of it. So we shielded some, we couldn't see total outcomes. We could still see quite a lot, remembering who we really are and everything too, and that's like Atlantean Mu times where we knew it. But what the reason why Atlantis didn't do so well is because they didn't know the full outcome of their decisions, and we were a little arrogant in some ways, going, "Oh, it'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?" You know, something blew up, right? And then even that became like because we remembered who we were now becoming veiled, forgetting who we are in the beginning, and then we have a lot of it fogged. So it's very different. And all to say all this in those other iterations, we had a lot of destiny. Oh, I want this to happen. I want this to happen. I want to experience this. I want to experience this. We've experienced so much already. Now it's more about we like this era of humanity is possibilities, not destiny, a lot more possibilities of based on what choices we make is where we end up. Ooh, how exciting, right? It's like they have movies now where they have multiple different endings and stuff where you get to choose which route they go. They ask you a question and then the movie takes a turn to go in that direction. So it creates a unique experience for everyone. I love that. And that's kind of what it's saying here with your destiny, right? So what we're gonna look in here then with all of that is you don't really have a destined life that you've pre-chosen. Uh, it's like you're not ordering ahead. You wanted to see the menu, see how you were feeling in the moment when you got there, and see what you were craving and hungry for to see what unfolds. And I feel like that's maybe sometimes you do feel like you want to be famous, like you head this direction, then you make some choices, and you're like, nah. And then so I feel like your flavors, your cravings change. And so you're ordering off the menu when you're hungry for something, you make a different choice. And then rather than have it all pre-ordered and you're just, here's what you got to eat it. So let's see, based on where you're headed right now, what are some of the important things to know of like what um, is ahead, which is huge possibilities for it to happen because of where you're at in your choices. With the Four of Swords, it does feel kind of unexpected because that Four of Swords is about, putting aside expectations and seeing things from a higher perspective. So I feel like these that they're talking about are things that you're maybe haven't thought about possibly. It's funny. I'm so sorry that I'm actually burping up banana. I had banana earlier with some Greek yogurt for my dessert, and and we were talking about bananas earlier. Now I'm like, "Oh, banana, banana." So, AKA, we're there. All right. Yeah, you have temperance. And the temperance energy is, this is the alchemy. I feel like they're starting off with that to say where you're headed and things unfolding. It's a slow road right now, and just trust that even though it feels like when is life going to start to happen, that things are happening because you're always with yourself. You don't realize how much change has happened. So if you look back like a year ago, look how far you've come in a year. You got the Five of Wands. I do feel like this does have to do with groups. And I feel like whatever kind of friends group you have, this is the number of change, right? 5. And I feel like you're going through and will continue to go through a huge transformation of what your friends group, what your tribe looks like. I feel like people are dropping off and you're like stepping away from things because your energy is changing and so instead of being with caterpillars because you're transforming into a butterfly, you want to be around butterflies because caterpillars can't understand where you're coming from, what you want, where you wanna go, and so you're gonna have this one of the destined things of your life is you're gonna be switching this friends group where it's gonna be completely different, in the next I would say in the next 5 years, um, or over a 5-year period. So whatever's been going on, I feel like has happened already. So you're in the midst of this 5-year period already. But by the end of it, you're gonna be like, "Wow." It's like if you look at picture of, with you with your group of friends, like 5 years ago and now, after the end of it, they're, like, all different. Like, I don't feel like maybe there's one person that's still there, but the rest of it, it's like it's totally changed because you evolved and went to something else, and other people, their energies went other places. So, I like this. You're destined to have this tribe. Yeah, you have this dream come true energy. Here's the star card, Uranus, Aquarius energy. So, again, this is unexpected. Your life takes a big unexpected turn, and you end up going in a direction. So Aquarian. Aquarian is sudden with that Uranus energy. It's sudden and it's different. It's the old ways don't work for you anymore. And so your whole dream also transforms, I feel, during this period as well, because you're seeing things differently. You have the Page of Wands. Yeah, and this is your power of choice. They're confirming for me here. What's this other one too? And the Empress. Yeah, you're the one that gets to create, but from your heart. And I feel like that's where a big transformation is coming from because you're getting out of your head and into your heart. And, the Page of Wands is nothing's impossible for you. Um, but it's the changing the mentality is the important thing so that that's what restricts you. That's what keeps you from going in those directions. So I like this. I know that we wanted to hear more of like what are these destined things, but they're just like there's no destiny. There is just choices and possibilities, and what you are choosing each moment is what routes you, but you're the one that controls it. So there is no, you know, destined thing like to become famous isn't destiny, but it's possible. Anything is possible. Your life is full of possibility instead. So hopefully that helps. All right, so let's take a look here. And your fortune cookie is, yeah, surrender your fear of intimacy. Says you are ready to let love in. Compassionately identify and begin to release any patterns that stop you from opening your heart. I like it. Right. So that's what they have for that one right now, Cat Mia. Thank you again for your donation. All right. I said we got plate of spaghetti in the house. Hey, good to see you. Block the bastard. That's funny. I love you. All right, I'll get you on. You're number 14 on the free list when we get to there. I know, right? You're so funny. I like it. Oh, and then I did get a a donation come in here. I hate Will so much. Oh, oh. Well, uh, yeah, well, I'll add that on there too in case they wanna add anything in there, about that. I get it, I get it. And maybe, we hate their actions, right? We don't hate the person. We hate what people do or don't do, say or don't say is really it's not the person itself, it's the actions or non-actions. It's like we learned that when we were supervisors at the corporation I worked for. They're like, don't how do they say it? They were like, rather than characterize a person by what they do, separate the person from their actions. And we were like, oh wow, That's so wise. Makes you wanna kill him less. Just saying, you know? All right. And then I did get a donation from Sister Sarah, is how I'll put you on here, and you bought me a coffee. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, you did your own reading and the cards matched your own. I love that. You provide my interpretation. Hey, all interpretations are available, right? I like that. So, I'm gonna put on here, "Thank you for my coffee." So, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Sarah. I don't get those often. I appreciate that. I always get giddy, I don't know why, but I do. All right. So, let us continue on. I think I got everyone else here. And we've got Lauren of Light Up. So, Lauren, 10116 is your timestamp here. And thank you for your, as always, your generous donation. I really appreciate that. And we will dive in. Yay! Cheers, cheers. All right. So we will see what we've got happening here. So Jake has hardly said a word to you these last 2 days, but he has said something, right? That's a change. Used to be you just go silent, right? So at least you know he's still alive. At least he is responding. So that's something to be grateful for. I like that. I'm like, "Oh, wow," you know? It's like he knows when he goes completely silent, unacceptable, right? That scares the crap. So, that he's like, you know, an emoji that's like, "Okay, you're alive. Okay, that's good." That's to him, that's, connection, right? I like that. That's connection. No words? Yeah. So it's like, "Oh, okay," you know? It's like, "Okay, that's good." Yeah. You're like, "Oh, boo doo boo doo boo." So, when I say it, right? Alright. So, let's but you're still in peace. I am so proud of you for that too. Right, yeah, you can see him saying that. That's technically connection, right? Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 20, that would be a 1. Yeah, that's a 1 connection, yeah. Ah, very nice. I wanna take a look. Alright, so you said you're still in peace. So I love that for you, and then just curious what thoughts he's having about, you, us, and what is he contemplating? Alright, what is current okay, so we'll do that first. Let me just separate that. So what are the thoughts he's having about you right now? Okay. So did you send it over here? Yeah, it came through. I'll take a quick look here. Oh, what is it? Oh, I love it. I love all the colors too. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. You're so expressive. All right. So we'll see here. His thoughts that he's having about you, the thoughts that he's having about the us, and then what's he contemplating? What's his current feelings about you? Okay, those were thoughts. So these are feelings. And how does he alchemize his thoughts back to love? All right. All right. What do we got here? So it's good here. Oh, magnetic shifts, right? Turning the world upside down, right? That's like if our polar shifts switch. Whoa. You got the hanged man underneath here. So here is this transformation energy that's going on. So, this is good. Sometimes the caterpillar does go silent in the cocoon, but at least he's making noise a little bit, shaking the cocoon so you know he's alive. That's good. Um, Thoughts he's having about you here. Oh, wow, yeah. Page of Cups, Queen of Cups. So definitely, I like this, that his thoughts are about your emotions and about heightened love and new love with that Page of Cups. His thoughts are focusing on emotions themselves. So that his mind is open to that. I really love that because his mind used to shut down his heart, but they have such a he's getting to this beautiful bond with his mind and heart. About the 2 of you guys here, yeah, we got the Ace of Cups, so here's that new love, between the 2 of you, and the 7 of Wands too, which is this energy of, that boldness, that stepping forward, like being like the sun, shining bright, and I feel like his thoughts are, I wanna say, like, going public per se, right? And because we have the emperor under that too, which he's contemplating. We get this now, you know, we get this now where before it was the need to get out of his head and into his heart. You remember the story of the heart came into the throne room to speak to him, the emperor, and the mind was like, guards, get him out of here. And he was like, no, no, I asked him to be here. I need you to step out. And I'm not going to leave you here alone with the heart. There's no telling what they'll say, but he spent time alone with his heart. Then he allowed his security team, his mind back in. And, now the emperor res will mainly represent for him his 2 advisors, equal advisors on either side, whereas it just used to be his mind. So I like this kind of energy that his mind is thinking a lot about emotions and things, like along those lines. And this, of course, is this taking the action, Aries energy of the emperor to, have that come forward. What's he contemplating? Well, we got the 2 of Cups relationship card and the 10 of Pentacles relationship card. So, and this is bringing relationship, into the physical world, right? Again, I feel like it has a lot to do with this, making it official, and all those things. So I feel like that's what he's contemplating. Um, so I feel like that's a big thing there for you, right? Yeah. Or at least telling them. I don't feel like he's gonna, like, bring you home to family and everyone and go, "Here, everyone, I want you to meet." And they're like, I feel like he wants to tell them first, give them processing time, get it all out of your system, get all your yelling, your tantrums. Oh, his heart home. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. So I feel like I feel like this is what he's contemplating, right? I'll tell them all, give them time to blah, blah, blah. Oh, country road, take me home. Rocky Mountain. That's right. I'm in the Rockies. So I like that. What's his current feelings about you? Yeah, the 6 of Cups. Again, the return, right? And then the 3 of Wands, and I feel like this is his current feelings about you is, how do I come back in a new way, in a different way, right? Um, and I like this. I like this, um, I've come back before, but it needs to be in a different way this time because this is different. So I like that. And then how does he alchemize his thoughts back to love? I feel like, do we have the King of Wands here? Because we already have the um, Emperor, which is kind of like they work together. Let's see what we've got here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense because we've got the Page of Swords, the King of Swords. So we've got, because we already have the Queen of Cups over there. So we've got the King of Swords, the ruler over the mind, 2 times the mental energy, and we've got the Queen of Pentacles. So he nurtures it. He has them come together, and the Ace of Wands, you know, it's like he purposes it, and it's like the King of Wands energy. He orders it. He orders it so. And that's such a thing for his Emperor, King of Wands energy, right? That how does he alchemize his thoughts back to love? How does he get the mind and the heart? They're already communicating. He just orders them to get along, and they do that. It's such a Jake thing. Make it so, number one. I feel like he's Picard because he's a geek, isn't he? Does he like Star Trek? Jean-Luc Picard, captain of his starship. I just make it so. And then they just do. That's the way it works. He has a hierarchy in his being. He's such a nerd. I love it. All right, so I feel like that is for that part. Let's see what else we got here. So, what stress does he have? Oh, with his mom, his dad, what he's trying to prove them, what he wants overall. That's okay. So that's kind of the separation there. Let me take a quick sip here. We'll dive into these. Cheers, cheers. All right. So what stress does he have in his life right now? What can we know about his stress? Okay. And then speaking of, tell about his relationship with his mom being the source of one of the stress, his relationship with his dad. Okay, we're doing this one too. Doing these under the surface for that too. Okay. What's he trying to prove to them? Okay. And what's he want overall that's aligned to his actual authentic truth? Okay. Such great questions. Deep diving, right? All right. So, what stress does he have in his life right now? We do have the Seven of Wands. Yeah, being true to his authentic self is the stress of wanting, you know, this desire to, here I am, no more shrinking, no more denying who I am, right? So that's the stress is he's ready to, like you said, ready for the dam to burst, ready just to be like, here I am, and like his own little coming out in a way, right? Uh, coming out as the true Jake, in a way. And so I love that's, it's scary, but definitely I have that. Yeah. And the strength card along with it to exert his strength is also what he's stressing about. Having the courage to do something, um, even though he has fear, it's like, I'm still going to do this. And I feel like that has to do with what he's been learning too. Instead of the avoidant energy, he's like, okay, I'm gonna do the scary stuff, even when it's still bothering me, kind of scary kind of energy. So I feel like that's stressing him a little bit because he's not in his comfort zone. He's in his growth zone, and that's creating stress because it's unknown and it's scary, and that's where the inner child is bringing up the stress, right? We have the Ace of Wands, yeah, feeling this desire to take action, 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 and I feel like for him, this is I don't wanna take the wrong action in the wrong way. I wanna do the right action, so the right and wrong, way is what's stressing him out because he's a perfectionist. When he's gonna do something, he wants it to be completely perfect or not, and I feel like that's what he's kinda stressing about, a little bit there. Yeah, and the devil card, work, got work energy here too. Stress is there. Underneath it all, we have the 9 of cups, which, you know, the dream come true, um, and wanting I feel like that's where the conflict is coming in is because, all this time where that he's been trying to achieve and do all this stuff and fit in and blah, 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 blah. His true dream come true, the 9 of cups has been trying to pull him somewhere else too. So he's been feeling that conflict. So that's kind of the underlying source of the stress. So let's talk about his relationship with his mom. Oh yeah. Talk about what a picture, right? Of 10 of swords surrounded by expectations, trapped in controlled energy, right? Wow. And the 5 of swords. Yeah, again, a lot of mental trapping energy, right? The 5 of cups is even, um, the conflict. It's it's always been a battle, but it's this, trying to be controlled and be trapped. I mean, all those are trapped energies. And then the Page of Wands, of course, which is, you know, um, I feel like she's a bit fiery. And so the Page of Wands is heightened fire, where it goes from 0 to 100. And that's why he tries to please her because she doesn't, it's not that she's unstable, but she is like nitroglycerin. If you shake it up too much, it does explode. So you choose when to rattle it because you don't want to have constant explosions. So you manage it by trying to do what they're expected, right? She's a bit unstable. Nitroglycerin is, right? So that's kind of the relationship. It's, like we said before, right? If mom's happy, then everyone's happy. If mom's not happy, everything's on fire. So we try to keep her happy. Um, and then what about relationship with dad? Got the hermit. Yeah, dad's kind of been away quite a bit, kind of more distant. Um, King of Wands. Yeah, like Emperor energy. And the Knight of Swords. So more mental, not emotional, absent more than present kind of energy. Yeah. So, we've got that underneath the surface. Yeah, it's like underneath the surface, we got Cancer, Mother, Moon energy, and the 8 of Cups energy that's here. And it is this kind of where I feel he kind of has this idea that is with this 8 of Cups, like felt like their father abandoned them and especially like abandoned his mom. I feel like there's that kind of relationship of, that you didn't support, you supported the family financially, but not emotionally, not, that was the thing, and when they're home, they're, you know, don't bother him, let him calm down, let him rest, he worked all day, you know, honor him, and then, let him be, let him watch his TV, let him, do that stuff. Everyone stay quiet, go do your homework in your room, or here's the TV in the other room, you guys watch that. Let your dad rest, let him calm, don't give him a lot of activity. I feel like there's that kind of energy, and I feel like mom, in a way, influenced very much the relationship and the perception of father too, um, by by, um whatever fears and instability she shared, she projected it to the children too, and so they were all looking at him like he's a, you know, the king of wands, be careful. And maybe he is a little bit of a hothead when he gets upset with the King of Wands. We don't know. Possibly back then. I feel like he's a very calm person now, very different person now. Um, but um, but I feel like that's kind of like the energy around the relationship, not close. Just feels like, more dutiful duty of father son, not like bond where not like an emotional bond. Um, because there's those abandonment feelings. Um, what's he trying to prove to them? Page of Pentacles. Oh yeah. I want to be a success, I want to prove that I'm worthy of their love, the usual child crap stuff, that I'm worthy of their love. um, so very interesting, but it is, Page of Pentacles that it is about I'm worthy of your love and to prove their worth in a way. What's he want overall that's aligned to his actual authentic self? King of Cups. Yeah, well, truly, you know, um, this balance between head and heart is, um, his actual authentic truth is to be able to be that which, when he's balanced, like you said, it's such a authentic expression of himself, right? Same with you, with all of us really, right? But when you're not freaking out, look at who you are and what you create. It's all for all of us because when we're freaking out, we're not in our what we're back to our childhood, right? Knight of Wands, which is fast moving, stepping into their power energy that comes in here, and the Five of Pentacles, which is transforming. And here goes that lack thing again, right? Um, there's this um, overcoming this fear, being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, and to step into my power and take action based on, when I'm balanced than when I'm not balanced, right? So I like that. You've got to move it, move it. All right. So I feel like that's kind of what we give there. The poles. Oh, the Knight of Wands is the poles. Yeah. Polarization. Yeah. Change it from focusing in on the outside world to focusing on my inside world defining me. And that I find my worth not in humanity or, feel like it's humans that bring me what I need, but it's the universe, the creator, source with endless resources. It's the transformation of that worth energy. So I like those. So we'll continue on here. So what does he do to align to his truth this month? So for July, and then next month, and where do you fit into it? So underlying energy, we have the Page of Cups, which is our self-love, right? And I do feel here, and even the Magician underneath that, kind of feel like there's this energy here, that and they wanna say this gently because 'cause we'll look at the cards, where do you fit into it? But I feel like that's their energy is his alignment, his truth, him doing those things is up to him, you know? You There is no room for a second person in that. We are the ones that, uh, we are the ones that can only choose that for ourselves. We can make it easier or harder for people to do it so we can support people in love, but that's about it. And let's see what your cards are. I'm just interested in that now, right? Yeah. Yeah. Two of Cups and Queen of Pentacles. Just being a nurturer, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurture yourself, nurture, just be the love, just be that partner, you know, but that's up to them, right? Um, as well as you. So I love that. I love that energy that's coming in there. His What does he do to align to his truth this month? Yeah, 6 of Wands. Look at that's that victory. It's, you know, honor the victories, focus on the victories, focus on the gratitude, but also ride the parade in a way is what I'm hearing, which is speak my truth and step out in my truth, not shrink. And because this is not shrinking, this is being uplifted on the royal horse above others, above the crowd anyway, to where they're standing out, not shrinking in. So I like that. Yeah, exactly. I get you. And then next month we have the Two of Wands and the Empress. Yeah, I feel like next month, because I feel like the Empress is, in this case, it's his mom, and the Two of Wands is making the choice to I wouldn't say stand up, but stand strong, in my truth and say, "This is what I'm going to do and what I wanna head and do it," and I don't wanna hurt you, I don't want the last thing I wanna do is, hurt you and upset you, but I've got to live my life while I'm still alive, you know, and I want you to see me living my life, my true self, and, so I like that, I like that, I feel like that's kinda what he's doing here, and I feel like this is a big piece of this, is a little bit of I'm starting to share a little more, not hide myself as much. I'm riding that horse, but then it's getting in front of royalty, especially mother, next month. And just, yeah, I feel like after his trip with you, it's going to be a big difference, right? So I feel like getting on the horse and traveling somewhere, and then when he returns, that's when he gets summoned before the empress, or he asks for an audience in front of the empress, and I feel like he's just gonna share who he is and what he wants kind of energy that's coming in. Very big rebel energy. That's actually going a lot in the astrology too. So interesting. So I like that. I know, right? He's gonna be more truer to himself. I feel like a lot of it's his love for him that is a big piece of it, right? Yeah, he feels being away, I feel is safe for him. Um, and and definitely his feelings for you and his love for you definitely is an incentive 'cause before, what do I have to lose? I might as well just do what my parents want me to do, right? But now if I have something to lose, that makes me more apt to rebel instead of just go along with whatever they wanted him to do before. So definitely that, you're the incentive. Your love for each other is the incentive. Um, but I feel like so much of it is also that he's the bravery, the stepping up, it's such a huge thing for him. So I really like that. All right, so we'll continue on here a sec. Let me just make sure here. I wanted to say a couple. Kitty is in the house. Hey, Kitty, good to see you. And then Ruby G, you say you feel so relaxed and at ease just listening to everyone's tea and learnings, right? Is everyone a good day? Well, good. I'm so glad. Yeah, and it is kind of like group therapy in a way. I know my mom when she lost She's the oldest of, like, 10 children. She 11, but 1 passed when they were, like, still within a year old. So technically it is oldest of 11, but, the 10 that were remaining a lot, she lost, like, 1 a year for 3 years, and, when it was the 2nd one or the 3rd one of them passed, um, she was really sad and depressed, and she went to group therapy, um, and just she said, "Just hearing other people's difficulties and things in life made me realize I'm not alone, and it somehow made me feel better." And it does, right? When we realize everyone has our struggles and our adventures and our journeys and challenges, and it's like, "Oh, I thought everyone else was living perfect lives out there and didn't have any trouble." Sometimes we have that idea, and I love and thank you for sharing that, Ruby, that it's like, yeah, when we hear other people's things they're going through and the things that spirit says, it's very I love it. Alright, so break's over, back in. So, I'm gonna do a little emoji just so I know where I stopped here. Let's see, what are we gonna do? Let's do these hearts. Yay. So there we go. I know where I've, said hello and responded to. Alright, take another sip, and we'll continue on here. We're maybe about halfway-ish. Alright. So based on his current energies, what is his next action to you? I like this. 8 of Swords. It's interesting. 8 of Swords is like letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve him anymore. And I feel like this is opening up communication. And I feel like this is because it's, 4 swords on each side. So there's not a block of communication. So I feel like his next action is here comes the flood of communication again, right? Whoop, dig, 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 coming in. Yep. Sharing their heart with the Queen of Cups. And balancing, back to balance with the 2 of Pentacles. So, I like that. I like that energy coming in here. So, I feel like that's the next action that's very welcomed. Yeah. And there's a lot of, we've got some grand trine energy between the moon and I think it's Pluto and Uranus. So there's a lot of energy, that's, um, that's there. And I like that, that he's taking the time to what's all this instead of forcing himself and then running the other direction, he's allowing himself. But again, he's still communicating. He's not radio silent. He's still going, I'm here. I'm here, instead of just zonked out, right? He's making effort at least, which is good. So I like that. So his next action is that. What does spirit need you to see right now? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Because they have no needs for us. They think we're living perfect lives and amazing, things. But what we really wanna know is what does spirit feel like could know right now that could help me have an easier path? So let's take a look here. What's good for you to know right now? All right. I like them. They are so sassy sometimes. Nothing. We don't need you to know nothing. Yeah, 8 of Cups, you know, um, letting go of emotions that don't serve you anymore, definitely is this energy. And the more we get into those lower emotions from our past, that anger and that sadness we weren't able to feel when we were 7 years old or younger, we were not allowed to express them. I feel like that's saying in these quiet times, this is the perfect time. And it's a lot of what you do is a lot of self-reflection. But when there's silence, it is an opportunity for us to let go and process some old emotions that don't serve us anymore. So the pauses are for you too. Yeah. The 5 of Cups, mainly the sad feelings that you weren't allowed to feel when you were younger. And yeah, there might have been something around a death, or an ending when you were younger that you weren't allowed, or you felt that you weren't supposed to cry or mourn an ending of something. Um, and it could be also some anger around it too, but I feel like they're saying there is some of this, and it's specifically 7 years old and younger when our emotional body was there that when you weren't able to process something, that's important for you because some of that echoes out, and the more you release those, the less you see that coming in from the mirrors in your life. So they're like, this quiet time is a perfect time here to transform some of these old emotions, right? Yeah. So, and then, you know, they probably were like, it's his job, he has to go. Don't be sad, don't be sad, it's okay," instead of going, "Cry, baby, cry, that's alright, you're allowed to miss your dad, cry, cry, cry," you know? And so when you whatever comes up with those things, yeah, you're allowed to go, "No, you don't have to dismiss my emotions, I'm allowed to feel it," you know? Um, and so I like that. So that's what spirit has for that. Let's see here. This is what does spirit want you to ask them to do right now? Um, that's an interesting question because again, they kind of like, well, we don't want anything. We don't have want and need. That's lack energy. We have no want or need, right? Which I love that. We have want of nothing. We have need of nothing. We are perfect and full and overflowing. But but they're like, but rephrasing that, I feel like they wanna rephrase it to go like, um, what they feel would be really benefit you to ask them, you know? It's like, "I have free will, but let's say, um, because I have free will, give me a hint on what is best for me to ask for that is gonna bring me the biggest abundance, the biggest feeling of fullness, the biggest feeling of ease and love, unconditional love in my life, right? It's like, tell me what to ask of you to bring me that, something similar to that. They're like, okay, yeah, 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 we can tell you that. We'll tell you that. So what can you ask of them here? The Eight of Wands, yeah. Let oh, I like this. The Eight of Wands, because this is a lot of messages from spirit. They're like, um, we already tell you a lot of stuff. They're like, admittedly, we do tell you a lot, right? But this is, um, help me hear you more clearly. That's like the thing that, um, how can I adjust my frequency so I can hear so clearly from you even more than I do now, right? Yeah, we have the Leo energy of, stepping into your strength, stepping into your power, the Six of Wands, again, victory, energy, focusing in on gratitude and joy and higher frequency. Ace of Swords is messages from above, and Ten of Swords is letting go of expectations, and seeing things from a higher perspective. So I feel like that's what they're saying here is because like they said, if you could ask anything of spirit to do for us, it would be that I could have a clear, consistent, fast connection with you, because then I can ask anything and I would know the answer. It's like asking a genie for unlimited wishes. What would you ask a genie for? If you had one wish, unlimited wishes. All right, now you have it. It's like, what would you ask of spirit to do for you? Make it so clear that I could ask you anything at any time and I can get super, super clear messages. So I love that. All right. Because everything else, yeah, from their standpoint, they don't see, like, they see our lives as adventures, And so they don't it doesn't cross their mind like it would us as humans to go, to remove obstacles, to do this, to do that. They're like, "Oh, that's all part of the adventure. Why would you want that removed?" You know? "Oh, well, what about this? What about that?" And they're like, "Well, those are all things that you wanted to experience." Well, okay, well, I guess hearing more clearly from you just helps me, because then I can ask you, "Why did I want this to happen again?" And they'll be like, "You wanted to learn this and this and this." "Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. Now I can approach this differently," you know? Um, so they're like, not things in the outside world, it's all about strengthening this connection, and clarifying it, so I love that. Alright, and then what exciting, unexpected outcomes surface for you in the next 2 weeks? Alright, based on current energies. Okay, this and this and this one. Alright. Yeah, I like this here. There's this Ace of Wands is action energy and movement energy with the Six of Swords. It's movement of communication, it's clarity, things moving from choppy waters to calmer waters, as well. I do feel like this does have to do, um, with Jake and you, the Six of Swords, faster movement, faster action on movement, I feel is, um, an unexpected outcome, faster than you thought. Yeah, and even the calling, like this calling to a new place, the Judgment card and the Ace of Pentacles. So, I feel like this all is one huge big income, not income, outcome, outcome incoming, uh, that has to do with movement and choice of a new place kind of energy that's coming in here, and this pulling, this calling, something's pulling you somewhere else, and it's unexpected, but it feels like it is, uh, it's an outcome based on your energetic choices that you've been making, so I like that. Alright, so that is for that. Okay, let me just separate these out. Okay, we got that, we got that. Alright. So what is the glass ball globe about that you saw channeling that Jake gave you? Okay. See what this is. Can we have clarity? So what is it? Why did he give it to you? And what does spirit want you to use it for? And how? That's like from Little Rascals. And how? Um, it's interesting, the bottom of the deck is the King of Swords. It's interesting that this is what Jake gave you in the channeling, because he is all about the mind and the story, right? And I like that. I like that they're already saying, well, it was Jake giving you this glass scope because it has something to do with the story, the power of story, the power of knowing and knowledge. And so what is this about here? The Hierophant and the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, we've got this. The Hierophant is the change, so it's about the ability to change the story, the white globe, and even got the white orb here above their head. And the Six of Pentacles, it brings balance, but it feels like the change of story from this to this. So allows a change of mindset, a change of story. Um, oh, what do they call it? Plot twist. It's the power of plot twist and the knowledge of plot twist coming. It's like a crystal ball. Why does he give it to you? Yeah. The Page of Swords to give you advanced knowledge of new changes coming in the physical world. It's an upgrade, or download, right? But it's an upgrade. It's giving you the ability to see things more and understand the intentions behind it. It's like having a copy of a script in a way where you're able to see things that are coming forward. I think for us who were anxious attachers, it's the n it's the it's not so much that we're afraid of things, we're afraid of the unknown, and with the known that comes in, it helps calm our bohinies down, right? So I feel like that's a good thing for you, because you're able to see things more clearly and kinda have like a more it's a stronger intuition, it's a more advanced of going, "I know something's coming, I can prepare myself emotionally, mentally, and everything, and so when it arrives, instead of it being blindsiding me and being, I'm like, "Oh, there's that thing that was I knew was coming. Alright, there it is." And there's this calmness around it, right? Um, what does spirit want you to use it for? Yeah. Balancing yourself to stay balanced. You can't make that up, right? And how do you use it? Yeah, the sun. You let the sun shine bright, energy that's coming in here, and it allows you to see things so much more clearly. No, 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 it's to keep you from being blindsided. Listen to what I'm saying to you. No, yeah, it's a gift to of premonition. It's a gift of being able to see and know, like, you're like, "Oh, something's coming." And because if you didn't know it was coming, then it would blindside you, right? That's why it's like the gift of prophecy in a way, but it's that you're able to know something with this gift that's coming towards you, right? Um, and, uh, it's for you to know that in its clarity, there is this, um, to use it in that way. Yeah. Well, the gift is good, right? This is what we're talking about. This is a gift. It's a download. It's an ability that has this more clearer connection, right? And um yeah, yeah, right now it is, but this isn't what the question was. This is when I channeled what is this that he's giving me and what is it for and what am I supposed to use it for? It was a gift of it was spirit giving you this globe. They had Jake give it to you because it's a knowledge, it's a mental kind of communication that comes in, right? And it allows you to see and understand things that are coming your way, and then you're not you're like, "Oh, I feel like something's gonna happen." Like, let's say between him and his mom. And, "Oh, I don't feel like it's not gonna be a pleasant conversation." Okay, alright, so I know that that's coming, and then you know, a day later or 2 days later, he contacts you and goes, "Oh my god, you won't believe what just happened," and you're ready for it. You're emotionally prepared, you're mentally prepared, you're energetically prepared, and then you're like, "Oh," and then you can come from a place of balance, right? Instead of, "Rah, psh, 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 psh," because we're like, "Oh, I need to solve this." No, then you can, like, prepare. It's like preparing for a difficult conversation, it's like, "Okay, now I can approach it from a space of peace and go and I know how I would, um, support him in that situation because 'cause I'm like, "Oh, he's gonna have difficulty, so I'm gonna allow him to vent, and what are some questions I would ask, or how would I support him? How would I wanna be supported?" if I had a difficult, and then you're ready. So I love it, right? So that's good. Yeah, it's not a forewarning. Oh my God, alert, alert, it's a gift and it came from spirit, but they had it come to you in the channeling through Jake because he represents knowing and knowledge and mental stuff from you. So I like that. Of course, the brain they're gonna have the brain give it to you. So I like it. All right. So we'll continue here going forward. Let me just grab real quick here before I lose them on the page here. We got Eagle Money in the house. So Eagle, you'll be number 15 on the free readings. Once we get there, I'm just gonna do this just so because it's starting to disappear up there. All right. So, and then you want to know here, let me take another sip. Ooh, my coffee turned off. Why is Jake so quiet right now? Okay. So, why is Jake so quiet? And then what is the outcome of his racing thoughts in regards to you based on current energy? What does he need you to say to him right now or not say? And then how can I fully step into your spiritual power more? And uh, what does spirit I do? So, okay, what do they think? Okay. So, why is he so quiet right now? Yeah, I like this. Here's the temperance. I have to slow down. Things are going so fast. 8 of wands, you know. And that, we talked about that, right? That, when things start to go zoom, 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 he's like, we're going too fast. Slow down, slow down, slow down. I'm not used to this speed, right? So I do feel like that is the reason why he's being so quiet is he's just trying to, um, you know, recharge kind of energy because he's been giving a lot of energy that he's not used to giving. And so, you know, and I feel like he's learning to balance in a way, temperance. He's learning to temper it because when he gives so much, then he needs a lot of time to recharge. Instead of pace yourself, you can give a little quietness, give a little quietness, give a little, quietness, and it's like that's good. So I like that. What's the outcome of his racing thoughts in regards to you? Yeah, we got that emperor. I love it. He's balancing it with the heart, right? What do we have here? Yep, the magician and the 6 of cups. His racing thoughts are about taking action for his return. So, I love this towards you is like, uh, it's all about him coming, this Jake's return, the return of the king. So we like that. What's the outcome of it? Oh, keep racing those thoughts then, baby, right? I like this about what does he need you to say to him now or not say? You got the Queen of Swords, the balance between head and heart. Nothing. Stay balanced. That's what he needs you to do. You stay balanced. I'm getting my balance back. So you know, stay balanced, right? Don't titter, teeter, teeter, teeter and go, okay, I need connection. Stay balanced. I will return. Stay balanced, right? I like that. um, how can you fully step into your spiritual power more? 10 of wands, yeah. Where are you investing your energy? That's that's our biggest thing. The 10 of wands is, if I focus on burden and lack, then I get that. If I focus in on gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and play, the more I focus my energy each moment by moment choice on higher vibration, that's when I step into my full spiritual power because that's what powers my spiritual power. If I focus in on lack or need or want or fears, that sucks the life and drains my spiritual power. So keeping as much, focus and awareness on your spiritual power, is what's important, right? It's this, because that's what fuels it. What else? Yep, strength card. Communicate and connect with your higher self, because that's your true power, right? The strength card. Our higher self is where our power comes from. So the more we stay connected, the more powerful we are. The Four of Wands, joy, celebration energy, and even the Tower card. Um, it's trusting that even towers, even moments where things or people or situations are moved out, that that's for me. And I feel like what does spirit um, kind of want you to do, or wants you to know about your spiritual power is we the thing that like we were talking about, the thing that drains our power is when we focus in on what we think is a negative thing. Oh god, something's being removed out of my life. Oh no, fear, right? Lack. Um, that means I'm broken or I have something's missing or whatever we flip out on, that we all do as humans when we feel like something is being removed that we think is supposed to be here in this moment and then it's not. We think there goes our power because we start focusing in on um what we think we've lost and what's going away and this and that and what this means and the snowball effect, and we project something into the future based on something that happened in the past, and they're like, "No, trust do you trust us?" And I love that. A time in my life when I had a huge transition going on, I would be freaking out a lot because I had so much to do in a short amount of time, and, um in the midst of me going, "Oh god, oh god, I got out of here," a gentle I'd feel the presence of the creator, and they go, "Do you trust me?" And I would actually pause and not just, "Yeah, of course I do." I'd be like, "Do I trust you? Let me answer that truthfully." When I sat in it, I'd come back to myself, I'm like, "Yeah, I do." And they're like and then they would say, "Do you love me?" And not because they need me to, they're not looking for that from me. I need to hear you love me, that's not the creator. They're wanting me to recognize that I love them, and I'd be like, "I do." And they're like that's all they have to say. They don't have to say, "And so, why are you worrying about stuff?" He doesn't say that. The creator universe doesn't say that. They're just like, "Okay." And then we're in peace until 30 minutes later when I started to get drawn back out into the fears and anxiety, and then I hear, "Do you trust me?" "Oh, do you love me?" "Yeah." "All right." Back to doing it for, 30 minutes, maybe an hour this time, right? And then, and I kept on hearing that. And I feel like that's kind of what they're saying here. Do you trust me? Do you love me? Yeah. Focus in on that. And I like it, knowing that they will always bring us what we're looking for here. Let's see, did I just delete something? Try this again. Okay, no, that's what I just answered. Okay, make sure. All right. And then we're gonna try these. You go, when do you get married based on current energies? I'm gonna use this new timing oracle deck. Let me see what we have here. Let's see if it resonates. It's been pretty cool so far with using it. So let's see how this comes in here. When do you get married? A July wedding. I like it. Maybe on a beach. Maybe next year. Yeah, I like it. On the bottom. Give it time. It's in the works. Boom. So it looks like you have a July wedding, and it feels like it. I mean, realistically, it could be next year. Mm. I don't think it's gonna be this year. Let's run off to Vegas, right? I didn't realize, oh, we're still in July right now. Yeah, they're built to last. And to do it and to have everything organized and everything, as well. So I get it. All right. And then your final question here is, what does Jake wish he could say to you right now from heart and mind balance, right? Yeah, it does make sense. Or you never know. He's like, "Come on, we're going to Vegas. We're eloping." That would be like, "Whoa." All right. So what would he want to say from a balanced, heart and mind? I like that he has the Judgment card and the 6 of Pentacles, which is calling this calling to be in this beautiful equal giving and receiving relationship. Yeah, and the Magician, the King of Cups, you know, I want to create this, I want to move from my heart, this is romance, this is movement. I mean, it's all about balance and yeah, balance and action and creation, and I feel like he's let's build this together. And again, like you were just saying here too, some blessings take longer because they're built to last. I feel like he's gonna steal that and say that to you, that let's take time. We know where we wanna go, let's take time and build that, you know? Um, and that makes sense too with, because he's not rushing is a challenge for him, but if he's like, you know, we can do that. And it's funny, the example I gave earlier, at the reason I was stressing out was because Spirit had told me I was gonna move from here to Northern Idaho to be near my family for a while, and, because we hadn't lived near each other in decades, and I hadn't really known him for 20, 30 years where we haven't really communicated a lot on a regular basis. Because we all lived in different states, everyone has having their lives go there wasn't like, fighting or anything, but, um and so I was like, "Oh," and this was like, I think it was like March, and they were like, "Alright, next year, next summer, not this summer, but next summer, you're gonna move." "Okay, I can start preparing for that and everything and that kind of thing," and I think I told my mom, "I think I might this is kind of the plan, I think not this summer, but next summer," and she was really excited, and then after I got used to that feeling, then Spirit was, "And I want you to move this summer." Moved it up a year on me, right? I'm like, What?" And you're like, "Yeah, it's this summer." And I'm like, "Okay, that's 3 months. I can still, 3 or 4 or 5 months, I can still do that. I can still arrange it and get my condo ready for sale and do this and do that and whatever and whatever." And then they were like, "Yeah," I was thinking, "I'll take a trip, I'll take some stuff and do whatever." And they're like, "Why don't you just instead of, make a trip and then make a second trip, just move earlier?" "What?" And that's was all this things moving up, and I feel like for Jake, that's the thing is he needs to see it be further away to get used to things, and then when he's comfortable, he moves things closer. So, I feel like that's what's coming. Alright, so let's get your fortune cookie here, my dear. Thank you again so much for your generous donation. Let's see what we got here. What else for your fortune? Well, this is actually your little piece of cake. Art therapy. So what put this in here. All right, what did you get here? Got number 11, which is Joyful 5. The medium is painting, time commitment 30 minutes, and this is to increase feelings of gratitude and happiness. So this does help with increasing awareness, regulating emotion, soothing anxiety, and taking an optimistic perspective. So the instruction is to draw 5 small circles on paper, and then in each circle, write something that sparks joy in your life. Then add drawings and watercolor to illustrate these ideas. Notice which stands out most, and then cut out this circle and carry the joy with you today. Hint is throughout your day, look at this circle to keep the joy present. And here's kind of the example that they have, just so you can See that here? And then your explorative questions after this is this something that has been a source of joy before, or is it new? Where could you put this circle so it can remind you of your joy? And then how could your day change if you led with this joyful feeling? I love it. What a great energy. All right. So that is what we got for you, my dear. I love it. I love it. What an adventure. And as always, thank you so much. I so appreciate you. I love optimism. Me too. Cheers, cheers. I love higher vibration. All right. So thank you guys for your patience. We'll move in here now. Now we have May 20550. You're very welcome, my dear. Here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation as well. So you want to know, has Maximus Aurelius, Aurelius, that's what we're going to call him, Maximus Aurelius, has he felt guilty or bad at all about the physical part of your conversation yesterday? Um, of like what was said and how he said it. Hey. Oh yeah, no problem at all. I don't this doesn't sound familiar. And that's all right. Energy can change from, you know, the day of to after he has had time to think about it too. Um, I think you have another, so this is for your first donation. The email, um, is that for your second one? So I think the email, um, your number 12 as well. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay, I get you. So we'll dive more into that when we get to that there, but thank you. All right. And then you don't plan on being on social media for a while when it comes to posting. What will his thoughts be about that? Anything else you consider going to his thoughts? Okay. All right. We'll dive in then. We'll dive in deeper, more specifically in that other one when we circle back around for your number 12. Or I can just combine it all into one and do it all now, maybe. Is that cool? Hey, unique beauty. Hello. Since they're kind of related anyway. Yeah, not at all. I'll just remove you from number 12. I just have one person underneath, so we'll move them up to number 12. Boop, 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 boop. Since we'll be in that energy anyway, and we'll just make that a 15. Okay, yeah. So let's do that. So we'll do this, and then we'll kind of expand into that one. So first of all, has he felt guilty or bad about the physical part of the conversation? Um, so so he thought, so he had a different, maybe we are in a different timeline because it was like, what? I thought we agreed we were just friends. Um, yeah, I don't remember. Are you sure that was with me? Right? Because yeah, I remember you saying that you did discuss that um we like each other, but that we don't sleep with people, let's see, and that we only sleep with people we have feelings for, not, just willy-nilly, you know, we want and it's not just physical, it's emotional, right? So when he realized, in fact, we'll probably just combine this and that together now. So when he realized that we're like on 2 different timelines here, how might he have interpreted the situation, right? And does he feel bad about it? So let's take a look here. So in the conversation itself yesterday, okay. Oh, right. It's like, "Oh, yeah, Sonic Racing, you're number 11 on the list, and I'm on number 5 right now." And, some of the other ones will be shorter. I had some big, donation readings, so those we do dive deeper into, so the other ones will be a little faster when I get there. Yeah. Yeah, I understand here, May, while you're like, can you call me? I need to hear your tone in this, mister." Yeah, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 5 of cups, which I feel like, that is a sorrow energy. It is a sad energy, lower vibration, not anger, but sadness. And so I do feel like they felt bad or felt, like, oh, did I misinterpret it? Let's see what we got here. So these first three here, we have the chariot there with the 5 of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, and it is an interesting energy because the chariot is about making a choice to move on things. And, the Knight of Pentacles is like moving slow on something when we have fears of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, feeling less than, etc. Right. And it's like, you know, because this energy makes sense that I would wait till I got to know someone until there's emotional connection so that I don't face those feelings of rejection. And that's why Knight of Pentacles, I take my time before I do that. I don't just jump in the sack with anyone, right? As they say. So, and we've got the 10 of Swords and the 3 of Swords. Yeah. I feel like this was more of a defense because we've got, you know, 10 of Swords is, you know, uh, about expectations, and the 3 of Swords is about disappointment because I had expectations, right? And because so this feels here, that they feel bad because they've, I feel like here that it was more reactionary with this energy, like they're going, yeah, what you're saying sounds more like what I would have said, right? And you waited several months, yeah. So it's like, yeah, that makes sense. And but I feel like when we go into fear, our inner child, oh, this is interesting. Our inner child, right? When it feels unsafe, out of control, or, uncomfortable, when it flips the switch, it jettisons our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, right? And so they were speaking from their inner child. And what Spirit's telling me, which is what I find so interesting, which makes so much sense to things, is that when we revert to our inner child, they don't have memories after 7 years old. They're just emotional memories from 7 years old and younger. So they speak from a place of the childhood, not from a place. So that's why, A lot of people when they're in arguments, they don't remember the facts because 'cause they're in their emotions, not in their head. Um, yeah, right? Isn't that crazy? I love that. So, I love this that, what a great confirmation for you too, because what where would I pull that out of? But, like, wow. Wow, wow, wow. So, you know, I feel like after and this makes sense too, after the conversation, when they came back out of fear into their higher self, or their adult self, not their higher self, their adult self, they were like, "Oh," I feel like that's where that sadness and stuff comes in, is they were like, "Oh, yeah, no, that does sound like what I would have said." And I didn't remember saying that till just now after it's all over, and they're like, "Mm, right." Right? Yeah, "No, no, the devil made me do it." Yeah, interesting, right? Alright, let's see what else we have here. What do you think he was feeling in that moment? Yeah, so in the moment, I feel like exactly as you're saying, this defensive energy, being the little child, and being afraid, "I disappointed you. I have to blame something else." "No, you just didn't hear me right." "Nuh-uh, nuh-uh," like a little kid, right? It's like, "Oh." Um, so so I feel like while he was in it, he wasn't feeling bad, but after when his adult self came back, then I do feel he was like, right? So does he plan on circling back now, right? So that's what I wanna look into here, based on this other thing, so I feel like we answered that. We'll remove that out of the way there. Yeah, and so I wonder if gaslighting is really they don't really remember it because 'cause they're not in their mind, they're in their reactionary heart, and when people gaslight, maybe they really don't remember it, and I know sometimes people are assholes, and they are. I'm not naive, but I wonder how much of it is from how humans react to things, right? So let's take a look here. Based on that, that's what I'm wondering, does he how does he feel? Does he plan on circling back? Yeah. In that moment, he was telling the little children his little self's truth because he didn't remember it. Like, "I don't remember saying that," and then you're like, "Here's the recording." "Oh," "Uh-oh." So let's take a look here. Does he plan on circling back, with this here? So let's take a look here. Do I need to put him here? We got the 6 of Wands, the 9 of Swords. Yeah, I kind of feel this energy. They're like, well, the 9 of Swords, it's like the hurt has been there, it's there already. You know, do I do I open it up again? It's like, the wound probably has, you know, some healing ointment on it and wrapped up. Do I want to grab onto it and cause more pain? Or, you know, or do I just want to leave it as it is, right? Um, yeah, and I feel like they're like, maybe it's best just to leave it as is with the full card, you know, it's a new day, a new beginning, the Hierophant is the growing pains and, um, the movement forward energy of just maybe it's best because I kind of feel like that energy. 'Cause I don't feel like they're trying to run away, but I feel like they're more going I think it's a balance between the 2 of, do I wanna, put myself through that, but also do I wanna put you through that, by circling back and saying, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know that I remember that I did that's what I would have said, and I apologize." Is that gonna help anything? No, because then it's gonna open up, "Well, then why did you da 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 da?" And they're like, "Okay, do we wanna go there, or do we just wanna leave it ended for now?" Kind of energy is where I feel like he's at, right? Yeah, right. So I don't feel like, right now, a circling back energy based on their current energy, that's coming in there. Um, I don't know if it'll change in a couple months. Doesn't feel like it right now. It kind of feels like that energy of, "Let's just do that." Yeah, you can't be there. Alright, and then you wanna know, have you crossed his mind at all today? Got the 2 of Wands. Yeah, because I feel like this is the going back and forth about, you know, what was said and what's going on there. Yeah, we got the King of Wands, the 6 of Cups. Yeah, so I do feel like he was thinking about, that is thinking about the circling back, with the 6 of Cups. It's like, do I return to this? And what if I wanna return to this? You know, if I don't reach out, have I burned a bridge? Like, if eventually, if I ever did want to reconnect with what I said, if I don't correct it now, would it look bad later? Or what I just feel like he's off, and so I do feel like you were on his mind, um, you know, um, again, kind of the stuff we were thinking about. I feel like today the adult is thinking. Yesterday, it feels like the child was a lot in charge, yesterday. Uh, so interesting. So I feel like that. Yeah, right? So, um, yeah, let's ask a quick question here, as well on that. So, because of what he said yesterday, so now that he's in his adult mind again, what does he feel about that friend the child comment? Yeah, now that he has had time to think here, still 2 of swords, I feel like this is the power of the story. Over time, that story can change, that's coming in. Yeah. Yeah, it is this, and yeah, the Queen of Wands, because I feel like the Queen of Wands would be, you know, if that's something that his partner would desire, then he would reconsider it, energy, because I feel like that's really what it is, but, you know, when a little child is thinking about it, they're like, "I don't want children," it's like, "Gross." That's what a little kid would say. "When are you gonna have a boyfriend?" "No, gross, they got cooties." It's almost kind of that energy, but, yeah, I mean, if he comes back around, around it, then he would be an energy of, um, you know, "I was being stupid." I mean, how else can you go about it, right? "I was just being stupid." Um, I I wasn't remembering things, I wasn't in my right mind, I was somewhere else and, blah, 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 and I do, I do want children, I do, want this, I do want that, at the right time, blah, 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 whatever, kind of energy, so I definitely see that. Alright. So, and then we'll jump into these other ones real quick here. Hey, Jojo, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. You'll be number 13, once we get, when we get around to there. So I am good. I hope you're good. All right. So you don't plan on being on social media for a while when it comes to posting. So what will his thoughts be about that? So based on current energies, all right. Yeah, I feel like he's kind of thinking the 7 of cups, 5 of wands, that, you know, this situation that you're feeling a lot of different emotions. 5 of wands is a bit conflicted, conflict energy. Um, yeah, and then I feel like, they'll think, "Oh, you're not on there because of drama," and, that you're working through your emotions. And that you'll be back once you're solid again with that 10 of pentacles, the 4 of pentacles, that you'll return when you're feeling, um, grounded, you know? So I feel like he knows that enough about you that's okay. I don't feel like there's judgment or concern, from them because they know you're strong. I don't feel like they fear that, "Oh god," she's harmed herself or anything like that. I feel like they're like, "Oh, okay." I feel like he notices because I feel like is a little concerned that, he didn't handle it, uh, you know, as well as he could have if he was planning to communicate something, not reacting, he would have handled it different. So I still feel like he has one eye just to make sure you're okay, you know? And then, anything else you can see regarding his thoughts and feelings about you? All right. Yeah. All right. So, anything else we can know about his thoughts about you based on current energies and anything we can on feelings? All right. All right. So, thoughts. We do have the King of Cups. You know, there is this energy. I mean, his thoughts, I feel he is thinking about, all the things that are compatible because the King of Cups is this wonderful balance between head and heart. So I do feel like his brain is what we're talking about here is they're analyzing and going, wow, the way you approach things, the way you say things, the way you know, um, you don't overreact in conversations and things. Like you didn't tell him where he could put his something or other and bye, I feel like, they still are like, wow, you're just so balanced and you're just, um, so I feel like they were looking at, think about the things that are very compatible, right? Um, yeah. And of course the thoughts right now have to do with the tower energy of the suddenness of it and the actions with the ace of wands, this energy that's coming in. And, you know, and I feel like they're thinking here, because this is how they feel or they would fear. The 5 of Pentacles is this feeling of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold. The 9 of Pentacles is being alone kind of energy, you know, that's coming in there. Um, there is this energy here that they're kind of concerned about, that their actions of this are creating that because that's why they don't wanna feel that for themselves, and they don't wanna do that to others, and then they're like, oh, this is what I did," kind of thing. Um, I do feel like why he thinks the balancing is so good there is, um And I do feel like it has to do with childhood, that a lot of what they experienced was unstable relationships. Let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. And that's why, you know, they're kind of like, wow, kind of taken aback because a lot of when usually when humans get wounded, they're not like, stop. It's usually like, ow, you hurt me, not, you know, a calm response, and so it just shows your stability, or that you're a sociopath, could be either one. Yeah. So interesting there. Let's see what the emotions are here. Uh, yeah, Nine of Cups, still the emotions. The heart still sees you as like a this dream come true kind of energy that's there. The Four of Cups, you know, the emotional, a bit of both, probably, right? Page of Pentacles. Yeah, the heart is like, what about going back again and another chance in the future? And then they have the hermit energy coming in here too. But yeah, and then the other dream come true energy that comes in here. And the Three of Wands, about a new direction, approach us in a new direction in the future. So, it was a mental choice. It wasn't an emotional choice, of what's going on. And we've talked about that, you know, that's what happens. We definitely have these triggers that, kick in and the mind takes over and it tries to protect the heart and then we do all sorts of stupid things. So, yeah, I definitely feel like it's their heart still is there, but the heart is silenced, it's muted and it is not allowed to act because that's probably the heart that said the things to you about, "I want children, I like to wait, because I want emotional connection." And the mind's like, "I don't know what you're talking about." Oh, that was probably the heart saying that stuff. Why are you gonna believe them? Horrid, horrid. Alright, let's take a look here and see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. What else can you know here? It's like, what can, a voodoo doll? How to create a voodoo doll? I didn't remember that card in this this packet. But you have number 9, outside my window. And the medium is painting. Time commitment is 20 minutes. And the goal is to see familiar things from a new perspective. Interesting. So I got a tickle in my throat. So this can help with increasing awareness, relieving stress, and promoting relaxation and soothing anxiety. So it says, begin by creating a light sketch of what you see outside your window. Use a pencil, and instead of focusing on details, focus on sketching the bigger shapes. And then use paint or watercolors to add the color you see. Instead of adding details, paint broad blocks of color. So kind of doing this like this. And then your explorative questions are, did this exercise help you experience a familiar view in a new way? Was it difficult not to add extra details? And are there places in your life where you feel stuck and might want to look at in a new way? Yeah. But I like that. Don't get lost in the detail. look at the broad strokes of what they're saying, what's going on. We start to dissect it without knowing a lot of what's really going on over there, right? And we're like, where I can where I can find the detail is in me, right? I can look inside me and go, "Why am I feeling this way? Let me get to the root of that. Why am I reacting this way? Let me get to the root of that." And we can look at those for ourselves, right? So, hopefully that helps a little bit there, May. So, hang in there, my dear. It's always for us. For some reason, somehow, here, I'm gonna give you one of these Power of Surrender too. I'm neurodivergent. Oh, right? Yeah, I like that. But I feel like it will help, and like you said, you got that book, The Presence Process, and so is you. It's a great time to reflect on those and see what we've got, going in there. Got the surrender defensiveness. Hiya! Says defensiveness is a sign of weakness. To communicate is a more empowered way. Stay centered and hear someone out, then offer a clear, non defensive response. I love that because you communicated in an empowered way, right? I know. You stayed centered and you heard someone out, and then you offered a clear, non defensive response. So I love that. This is more of an affirmation for you and more of you know, a uh, confirmation that they were on the defensive, not, in this space. So I like that. Bong, bong. All right. So many blessings to you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations, and let me know what you think of that book when you start into it. No expectations, just uh, if you feel like it, because I might need to look that one up again. Yeah, isn't it crazy? I love them. I love them. I love them. All right, my dear. Well, hang in there. Thank you again so much. Crazy craziness. All right. And then up next, we do have Marilyn. Marilyn, 23740 is for yours. It's right next to you. All right. Michael Brown, right next to you. All right. So, Marilyn, thank you so much for your donation. And you want to know, how did ADJ feel and think about our lunch today? Oh, good. I'm glad you went. Are there any disappointments? Okay. Of course, from their point of view, right, you would know if you had any. So, how did ADJ feel? How did they feel? What did they think? Oh, big thinkers, huh? About lunch. All right. And then were they disappointed? Anything like that? You're like, correct. Correct. All right. All right. So feelings about lunch today. All right. Well, they do have the Page of Wands, which, so that is a heightened kind of fiery energy, passion energy, attraction kind of energy. So that's a positive sign. That's not a negative, um, energy. And the Six of Swords, clarity, emotional clarity. The Six of Swords is about moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like they were a bit nervous, but now I feel like they feel more calm. I feel like it, um, a little more excitement, uh, and again, movement, like their emotions that were kind of just feel calm now. So it's a positive sign there. And 6 cards for thinking. We got 3 sets of 2. So let's see what their thoughts were. All right. Well, they do have, the Ace of Wands is about taking action, uh, and the Lover's card is partnership, relationship energy, right? So I do feel like their thoughts were like giving them a green light for go. Like this is their mind, not their heart. Their mind is going, all right, I feel like this is something I want to pursue, energy, if that resonates there for you. Um, 7 of Wands, the Empress. Yep. So I feel like they were seen here. The 7 of Wands is about being true to one's authentic self. And I feel like their thoughts towards you on this and towards the lunch was that I feel like we were ourselves. And the Empress energy is again birthing, creation energy. Um, feels, it's more emotional based because the Empress gets all 4 energy from all 4 queens of the minor arcana. So, 1 part air, 1 part earth, 1 part fire, 1 part water, but then all queens behind the scenes get a second portion of that's water. So that's 5 cups water and then, 1 fire, 1 earth, 1 air. So I do feel like there is that kind of energy that's there. And I feel very positive energies with this because it is feeling like a sun shining bright. Again, birthing energy, nurturing energy through it. So it feels like it went really well from their standpoint. Um, yeah, and the Queen of Cups. Wow. So Queen of Cups and the 10 of Cups. A lot of emotional energy, a lot of joy energy with this 10 of Cups. Um, and of course, that's relationship energy too. So it feels like their thoughts were really focused on that, and it still feels like everything seemed, good with all this here. I mean, this was a date, right? You're like, I don't know that. No, this wasn't supposed to be that kind of meeting. If it is, then it looks really good. If this was a date, because there's a lot of positive emotional energy. Depend unless you're like, no, I don't want a stalker. Then that's different. But I feel like this is positive. Let's see here. Any disappointments? No, well, no, not here. We got 2 sets of cards. This first one here, oh, it's not a date. But then it feels very positive, very emotionally positive, very much about, you know, things working out, together with someone and feeling like, there's this, it doesn't have to be like romantic energy, but, positive emotional energy that's here all the way around here. I mean, it feels peaceful, it feels joyful, it feels wanting to do this. A future friend, okay, yeah. So this definitely feels that kind of energy, right? And yeah, perfect compatible person, and the Wheel of Fortune coming in here too. So, which is for me. So I feel like it is this, um, like they thought, oh, this is perfect. Yeah, and victory, energy of the World card, and the Knight of Wands too, which is fiery movement, um, positive energy. And I feel like with this Knight of Wands, it's, this great energy of, you know, I feel like they feel like you're someone who will want to do stuff. Because I feel like what they really wanted, and for a future friend is I want someone that wants to do new things and try new things and go new places and do different things. I'm tired of being cooped up at home and people just wanting to watch TV or do this or do that. I wanna get out and do stuff, you know? And I feel like they're, like, ready for some new adventures, ready to someone, and they're hoping maybe you wanna travel, because they don't like traveling alone, but they're like, "Maybe you wanna go do stuff," you know, as well, and so it feels very good, feels very positive. Like I said, I was almost like, "Wow, are they is this a date?" I know, uh, but it feels like a good energy, coming in there. It's not a, you know, "Uh-oh, they're gonna stalk me now." It feels very like they felt you guys would get along great and you have a lot in common, and you're someone that they would like to, do things with, and not worry about, like, "Oh god, are you gonna get us arrested?" How did you feel, though? What is this? Ephemeral arrangement, number 73. And this is mixed media, 45 minutes commitment to increase self reflection and mindfulness. This can help explore your aesthetic tastes and feelings, increasing happiness and tapping into memories. So, ephemeral art is not meant to last forever. Take a walk outside and find items from nature that you connect to. Set your items on your desk or in a nearby area, such as a windowsill, arranging them in an aesthetically pleasing way. Then ask yourself, what are some things I've enjoyed in the moment that don't last forever? I like this reminder, of course, that humans, you know, sometimes we have relationships that last forever, some that are last for a season, some that's for a day. And I feel like this person's in your life for a season, because of all this, that it doesn't last forever. Nothing really does. I mean, we die as humans, right? But to keep that in mind. Um, it says when you can your explorative questions are when you consider that this artwork is not permanent, how do you feel? When you think of things you've enjoyed that don't last forever, what feelings come up? And how could this art process encourage your mindfulness? So we get to enjoy who someone is in the moment, and that's a great energy to have, right? um, so hopefully that helps. But that's what they got for you, Marilyn. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right, and we got Blueberry in the house. Hey, we'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 16 when we get to that. You're very welcome, Marilyn. You deserve to have a fun friend in your life right now. All right. So we'll continue down here. So just let everyone know we have AKA up next, and then Chelsea, and then we've got Ruby G, and then Delcy Joy, then Sonic Racing, then Phoenix Oracle, and then JoJo. JoJo, if you're awake, I don't see a question yet from you, just in case, because sometimes they do, of course, remove those. So cheers, cheers. Those are getting hot. I don't know why I suddenly have. Well, I know because we're having storms come in. Tomorrow's supposed to we have a heat advisory and then a week of possible rain. Thank God. Cheers, cheers. So I have an inner barometer that starts going off when weather changes coming. In fact, one time in Texas, storms already came in your area. um, I was out on a camping trip. Not a camping trip. It was like I think we went to camp overnight, and we ended up just laying around a campfire. Some people had tents, but a lot of us just ended up just laying around the campfire. And in the middle of the night, I woke up, I looked at the sky, and I just was like, and someone woke up and looked at me, and I said, rain. And they're like, what? I go, rain. And I yelled it, and everybody got up and started rushing to the cars. It wasn't raining yet, but as soon as we got stuff in, downpour. And it was funny. Um, it was funny that could sense that something was coming. Anyway. All right. So let's take a look here. So, AKA, let's get your 250, 250. Exactly is your timestamp. I know. Isn't that really cool? But now I sense all the storms coming. All right. So, you want to know, what can spirit tell you about your spiritual gifts? What are they? How can you develop and expand them? All right. Well, I do have a podcast called The Easier Path. If I told you this already, my apologies, but we just finished up a little 6 video series on expanding our spiritual gifts, and uh, including our empathic abilities. So if you want to check that out, it starts off with the Empathic's Heart Song. So this is the first one, and then it's the other 5 after it too. You love seeing all the different shirts, right? I love my t-shirts. I know I don't this is me dressing up these days since we started working from home, right? All right. So let's see here. What can spirit tell you about your spiritual gifts? And we do talk about a lot of stuff around spiritual gifts in those videos about, that we all have access to every spiritual gift, but there's some that are more um, come more easily to us based on our astrology, and that's why we choose certain, like when to be born, because we have access to certain things at certain times more easily because of our, like I have a Pisces moon and a stellium in Pisces, and a grand trine in water and another trine in water creates a kite. There's all this stuff that comes in um, just with our astrology alone that allows us. And we were talking earlier with Debbie O. If you want to check out her reading earlier, we talked about one of her spiritual gifts that comes through because she's a Cancer moon and a water moon, about transmuting emotion. And there's just amazing things, and we have access to everything, but some do come to us more easily because of that. But someone could work hard in developing, and opening up their spiritual gifts and etc. And so how we can expand them. Yeah. The bottom of the deck, you have the Lover's card, emotional choice. Let's see how you can expand them here. You get the 3 of Swords, letting go of expectations, kind of clearing out the blocks in the heart, which is what we talk about in the video too. Um, Using them, and once you know what they are, right, using them like tarot, and channeling through card readings. Um, like in the beginning, it was good. Um, because I was doing it here and there for friends and for myself. Then as I started doing it more often, it's like building a muscle, right? And then for what is it, almost 4 years now, going live, I used to go live every night, um, 7 days a week, I think. And then, of course, that was when it was like I was on an hour at a time or whatever. Now that I'm on like 7 or 8 hours, doing it 5 days a week is like a full-time job. But, the doing so many readings and building that muscle, that's when it just becomes right? An imposter. Yeah. And the more you use it, the more you do it, and the more you clear out your emotional pipeline, and you start developing which voice is your human side, and which is spirit. Because when we have the noise, if we're in lower vibration, we hear a noise, we don't hear spirit clearly, we hear every 10th word. That's why some people that are lower vibration, that you're like, "How are they doing tarot?" That they're like, "Well, they even a clock is right, a broken clock is right twice a day." But there's that awareness. The more we raise our love energy and vibration, the more clearly, because that's where spirit speaks. So the more we turn down our fear noise, we remove things out of our life, the more it rises and the more, it gets there too. So, when we're talking about developing, expanding them, using them, um, and and clearing out that emotional pipeline is so huge. And we talk again, a lot of it, we go in more deep detail in that podcast series, um, and provide a lot of tools and different information on how to do those things. So I feel like they're kind of pointing to that. Let's see here. Of course, we want to know what are some of your spiritual gifts. They're not going to tell you all right away. You have the Six of Wands. So there is this movement of energy. Six of Wands, you can picture it as three wands and three wands, which is like a conduit and this movement of energy. And so I feel like one of your spiritual gifts that comes to you easily that you could really expand upon, it's it's like I would say it's almost and this is the example they used earlier, is almost like Tai Chi energy where but this is fire, not emotional energy. This is spiritual energy, chi energy almost, like where you can take energy, with permission of someone's higher self, and you're able to move it and transform it, raise it up, and then give it back. And that helps build their energy. It helps charge and cleanse like their chakra systems, their meridians, their auras. So I feel like you have that kind of energy work available to you and start on yourself, start with friends. Not, yeah, maybe similar to it, but it's more an energy of, where Reiki is more, it is kind of movement of energy, but that's kind of focused in on like healing and helping a physical body release, it does release emotional blocks, I believe, and chakra blocks. So it can definitely be that, but I talk about, humans, we try to put names to things and then restrictions come and rules and then we shrink things, right? That's our human nature is to shrink it, right? To understand it, we got to put it in a box instead of saying there's no wrong way to do it. Um, because it's going to come from a place of unconditional love, not from an ego place. Um, because that's what's amazing. We talk about this in the videos too, is real spiritual gifts. When we're in higher vibration, they're expansive. When we're in lower vibration, it's restrictive. So we can't do a whole lot, right? Yeah. Oh, not at all. So I like this that because your analytical Gemini mind also is a playful, curious, explorative, experimental mind too, which is what you can do. Like I didn't know anything about Reiki and everything when I first had energy come through and I sent it to someone because they had a migraine, and that even their, medicine wasn't touching, and I just was like, I my heart was like, "Oh, I feel so bad for them," and I felt whoosh, like I felt this power come into me, and all my hair was standing up all the way from my head, not well, I mean, like fire starter, but you just felt like, "Whoa," and I asked them, it was just a chat for this year. It was a way back, like decades ago, where we didn't have cameras and everything. It was just chat in this international chat room, and I was private, privately chatting with them and ask them, "Well, do you believe in this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm open to it." And I'm like and I just put my hand on the monitor and I just felt whoosh. And then 2 minutes later, their migraine was gone, right? And it was like, "Whoa, what was that?" And then I started doing it for people that were just having shoulder pain and, different things, and it was just when you don't know the rules, then you just can grow and do things that people think you can't do because you don't know any better. Or you're not listening to other people's restrictions, right? Because ritual and doing things does help our physical body, our physical human bring the spiritual into the physical world. We don't need it, but it helps. But it can become a hindrance too, right? So it's important to know that. But you have this energy of flowing energy and moving energy in whatever way you want to experiment with. So I like that. And then you have the chariot, which is this is movement and this is emotional energy too. So they're bringing in here, you do have the ability to expand. You can do it with fire energy, spiritual energy. You can do it with emotional energy as well with the chariot. And with the chariot, again, power of choice, you can actually take it into mind, because this is all about mental, emotional, energetic, and physical. You can move it into any of those areas. So again, there's no restriction, and you have this capacity. And this is talking about your natural gifts that you have where, you know, it, doesn't, um, it doesn't take a whole lot of extra effort to just start with it, right? You even have the moon card underneath there. Do you have a water moon? Because this is what we were talking about with Cancer moon earlier, and this is a confirmation for me, everything I was mentioning, because we did talk about that where we can do that energy and move it, and change, directions and different things as well. So I like it. Um, so I like that. Um, let's see what this here. So we were talking here, a Taurus moon. Well, it is Venus love energy, but earthy sensory energy. Maybe you do have a lot of water in your chart, or uh, it can be, but I do definitely feel with the moon there's emotional energy, and uh, you might, something that influences the use of your energy, and maybe a Scorpio rising. Oh, well, there you go, a boom. But they got, the moon changes signs every 2 to 3 days that, because it changes elements, that using the moon energy, um, to focus the energy in that kind of place, right? Because every sign the moon is in, there's energy around it, and try using the moon as it's like amplification, right? Oh, good. Yeah, so definitely, develop a relationship with Mother Moon. She's an entity, and she will help, and she will grant you, and, you can say, like, whatever, moon energy is going on at the time. If it's a fire moon, then you can focus on spiritual, sparky fire energy and move that energy. On a water moon, when it's in a water moon for 2 or 3 days, use it for emotional work. You don't have to restrict it, go only do that on those days, but know on those days, you have that extra gift to connect with Mother Moon and bring the energy through with that too. So I love that. As far as um, developing and expanding them, like we're talking about with the 7 of Cups, you do have, you know, clearing away the emotional pipeline, having as much high vibration emotion as possible, gratitude, play, unconditional love, of course, joy, those energies help empower, and it's the powerful energy. So when you're doing energy work, it feels like a lot here. You can do that. You can move those energies more. Yeah, 5 of cups. Yeah, again, movement of emotional energy. Yeah, and then letting go of a lot of mindsets that don't serve us. Try to stay out of your head with the rules, like we were talking about, that we can get restrictive. That's why, and no offense meant towards Reiki at all. They use symbols, and when I did 3 levels of Reiki, and when I went to, well, no, 2, right? Because the 3rd one is the master, I think. And when I talked to the Reiki master that I was doing it remotely with, I was like, I don't know if I wanna become a master because I don't know if I'm, like, committed to doing these symbols. I don't feel like I need them. And they go, "I don't either." And I was like, "What?" They go, "Yeah, this is just an introduction, right?" Um, yeah, I like that, and so that can be restrictive. And he was like, "I agree that it can become like, 'Oh, I didn't do my symbols right, it doesn't work.'" He goes, "It's not that, it's intention. It's all about intention. That's our power. Whatever we push our energy toward is what happens, not, 'Oh, I didn't dot the I. Oh, it didn't work.'" He's like, "It's not like that." But that's what can happen when we, get into, those things. Yeah, and the 2 of Wands, your power of energetic choice, the 2 of Swords, the power of your story, and the Page of Pentacles. Yeah, about our self-worth kind of energy, that kinda comes in here too. So, there is this, realizing and stepping into our power, that one, realizing that my gifts don't define my worth, my gifts flow through me because of who I feel I am. And that's why, like, when I think you mentioned it, well, maybe I'm doubting myself. Yeah. That's what fear does, right? When we're doubting our worth and we are defining ourselves by the outside world, then that's what we do. So we start, um, and again, I don't mean to keep saying it, but we do talk a lot about all this stuff in the podcast, in those episodes. So just know you're going to hear those things again, and presented in a way that we're developing our worth. We're getting a foundation of our worth in here, and we're remembering we're a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, and um, we're filling up and overflowing, and we're becoming these conduits. Every gift is channeling love energy. It's just, is it coming through the mind, through the heart, through our spiritual energy, or through the physical world? What are we doing? How are we doing it? And it's how we're expressing it, and that's what it comes in, right? Yeah, yeah, let me know, and if you have any additional questions, of course, I mentioned that in the podcast, you can send me an email or you can comment on the video, and I'll see those, and I'll respond, to those as well. Yeah, you work every day with your emotional stability and mindsets. Yeah, it's human, right? It's a daily grind. But that's all the thing, is we return back to, the power of who we are in higher vibration. That becomes our norm instead of what we're taught to focus in on, going those directions too. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. If you listen to the end of my podcast, at the end, I'm like, yeah, let me know if you have any questions. Here's my email. And my email is always down in the description area of the videos too. So I like it. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a tidbit. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. Yeah, I love that. We are an extension and an expression of source, We are all one. I like this. Number 10, make art anywhere. The medium is painting, a 20-minute to an hour commitment. The goal is to see familiar things from a new perspective. This can help you with increasing awareness, relieving stress, and promoting relaxation and soothing anxiety. So it says take your materials to an outdoor spot with a view. Begin by using a pencil to create a light sketch of the scene, and then add watercolor to the page to capture the colors around you. And then after watercolor dries, you can draw with pen to add more detail if you like. So this is the example they give here. I don't know if you can really see it clearly there, but that's it. And then explorative questions are, how does it feel to pause in nature long enough to create a small painting? And did you notice this outdoor place in a new way? And what changed? And would you do this art practice again? Why or why not? I like it. So, crunch, crunch, crunch. So that's what they got, AKA. Thank you again for your donation. You are very welcome. Yeah. And I love it that we just do things naturally, right? Because, like when I would meditate, I imagine like this giant white field or sea of white energy, and I'd bring it down. And then I felt a giant green, emerald, jade, you know, energy field down below me, and I'd bring it up and I would intertwine them. And when I went with a friend of mine to drive up her to Denver because she was getting a treatment, I think from a Reiki master. And she wanted me to go because she said, I don't know how I'm going to feel on the way back. So if you can drive, I'm like, yeah, I'll go with you. And he was like, "Yeah, do you wanna do this too?" And I'm like, "Well, if you want if you don't mind, you know?" And I said, "Well, this is what I do when I do energy." He goes, "Yeah, that's kind of a standard energetic practice." And he was like, looking at me like, "You've never done any Reiki?" "Well, not in this lifetime." He was like, "Huh." So there's things you naturally do from other lifetimes too that you bring in, so I like it. Fun, fun. I'm excited for this adventure for you, AKA. Yeah. So it's like you have this intuition from other lifetimes and you just know this knowing. So I like it. I like it. I like it. All right. So I'm excited to see what unfolds here for you. All right. Let me get caught up on the chat here and we will get back into the readings here. All right. So I did those. And we got Donna Marie in the house. Hello. Hello. Good to see you. We got Sean G. Hey. Good to see you, Sean. I do see your Cash App, so you'll be number 14 on the donation list. All right. And then Jojo, I see the flamingo. So, little aura read. All right. Yeah, we will put that on there. So we got you. You are number 13. And Maria P's in the house. Hey, hey. So we will get you onto the free readings. That would be number 17 on the free readings once we get there. All right. So I think we're all caught up there. We got this one here. All right. And then Maria, I do see you just had a PayPal come through. So we'll get you added on to the donations. You'll be number 15 as well. All right. I think I am caught up. I do believe so. All right. So we will move on here. So Chelsea, you are up 31403 is yours. And we did have your question down here. So Chelsea, thank you so much for your donation. So you just found out you lost a really close friend. Oh, you know, sort of tough for us that are left behind for sure. You want to reach out to your manager to let her know and ask for some days off, but you feel bad since I'm still new to the role. So, how honest should I be? Like, it's my grandma, my eighth grandma that passed. And what will her reaction be? She can come off as a little cold. All right. Yeah, I like it. It's funny here in this iPad, it actually has a suggested reply to you here, which I'm like, oh, look at that. Because it says, man, that sucks so bad. I'm really sorry to hear about your friend. And it says here, I think being honest is usually the way to go, even if you're new. Something simple like, I need to take a certain number of days off due to a personal loss, and I wanted to let you know. It says most decent managers will understand, even if they seem cold sometimes. Wow. It's like AI is channeling spirit now. All right, let's see what this says here. So that was so fitting. I thought I would share it with you. So let's see here. What will her reaction be? All right. Well, like at the bottom of the deck, I mean, you do have the Wheel of Fortune. You also have the 10 of Wands, which is the energy in which you go into it, of course. Like if you go in with the belief she can be cold, then you're going to get coldness, right? If you go in with an energy of gratitude, focus on the times when she wasn't, and where you saw compassion or you sense compassion and go, I'm grateful that they have that heart, right? And that they understand. Um, so how honest should you be? Yeah, I mean, here's death, right? Death is death. And the high priestess, I mean, this is high priestess is from the heart and intuition, and of course go with your gut. But I like this just saying, I've you know, I need to take this time off due to a personal loss. And um if not even if, just I would like to request to take some time off because I have had a personal loss. And, they'll be like, "Well, we don't have bereavement yet," or maybe you do have, it kicks in right away. Um, they might have something available already, for you, as an employee, and 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 I feel like they'll be understanding here. Well, let's see here. What will her reaction be? Yeah, Ace of Cups. The emotions kick in, right? We have the 7 of Wands and the Moon card. Yeah, this mother moon energy comes in, you know, um, so here's that mothering energy. We also have the 7 of Wands here, which is I feel like they appreciate you being honest and not dimming your light, not, defending or whatever, that you're just letting them know and you're being honest. And the Knight of Wands, I feel like you're able to take action on it, energy here. But I definitely feel like honesty is the policy. Like if she asks, "Well, I'm sorry, I know da 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 da, it's a sad thing and everything. Is it like a relative or?" Because I feel like they're asking for purposes of like, is it paid time off or not? Because sometimes certain companies, I know we did, they had certain fit a certain category. They actually gave you 3 days paid off leave to attend a funeral and to, all that kind of stuff. Um, so I feel like being honest with it And even like, well, they weren't a relative, but they were like a brother to me, or they were like a sister to me, and because I didn't have my family, um, because my mother and father passed, earlier, and but I feel like she will respond from her heart there, with that Ace of Cups and the Moon energy there. So hopefully that helps, Chels. Um, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, we got here. Surrender the idea you can fix someone. It says it's time for a relationship to shift. It doesn't work to try to fix someone. Each person must be accountable for his or her own healing. And I feel like this is, in a way, regarding your boss, since this is what your question was about, is I don't need to fix her. She gets to be herself, because maybe she had a lot of loss in her life. And maybe that's why she comes across as cold, because she feels like she has to keep a wall up. But I feel like talking about this and being vulnerable, I feel like you'll see a different side of her. So hopefully that helps there, Chels. All right. So hang in there, and many blessings to you. I'll sending you lots of love. All right. And then we have Ruby G 32101. So Ruby, here's your timestamp here. And thank you for your donation. You want to know, are you likely to have success with a GoFundMe? All right. So based on current energies, all right, what do we have here? You've got the Five of Wands. It's interesting. You also have the Three of Cups on the bottom here, which it feels like the people who would respond are most likely friends and family. Not a lot of strangers would, like people that don't know you. And so I feel like that's important to know. You have the Strength card. You have this. It does put you out visibly, because this is that Leo energy of it does put you out into the public energy. And I don't feel like that's a warning or like a blessing, just information. Like, just be aware, it does put you out there. And the King of Swords. There's something about changing the story of things here. Let's see, underneath it, are we going to get a Wands energy here? No, because I feel like they wanted to say here, oh, we had the Five of Wands, but it's our change of energy. We'd have better, because it's not what we do, it's the energy with which we do things. And it feels like if I change my energy for gratitude, um, for what I do have and have had, that will change things more than a GoFundMe kind of energy it feels here. Because the Eight of Cups underneath the energy, it's about walking away from emotions that don't serve us anymore and being true to our authentic self energy in a different creative way with the Three of Pentacles, you know, um, which if it's like family or friends that would be the ones that would end up giving to the GoFundMe, it's almost like there's this, energy of, if I need help, then maybe I can just let my friends know that, and then we don't have to pay. I don't know if GoFundMe charges fees or something too, where they take a portion of what you're getting, but you'd get more of it, by asking directly. And I know that's more vulnerable. Um, but I feel like the bottom of the deck, we have the Five of Pentacles, which is these fears of lack, of not having enough, not being enough, being left behind, being left out in the cold. And it feels like there's different ways. And if we transform the energy from lack to gratitude for what is and what has have had, that would change, that would change the situation. It would draw things to you. So take that as you will. You do have here surrender low self esteem is your fortune cookie. Beautiful flower. It says you deserve success, love, and abundance. Set an intention to identify and release any remnants of low self esteem. And that's where the lack energy would come in from, right? All right. So I feel like that is what they have there for you. And so you don't really have friends that could help, and I can't share with family for safety right now. But the GoFundMe would put it out there. Maybe that's what they were saying. It would put you out there in front of everyone. So if it would be just your family and friends who'd be the ones that would help, then this kind of you kind of answered your own question there, right? Then okay, well that means no, don't do it. I know, right? Well, it's solutions, not judgment, you know? And we can many of us can relate, so not to worry, not to worry. Alrighty. So that's what they got for you, Ruby G. And then I do have you on the free list, I do believe. I do believe. Yes. You're number 12 on the free readings once we circle back around for those. All right, we'll continue on here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. So we got 32618 for Delcy Joy. So Delcy, good to see you. Here's your timestamp. And I do have your right here, right? Yes. So thank you for your donation via Zcash app. And I do have your questions. So you want to know about for success with the GPL-1 for A1C, for lowering your A1C and weight. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, I know. I've been attempting to lose weight, and my doc, one of my the specialists I saw was, this is available. They're really pushing that these days, aren't they? But let's take a look here and see based on current energy. Of course, disclaimer: I'm not a licensed medical professional. See the disclaimer down in the, the stream chat, right? See here. So, how will it help here for A1C, and how would it help for weight here, and what else they'd like you to know? Yeah, and we do have here, we got the 3 of Cups on the bottom, which is joy and celebration. Feels like it would be a joyful result. Let's see here, specifically for A1C. Yeah, it feels here with the 4 of Swords, that is a balancing energy, brings peace of mind. And the Page of Cups, happy, happy energy. So it does feel like it would help with the A1C. And then weight, we got the Empress and the Death card. It won't, it's not going to kill you, but it does. The Empress is this energy of abundance and uh, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. And so I do feel like there is this, like it's a death and a rebirth energy. Feel like it really does change things here. Yeah, and we've got here something else that would help with all this. At the root is the 9 of Swords. So the Magician card is your ability to focus your energy into what your fears are. So there is stress. This is part of, the what impacts our physical bodies. Because when we're in like perpetual fight or flight mode, which our society and until we get a change of mindset and we begin focusing in on gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and play and higher vibration, we're drawn into fear a lot, right, in the outside world. And when our little inner child feels unsafe and out of control and uncomfortable, it sends us into fight or flight mode, which, um, in that survival mode, our body's digestive system shuts down, our, immune system shuts down, our, metabolism is impacted and all these other things with our body to prepare us to run like hell or fight, to try to get to safety and to stop from being killed. And so that keeps us in this, you know, uh, perpetual because we have more emotional monsters that we're afraid of than the physical, true, bodily dangers kind of energy that comes in. So I like that. So hopefully that helps. I feel like it can help that too. That's part of our helping our bodies when it feels safe. It runs at such a wonderful thing in its self healing. So it's important with all that too. But it seems like it would be helpful based on those energies. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Yeah, I like this. It's surrender your desire to control people. And it says, being over controlling can sabotage relationships. To more effectively achieve your goals, back off, regroup, and give the situation some breathing room. So you can take that as you will regarding this as well. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And Ruby G, thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 16 on the donation list for clarification. All right. Give that a love and a like since I know it's on the list. All right. And I'll circle back around for that here in a sec. All right. So Sonic Racing, you're up 331.41 is your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And you want to know what is the relationship between your two people on your mind? You're curious if they are even dating. They are online friends, and it looks like they had a fight or broke up. Oh, ooh, oh. Let's take a look. So, what is the relationship between the two people? And you wanted to know here, are they even dating? Okay, we'll do that here. And then have they had a fight or broken up? All right. So, what's the relationship between the two? Yeah, there is romantic energy with the Knight of Cups being there and the Ace of Cups, energy there. A little bit of quest of self-love energy, but, I mean, the Knight of Cups does say that there was or is romance between them. Let's see here. Are they dating? Got the Six of Pentacles, the Five of Swords. Well, Five of Swords is conflict. The Six of Pentacles is kind of a codependency relationship. So I do feel like that is a yes, but it feels like off and on. So it kind of feels like they are and they're not, and they are and they're not, and they are and they're not. It's like the the little scales of the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, sometimes, but then sometimes not, and then sometimes not. Have they had a recent breakup? And we'll see here about the breakups. Yeah, Eight of Wands, Five of Cups, but then the Ace of Swords again. Yeah, so, I feel like this is normal for them. Five of Cups is sorrow, lower vibrational energy, which would represent a breakup. Eight of Wands is still a lot of passion, still a lot of, fire energy between them. And with the Ace of Swords, it does feel like, that there's new communication has restarted between them again because it feels like it's a repetitive cycle. Even on the bottom of the deck, yeah, we've got, oh yeah, the Chariot too, and the Three of Swords. Yeah, so first of all, the 10 of Wands, which is an energy changing of energy from burden to abundance, abundance back to burden, and I just feel like that's the change energy that goes back and forth. With the Knight of Wands and the Chariot, that's a lot of movement. Knight of Wands, especially a lot of passion, energy that, comes in there, and, even with on this, this just confirms it for me too, that we have the Three of Swords, which is heartbreak, but then we have the Six of Cups, which is the return back of someone from the past. It just feels like a cycle that goes on between them, that they, you know, ebb and flow into each other's life. They're drawn together, they get close, but that codependent energy where someone feels they're overgiving and the other person feels like they can't keep up, and so they back off, and then there's this argument and battle, and then there's this breakup, and then they come back together again when things cool off, and they head back into it. Just been a repeating cycle for a little bit, it feels. So hopefully that helps. See what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. Yeah, surrender stress. It says, take a few deep breaths and exhale the tension you've built up in your body. Let the stress go as you come back to center. I like it. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Ruby, let me get your question here. I'll get it onto your donation here. Anything spirit has to say. All right. There we go. I gotcha. All right, and then up next, we have Phoenix of Oracle Healing, 33636. Look at that. What a timestamp. All right. Oops, wrong direction. There we go. All right, so you don't know what's the potential between you and OV. How does he feel about you? What are his intentions? All right, we'll take a look here. All right, so what's the potential based on current energies between you and OV? All right. Then what does he feel about you? What does he feel about you? Okay, got those. Gonna also add in here, what does he think about you? Just because our heart feels a certain way, but our mind is the one that can try to control the heart. So it can help us understand kind of the two entities that are battling within us or jointly moving us towards somewhere. It helps us understand the energies. So we'll look at that too. And then what are their intentions? All right. It looks like their underlying energy with the devil card, they're a bit in their head about things in their life in general. It feels like they're in this kind of shaking up, trying to figure out what they want in life. So they're kind of coming from that standpoint, not specifically towards you. Oh my goodness. Oh so sorry. I've been yawning the last few days. I think it's because of the air quality out here right now. Got to breathe deeper. Maybe not. All right. Sound like an old man. What's happening to me? All right. So, uh, let's see here. What is the potential? You got the King of Swords. Yeah, see, here's they're very much in their head. King of Swords rules over the mind. They get a second portion, all the kings do of swords. So he's the master of thinking. So, they're very much thinking about it. That's like the devil card reimagined there. Got the Four of Wands, which there is happy. It's a marriage card energy, so we have that in there. what's interesting because you got the Queen of Swords too. So we got divine pair here, divine masculine, divine feminine, divine partnership. So the potential for you guys to be together is it feels like there's something going here because maybe, this means that you also are of the mind, but the queens behind the scenes have heart too. So they're mind, your mind, heart. So you guys can connect on the mind. Just realize they can't give you all the heart that you want because they don't have that. That's not their norm. You have more capacity to be balanced and give both, right? So there is potential there. Let's see, how does he feel about you? Yeah, I was gonna say, um, because of all this mental energy, I'm glad I pulled the "what do they think of you?" Because that's like asking a Vulcan, like on Star Trek, how they feel. They're like, "I don't understand." And we got the Knight of Swords, thinking energy when we're asking how they're feeling. And the Nine of Swords, which is them letting go of expectations, um, and cutting away expectations and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's. And they do see some here as well about with the Nine of Pentacles, there is a bit of energy of it's kind of hermity, alone energy. And I definitely feel like they're more of a, like I said, more of a thinker than a feeler energy here. They're looking at more of the physical world and the mental world than they are of the emotional world. So let's see what they think about you here first here. Uh, yeah, yeah, how they think about you. So their perception, of course, first we've got the Queen of Pentacles, which is, a nurturer, a birther. They see your heart, they see your sensuality. So they see you as this divine feminine energy. They also see with this King of Wands, with this Three of Swords, I feel like they're still trying to figure out, are you someone that would hurt me and hurt the heart? Or, excuse me, are you, um, or not, right? So I feel like they are slow at opening up their heart anyway, but I don't feel like they have a whole lot of heart to give. Um, but I still feel like they're taking their time to get to know that first. Their intentions towards you here, yeah, Seven of Pentacles is taking their time. It's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. But the Queen of Wands, you know, is an energy. When someone doesn't have a whole lot of heart to give or didn't receive a lot of love growing up and they don't know how to give love, then they'll give through action and passion and attraction, not so much through um, emotional gifting. So, I do feel like they're gonna be taking action towards you slowly, but they're definitely wanting to make sure we're a good fit, and I feel like what they'll offer is more passion than emotional energy at this point. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Excuse me. I know I'm getting all Verklempt. Got surrender to trust is your fortune cookie. And it says, trust yourself and your decisions. Don't be swayed by other people's strong opinions about what to do. Take action and be confident that you have chosen the right path. So I like that. Like it, like it, like it. Right. So that's what they got for you, Phoenix Oracle Healing. So many blessings to you. All right. Let me just catch up on the chat here. So we did that here. Let me just make sure. Okay. So sorry. All right. We got Donna Marie. Hey, good to see you. I got you for the free reading, and you'll be number 18 when we get to those. And we got Jessica in the house too. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. You'll be number 17 on the donation list this evening. So I got you there. And we are heading off on to number 13. So we're not too far away here. Give that a love and a like here too. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Welcome. All right, let me take a quick sip here. I might need to take a quick break. I've almost been on for 4 hours. So let me do a couple here, and then we'll see where we're at. So cheers, cheers. Actually, I only have that many, and a lot of them are shorter ones. So we might just uh, go through and then come back and start on free readings. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Joe, you're up. 3:45:09. All right. There is your timestamp. So thank you for your donation in the pink flamingo. Could I have a little aura read for the day that you just had? Oh, how fun. See what's in your auric field. See what's sticking to your auric field. Ew, what's in there? All right, let's see here. Thank you. All right. On the bottom of the deck, you do have the Sun card, a lot of orange and yellow energy in your auric field. I also feel like if you're able to spend some time out in the sun, if you weren't able to do that today, that this will help cleanse your auric field. Just kind of sit, with Mother Nature in the sun and just say radiate, purify, cleanse this auric field, and have that, vibration there. Can also listen to the beginning when I do the singing bowl at the beginning of each session. You can connect with that energy, and that singing bowl can help cleanse our auric fields too. So I like that. Let's see here. What can we know about what's in your auric field? You do have the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, so there is this, again, golden energy, yellow energy that's there. So that is kind of relates to your solar plexus energy, stepping into your power. You have the Knight of Cups, which interesting, underneath the sun, we do have the Ace of Cups there too. So filling up with this love energy and overflowing can also help cleanse your auric field. It's kind of like purging, where if you sit and you just allow this love energy, and connect and go, I am unconditionally loved by the mother and father of all things, and just let it expand out. I am love. I am love. I am love. Boom, boom, boom. As it expands out, it just, it's like it. Do you ever remember watching Tron, the first Tron, when they would go through a barrier and it would reset everything? That's kind of what they're showing me here. Is it's like a reset. It resets your auric field when we push out this higher vibrational, unconditional love energy. You have the Seven of Swords. Yeah, so there is some conflict out there. There's a lot of this lying, deceiving energy around you. People being dishonest, people being conflicting, verbally conflictive, maybe argumentative a bit, but people making making shit up, and you're like, what is going on here, right? Yeah, and the Five of Swords. So yeah, Seven of Swords, Five of Swords. Sounds like a lot of conflict around you today. Yeah, and then again, here's that yellow and even red. You got a lot of the, lower chakra energies of dealing with groups, dealing with one-on-one with people, and then dealing with yourself. And so I feel like those three chakras can use some extra little attention, in addition to flooding out and with your auric field. But yeah, definitely, we got this little energy coming in. Underneath it all, you do have the Page of Swords. So there is this purpose to everything that happened today. Of course, there always is, right? But it's about seeing things from a higher perspective. When we the day that we had, it's funny because one of the things I talk about in one of my books that I wrote a long time ago was about adjectives and maybe even adverbs, but adjectives especially because it when we talk about when you say the the day that I just had, what they do is they take a sentence and then they take a sentence like, let's say, I've had a stressful day. I've had a bad day. I've had a good day. And they're like, when you remove the adjectives, what's left is I've had a day. And see how the energy changes because what they're bringing in, of course, is that the outside world, the day just happened. It just was. It was perfect. It just was. Till it gets in here and we assign stories to different things that happened, then we create the definition, the story of the kind of day that we've had. And we can transform that and go, why do I feel I've had a bad day? What happened that I would think that makes it bad? And then we start questioning it, and that's where the transformation comes in because we realize I don't have to have that story. I can have a different story if I want. So I like it. Your fortune cookie for this is surrender to the institution. I mean, intuition. They're coming to take us away. Says, tune into your inner voice. Be aware of any gut feelings, flashes, knowings, or aha moments that come through to guide you. I love it. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, my dear. Thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. All right, and we finished using the power of surrender. Now we're moving into this new deck for donations that are under $5. We've got this little You're Fine, a reality check deck. The world isn't ending, it just feels that way sometimes. 54 cards for overthinking and anxiety. Isn't that great? So that's the one we're going to use for the rest here. All right. So we'll continue on here. Let me take another sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Sean G, you're up. 3, 52, 11. There we are. Anyone to know what are N's thoughts and feelings on you? Will we rekindle our friendship? All right, we'll take a look and thank you again for your donation via Zcash app and shout out to your granny. All right. So what are N's thoughts? What are N's feelings? These are feelings here. And then will you guys rekindle your friendship based on current energies? It's interesting. You got 3 cards and 2 cards and 2 cards, which just that it's like it's stuck at a level, right? You have the 8 of Cups, which is walking away on the bottom of the deck, walking away from relationships that don't serve anymore. Underneath that, you did have the Death card here. Yeah, and a bunch of other energies. Let's focus in on these other ones, though. So what are N's thoughts of you right now on you? We have the 6 of Swords, which is a movement of thought from old ways of thinking to new ways of thinking, from choppy ground to, choppy waters, choppy ground to calmer waters, calmer grounds. We do have the Hanged Man. There's a little bit of incubation going on with their thinking, transformation energy again. So their thoughts seem to be changing around it. But a big thing is the 7 of Wands here. And I imagine this is probably the root of a lot of uh, troubles that you have with relationships, right? because this is they perceive you as someone that is like the sun, that you shine bright. You don't dim your light. You don't ask permission to shine. You don't defend who you are. You are you. And that scares the crap out of some people. It's intimidating to some people. We'll say people are intimidated by it. You're not intimidating. It's their lower sense of self that gets intimidated by that because they go, I wish I could be that. I'm not that. That reminds me I'm not that. I don't want to see that. I don't want to have a reminder that I'm, shrinking and feeling small and dimming my light. And I kind of feel like that's what they're trying to transform because, you know, maybe they're, growing cojones and, and being true to themselves and, you know, I'm gonna be me instead of trying to be this, that, and this, and that, and that, and that, and that. You know, they're like, I want to be true to my authentic self too. So I feel like they're going through some of their own transformation and stuff. And so when you realize that a lot of their thoughts about you have to do with their thoughts about themselves, and through that lens, you realize, you know, that doesn't represent me. In fact, what you are thinking of them, because 3 fingers pointing back at you, is where your growth can happen, um, but, that's what we have there. In fact, my next podcast is gonna be about what other people think. That's the subject of it. That just reminded me of that, but we do have this, kind of mindset. Their feelings towards you, yeah, Queen of Wands, there you go, 4 of Cups. We have the Queen of Wands. Of course, again, they see this as this Queen of Fire, like that 7 of Wands, shining bright, fiery, passionate. They are attracted to you. 4 of Cups is more of a emotionally stagnant energy with feelings. And again, when we're looking for our love outside of us, which is what he's doing, then that love and emotion of the outside world falls short, because the love we're looking for is eternal, unconditional love. All the world can give us is temporary, conditional love. Falls short, we get bored with it, not filling us up, and so, there is that feeling of, uh, emotional stagnancy, but that Queen of Wands coming in with emotions. Even though their mind is intimidated by you, their heart is more expressed through passion than emotion, and so it is attracted to you passionate-wise, physical attraction, energetic attraction, passion kind of attraction, right? Um, Based on current energies, will you rekindle your friendship? It does feel here, the Queen of Pentacles is about abundance, is about birthing, which would be, that there can be, but we're gonna keep repeating the same cycles unless we use the mother nature, mother nurture of the Queen of Pentacles to kinda look at the 7 of Cups, which is the emotions below the surface that keep bubbling up, both our side and their side. If they don't look into their emotions, we're just gonna keep doing what we always did and get what we always got. So, like they're saying, there is a possibility of rekindling a friendship, but first, this kind of separation, this quietness is giving you the opportunity to question those things that we were talking about, right? Looking into our own emotions. What am I thinking about them? Well, how does that apply to me? What can I, what mirror are they showing me about what I want to see about myself so I can be freed from it? Otherwise, repeating cycles, do the same thing, get the same result, ending friendship. Longer in between that we reconnect, um, longer and longer and longer until we no longer reconnect. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Maria P. 35854. Oops. That's better. It is free here. So here is your timestamp here. Let's get into your question. So thank you for your donation via the PayPal. And you want to know all these thoughts and feelings towards you today. Okay. And then what's coming for you guys tomorrow. All right. And then a message from him. He keeps saying, I miss you a lot, but I'm reloading. That's a joke. You like someone shooting at us. I'm missing you, but I'm reloading. So look out. What's coming for you at work this week? What do you need to know? All right. So thoughts and feelings towards you today, a little slowing down here. We got the Knight of Pentacles. It's a little slow roll. And I feel like they just are wanting to focus in on joy with you here. They're not in a rush. They're just kind of like in this, I just want to enjoy what we have. I just want to enjoy the celebration and of life and what we do have. Can we just slow down and smell the roses kind of energy? Why do I feel like there's this rush, 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 rush energy, right? He's like, can we just slow down and enjoy what is? So, like, that's the thoughts and feelings. What's coming for you guys tomorrow? A 9 of Cups, like that. Some emotional alone time, emotional dream come true energy. So I feel like there's some wonderful, strong emotional connection tomorrow. A message from him. We got the 4 of Wands. Again, joy, celebration energy. It's the marriage card, but I don't feel like that's what it's about. This is joy, 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 celebration, and I feel like it's just echoing his thoughts and feelings towards you today. It's, can we just celebrate what is? Can we be grateful for what we do have instead of focusing on what we don't have? I feel like that's a big message here. He keeps saying that he misses you a lot. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, look at this. You got the Lover's card and the 10 of Cups. Big emotional relationship energy, and the Lover's card, obviously. Let you see those a little closer. Beautiful cards. So he does. He loves you very much. He loves being in a relationship with you. When we're focusing on what we're joyful about, obviously. What's coming for work? What is coming for you at work this week? Yeah, 8 of Cups. This is walking away from emotion or people that don't, um, you know, resonate or serve you anymore to be a part of. So I do feel like there's a bit of, and this can be walking away from emotions that don't serve you or people. And it doesn't mean that walking out of work or whatever, but you can do this emotionally of going, why am I letting other people bother me with why am I letting my emotions be impacted by them? I'm just going to no longer invest my emotions in reacting to what people are doing or not doing. I feel like this is a good week for you just to let go of the old emotions, like, oh, the old resentments and the memories of, oh, they did this and they did that and they did that. It's like restarting, almost like reboot and going, I'm not going to forget what they did. I'm just not going to have the emotions attached to it. I'm going to pour out the wrath and maybe even forgive everyone. I feel like this is a good energy just to release all that and, not let it become part of where you're at here. Because the 8 of Cups does feel like maybe this is the week that you leave and you go into a different department or, there's a change here, but this does feel like you're walking away from emotions or a position that doesn't serve you anymore and doing something different. So this is you doing it, right? Not being fired. What do you need to know? Yeah, 6 of Swords. Let the old ways of thinking go. See things from a higher perspective. That will take you from choppy waters to calmer waters. So the expectations, all of those things, the more we let those go and see things from a place of gratitude, the more abundant and the more peaceful your life feels. That's if you want to experience that. If you don't, then enjoy the quagmire of despair, right? I love it. All right, so let's take a look here. So this is from the You're Fine deck. So let's see what your fortune cookie is here. It's the first one I've ever given. Yeah, I like this. You are enough right now as you are. Yeah, you don't need to become something different. You're already perfect. We talk about that a lot in my podcast, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. And then we got Ruby G. Thank you so much for your additional donation. Whoops. Here is your timestamp. All right. So clarification, elaboration. So you keep getting seeing things from a different perspective and changing the story, the power of storytelling in all of your readings, especially about bringing in success and abundance. Does spirit have any kind of clarification, elaboration as to what that's about or how to achieve that? Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, what clarification or elaboration would you like to give on that? Okay. Oops. One of those. All right. Anything else on the clarification, elaboration? You do want that one underneath this one and this one. All right. And then how to achieve that. All right. What do we got here? So, elaboration, clarification. Yeah. So they have the Hanged Man, which of course is seeing things from another perspective. And the Page of Swords, which is seeing things from a higher perspective. And the Page of Pentacles, which is different. uh, which is about, well, actually, it's seeing your worth uh, in regards to the outside world from a different perspective. So they really are here. It's all perspective, perspective, perspective energy. They're so funny with those coming in here. um, so what they mean by this. So we start off with a perspective that we grow up with, right? Of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, and these opinions of the outside world, right? And those are perspectives, stories of rooted in small t truths, rooted in fear. And those fears are fear of rejection, fear of not being good enough, fear, did I say fear of failure? Fear of loss, fear of death. We have all these stories and all these perspectives that that are designed to protect us because we have two kind of drives as humans. And sorry, here's something vibrating weird. Okay, there it goes. And one is to avoid pain, the other is to have pleasure, right? So we've got this energy here, that is this um that we're driven for those to kind of go 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 to those things. And when we experience pain, we put up a lot of perspectives and opinions and stories to keep us from having that happen again. And when we feel praise and we feel good things, then we focus in on all those, we create all these thoughts and beliefs and things around those too. So we come from that place, this energy that's, coming in with this, that instead of the old stories, that we have, that we default to when we're not consciously living, we will default to those old stories. A lot of those stories, a lot of those perspectives, especially with this Page of Pentacles about defining our worth, is that when we see, this happen out here, the story, the perspective is that means blah, blah, blah about me, about my worth, about my lovability, my acceptability, right? And so we have a perspective of fear, we have a perspective of attaching our worth to something, and so much of that we grow up with are those, because we fear, if I don't do this, I'm rejected and I'm gonna starve to death and die as a child. So I have these, I must do this, I must do that for my self-preservation. So I don't fail, so I don't get rejected, so I stay lovable, so I continue to eat, and I continue not to have loss and experience loss. So all those perspectives, we default to those, right? What they talk about with seeing things from a different perspective, it's from a higher perspective, from, that I am creating a new story, because we have the power to choose the story about what something means. Well, growing up, we don't realize we have a choice. We're just like, "What? This is what this means? Alright." It's like we're getting read these bedtime stories, these life stories from everyone telling us what everything's supposed to mean, and so we take it all on. We take it all on as our own, and ourself as well, and so, there is this energy that's coming in here of, now it's time to step into that power, to see that differently, to step into your ability that to learn to pause when something's happening and not default into the old story. It's to learn to pause, breathe, step back, let the if it's an emotion, let it 90 seconds, just breathe through the emotion that's gonna go for 90 seconds. That's how long it takes for an emotion to get through, and then I'm back into the moment. Then I can go, why do I have a story that this is unsafe, or that I feel out of control, or that I feel uncomfortable? What's the fear story beneath this? Why do I believe that that's making me, you know, unlovable? The fear of rejection, the fear of not being good enough, the fear of loss, because we feel that we're attaching some sort of amount of our worth to what's happening. And you have underneath those, you have the King of Swords, which is the master storyteller. They rule over the mind, they rule over, the suit of the swords and mind, and all the kings get a second portion. So they're the master. They're the one that gives you that ace of swords and goes, you get to choose. It's like you have the speaking stick, but you have the story sword. I get to choose what those things mean. But everyone else is saying it means this. Like let's say if you lose your child, that means you're a bad mother and you're a failure as a parent. I know, why speak the truth? So why put the fear in front of your face, right? But that's what that is. That's that fear that comes in, because we believe, oh, that's what that would mean, right? But we change the story and go, no, that wouldn't, that's not what that means, because we will see things from a higher truth, and we understand things rather than from the human perspective. We start seeing things from a higher perspective, the real reason behind the veil underneath the surface, why things are happening. And that when we have this Page of Pentacles and you realize that your worth does not have anything to do with the outside world, that regardless of the outside world, whatever happens, your worth stays intact. From before you were born, you're perfect in the sight of the creator, and they know that you are. You come down as a human to dabble. You still, through everything, you're perfect. No matter what's going on in the outside world, you're perfect until we join back with our higher self again. And it's none of that is defining us. Our worth is defined by who we are, powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings. And when your new stories, your new perspectives are grounded in that, it changes everything, because you realize, losing a child, and that's not going to happen. That's just a fear you have. I'm not going to have, I mean, I think every parent has that, either loss by death or loss by someone taking them, or the ex getting full custody, which, you know, uh, again, ain't gonna happen. That's the fear, right? That's the and it's when I change the story of even if it did happen, and that's how we do it. We face the fear and we go, "What am I fearing about that?" Well, I'm fearing what people think, what it means about me, and blah, blah, blah. And as you question those stories and you look for what's the proof of that, then you're like, "No, that's just opinion. That's not truth. I get to decide." You know? And even if it's I fought my hardest and we just have, a poor, you know, justice system that, um, you know, was bribed or convinced, they were insane, because why would they do that, We we can find the truth of our life, and that's what this talks about a lot, with all that. So hopefully that makes sense there, and how to achieve that. Yeah. So we achieve it in 2 I mean, this is one way, really, but you got the Judgment card and the Ten of Cups. We start focusing in on instead of fears, because fears will show us the perspective of fear, the same old stories, we start and we focus on gratitude and higher vibrational energies, the Ten of Cups, the higher emotional energies, because that brings us into that realm where our perspectives are from that point of view, not from a fearful point of view. This we're out of our minds, we're not seeing things clearly, we're panicking, we're in the mind of a 7-year-old and younger, and that's how we're reacting. When we're in higher vibration, we're seeing things from a higher self point of view, plus also an adult, a mature, compassionate, loving adult energy instead of a panicking, fearful, unexperienced, thus unintelligent child, 'cause we haven't developed our mental brain yet when we're 7 years old and younger, that starts 7 to 14. So when we're living from emotion, not from experience and intelligence, those are the decisions we're making, right? So this is the change of perspective that comes in, and that's how you do it. We focus on joy, gratitude, unconditional love, laughter, play as much as we can. And we give it time. They have the Knight of Pentacles, with the Ace of Swords. So we give it time to see things from a bigger perspective, and we don't approach it with I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this. I love Byron Katie's process, the Judge Your Neighbor. I probably have talked about her before, but it's thework.com, thework.com. And, there's a great, um, videos too on her YouTube channel under Byron Katie. And, uh, through that process, it helps us see things differently, and the reason I mention her is because she talks about you don't go in with, "I've gotta change my mindset," because then we have resistance. "No, no, I don't like change. No," when we go in like, "We're just gonna go take a look. I don't have to change anything. I just wanna go take a look and see what's going on." We go in it just taking a look, and then transformation happens as we gain clarity, seeing things from a different perspective. The lies, the small t truths rooted in fear that aren't real, those fall away, and then we never think that way again. Because once our mind knows of the truth, then it don't go back. You can't convince it because it knows now, right? So hopefully that helps. Of course, my podcast, The Easier Path, we talk around a ton of stuff and tools around all this all the time. So that's a free resource if you want as well. Your fortune cookie says, I like it. You are learning. Mistakes are teachers. So you're growing. Don't be tough on yourself. Don't fear failure. It's all growth. It's all, for that. So hopefully that helps, Ruby G. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, Jojo, you said interesting because you felt like you had a great time today mostly, so that the day that you had was more like the exact opposite than bad. Oh, part of it was shit. Okay, but the other part was great. All right. So, um yeah, so if maybe that's why they focused in on the shitty part, right? Because that's the stuff, that lower vibration in your auric field. The good stuff just vibrates more of your positive auric field, right? But, they were talking about, um, the lower vibrational things that can be cleared out of your auric field. So hopefully that helps. And I see your new donation, so thank you for that. And you'll be up after Jessica here in a moment. So, boom, boom, boom. So, as soon as you put your question out, we'll be going to you here in a moment. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So, Jessica, for 2010 is yours. So, thank you for your donation. So, you want to know what A felt for you when we were together today? All right. Let me take a look. Let me take a quick sip here. All right. So, what A felt for you when you were together today? All right. And what else? All right. Boom, boom, boom. Is that it? All right. All right. So, bottom of the deck here, we do have the Nine of Pentacles. Interesting energy. It's usually a hermit being alone energy. Excuse me, but it's also a self-sufficiency. It's almost like a physical dream come true energy, whatever that means for you. So I got coffee. All right. So let's take a look here. That's the bottom of the deck, the overall energy. Let's see what else they had here. Yeah, so they're the Four of Wands. Very joyful time. Ace of Pentacles is considered a happy, abundant energy. Underneath that, the King of Swords. I feel like they might have been a bit in their head today as well. So even though they're having a great time and thought it was a great experience, like I said, this physical dream come true. If they seemed a bit distracted or, you know, not present, they were in their head and and I don't feel like it like regarding you or your interactions or anything like that. There's just something heavy on their mind going on in their personal life that and it feels family related. So there's some sort of struggle or some sort of, um it almost feels like someone's ill, someone's not doing well, and so they're kind of have concerns and kinda distracted. Nothing they can do about it, but I feel like it's a bit sudden that they heard about it, like, yesterday, and they're still processing it, but they didn't wanna cancel. Because they're like, "I don't want to just sit around and get stuck in my head. I'm gonna continue to do what I'm gonna do," you know? So, but they don't realize that they might not have been fully present. So if that resonates, that's, what was going on there. And then, yeah, we got the Queen of Wands. So there is a lot of attraction energy there. That's fire energy. So passion, desire, and also a little bit of this with this Justice card. That is a balancing energy, especially of the mind. They usually have the Ace of Swords. So they're looking and seeing what they want from a relationship because the Libra energy of the Justice card rules over the house of partnerships and relationship. And so I feel like they were, enjoying the attraction, enjoying this physical, energy, the joy. but I feel like they are kind of deciding, what do I want, what don't I want, and what do you want and what don't you want? I feel like a big analyzing too with this King of Swords and the Justice card, trying to determine what it is that they want or don't want. So I feel like that's a good sign. Otherwise, they'd be like, "Ah, why think about it? It's not going to last." Then they wouldn't be thinking about it, right? So I feel like that's a good sign. What else? We got the King of Cups. Yeah, beautiful balance between head and heart. And I feel like by the end of, spending time together today, they were, like, really seeing the compatibility that kinda happens between the 2 of you. Just it feels like a good fit mentally, emotionally, physically kind of energy. Underneath that, yeah, we do have the 2 of Cups. So, I definitely feel like they're looking pretty things are looking pretty good here. Um Yeah, because underneath that, you have the Queen of Cups. So, I feel like they are again, we've got this Knight of Swords again, thinking energy about how compatible. We've got divine counterparts, the King and the Queen of Cups here, with the Two of Cups relationship energy. So it does feel quite a bit here that they're like thinking, I really like this, and I wanna see I wanna I of course, I wanna gather more data, I want more information because, I don't know if this is your guys', uh, first date or anything like that, but I feel like they're still gathering information. I really wanna make sure that this is the match I think it is, because I feel like they used to jump to conclusions when they were younger, and that brought devastation, right? So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. All right. Yeah, I like this. So I feel like this is like a message for them, right? Take a break. Your brain, what does it say? Your brain needs a minute. Yeah, it's got all the computer and phone and everything going off. But this is all that brain energy that they were using. They're like, you take a break. Get out of your head, maybe drop into your heart, right? But get out of their head. Their brain needs a break. It's a lot of thinking today. All right, so hopefully that helps, Jessica. That's what we have for you. So many blessings to you. All right, and then Jojo, you are up. I don't see a question yet. So while you're typing, oh, okay. I see it now. So let me do that, and then I will go take a break after this. Because I do need to get up and move around. I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours, so I'm gonna go get some coffee, hit the, facilities, and then I'll be back. If I don't have any other donations, we'll be heading off into, free readings. All right, so Jojo, 427.23. Thank you for your additional donation. And so you wanna know, have you changed into a more authentic version of yourself lately? Or less of an authentic version? All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies or late energy lately. All right. All right. Anything else? All right. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Six of Pentacles energy there. And you do have one card and two cards and one card and two card. I'm getting this, like all of us, it's a ebb and flow, right? We uh, step forward our more authentic self, and then we retreat a little bit. and then we go forward more as our authentic self, and then we retreat a bit, and then we move forward of our authentic self and, move back. And I feel like that's what they're saying here is it's an ebb and flow, for us all because um, we do get drawn out into the world. There's a lot of opportunities with all the, you know, fearful rides in this giant amusement park of fear rides that we do have stuff that comes in that kind of distracts us that, we're on the fence walking of authenticity and then, something knocks us off the fence and we crawl back and get back on the fence and we move on and then, something else comes and hits us again, right? So, I like that, they're like, it balances out, but it's more like 3 steps forward, 1 step back, 3 steps forward, 1 step back. It's not, you know, um, that's the, kind of energy. Let's see what they have else they have to say here. Yeah, the Page of Wands, you definitely put energy into it of trying to be your authentic self. So, they're saying that it really depends on where your energy is at and what you're focusing on, which makes sense, right? Because when we're in fearful energy, that's what pulls us back into our non-authentic self. It takes us back into our childhood. And then when we're in our higher vibration is when we are more true to our authentic self. Yeah. And we do have the 10 of swords, the 6 of swords. So this is the letting go of the inauthenticity, right? Those swords energies have to do with the stories we have that we create um, when we're pretending to be someone that we're not in order to, you know, not get punished or to lose our praise. And so again, Six of Swords is letting go of old ways. We move from choppy waters to calmer waters, and then expectations kick in and we again return, to the choppy waters to move out of them again. Um, you have the star card. Yeah. You have when you're connecting with your higher self, this is the star card, and we have that balance, then you are. That's the movement towards your authentic self and and being more true to that. Yeah. And then we have the Hierophant and the Seven of Wands. Yeah, and there's a change, again, the Hierophant is kinda like growing pains, conflict is what allows us to test our authentic self as well, um, and awareness because when we have conflict, when, the number of change, 5 comes in, conflict energy, when it comes up, it's not a test, it's more of a proof or an awareness of where we're at, right? Because if I feel like, wow, I'm really being true to my authentic self, um, and then I get someone that blindsides me with something and I revert back to an old version of myself, I'm like, oh, good information, good knowledge. Let me work on changing my default to be something new instead of something old. Because the more we focus on something, the more that becomes our default. Growing up, we're given a lot of fear, 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 fear. That's why it becomes our default. And as we experience, oh, there's another choice, as we choose the higher choices, then that becomes our default. But until we do, we default to the old, default to the old. And that's that ebb and flow. And I feel like they're telling you, you know, to be gentle and just know it's a process. It's not a mad dash, to get to authenticity overnight, right? We Where we focus our energy the most, it helps, right? Underneath it all, you have the 4 of Pentacles, yeah, which reflections of our worth, right? And the more that we realize my true authentic self is that I'm a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, whose true worth is rooted in that eternal unconditional love, not the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationship situations and things. Then I step in more and more into my true authenticity. So that's something we can look at to understand where we're at in our authentic uh, authenticity journey. I don't know. And you have the Two of Swords, which is the power of story. Again, that's the, when am I having an old story that I'm defaulting to or a higher story that I'm defaulting to? And the Page of Pentacles. Yeah. And this is again, seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. And you'll always have continued opportunities throughout our lifetime pointing us, to that as well, giving us this opportunity to see where we're at. And when we look at them as check ins, so that we can see where we're at and they're not a graded test, it's a quiz for us just to see a check in on knowledge, but it's a self-graded test and there's no grade. So we don't even have to grade it. It was just awareness that it brings us. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Rest. Even machines need to power down. I get it. There's definitely this rest energy. Rest, rest, sleep, sleep. All right. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. I think that is it for donations. And let's see, how many donations do I have? So I have 18. Uh, so I am going to just step away for a momentito because I think that's enough. I don't want to be rushing because I don't want to soil my pants by, you know, anyway, drinking too much coffee, right? But I'm gonna get some more coffee anyway. So I will be back. You're very welcome, Jojo. So I shall return, and then if there's no donations, I will be jumping into free reading. So thank you for your patience. I'll be back. Cheers, cheers. All right. We are back. So thank you guys so much. All right, all right, all right. So I think we are still good to go. We are live. All right. So we will start free reading. So we have up first, we got Debbie O. So Debbie O, got you. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And whatever comes up. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit wants you to know? Got boom, boom. Oh, I'll try that again. They're like, no, no, no. So what else does Spirit have for you today? All right, these two. So you've got the 10 of Wands and the 8 of Cups. Yeah, definitely. You are in this energy of, looking at things differently. The 8 of Cups is, walking away from emotions and relationships that don't serve you anymore. And that 10 of Wands is a change of energy, from something that feels like a burden to something that feels like abundance. And I like this. I feel like, we can get into kind of expectations that, oh, well, I've known this person all my life. Even though I don't enjoy hanging around them a whole lot, I'll do it because I'm loyal and I'm going to be their friend forever. But it's like, we don't have to be. That expectation is, if you ever read the Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins, there's a great chapter in there about friendships and how sometimes energy just changes and it's okay. If our energy doesn't match someone else's anymore, we don't force ourselves, you know, uh, it's like it's just not there anymore, and it's okay. We can let them spend time with people that match their energy, and we can spend time with people that we have as well. So, I do like that, this empowerment of you changing and choosing your energy to go, you know what? It's okay. I'm going to be grateful for what we did have. And it's okay. I can step away to something more, whether that's family, friends, um, coworkers or whatever, we can make that change. And I like that empowerment that's coming in there for you. Right. So that's what they got for you, Debbie O. So many blessings to you. All right. We got Dulcie Joy. You had to leave earlier, but thank you. Oh, you are very welcome. Thank you for your donation. Good to see you again. And I'm glad you're alive. All right. So good to see you. All right. And then we got Kritika Sayani, 44244 is yours. Look at those fours. So, what's coming towards you this year? All right. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. Kritika, will you get married to Anavesh? All right. So, based on current energies, is there marriage in your future between the two of you? Got the Three of Wands, the Nine of Pentacles. It doesn't feel like it gets to marriage because you have the Three of Wands, which it goes a different direction. Nine of Pentacles is, self-sufficiency and being happy alone energy. Doesn't mean that you're not with them. This just means that you don't need marriage or you don't get married to them based on current energies. It is, a clear message of it goes a different route where you are not with them. That's what the Nine of Pentacles. It doesn't mean you're going to be by yourself necessarily. It just means you're not with Anavesh based on this energy that's coming in here for marriage, right? Which is your main question. So, based on current energies, I don't see marriage there for you. All right. So that is what they have for you, Kritika. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Bay, you are up 44415. Boom, boom. There we go. And yours is what's coming towards you this year. You're a Cancer sign. Okay, let's take a look here. So, what can you know here that's coming in? You've got the Eight of Swords and the Tower. I like this because one of the big things that comes towards you this year is with the Eight of Swords, you're changing your mindset and your story. Whoops, hit my microphone. with this tower. The tower card is something or someone that was removed out of your life. Could have been suddenly, but it's someone that has been or gets removed if it hasn't happened yet. But it's gonna be something that really has been impactful in your life where you felt like, "Wow, this meant this about me because they're not in my life anymore." This has been moved, uh, to somewhere else, right? And the Eight of Swords is a change of the story because we might have, like, had this belief that they're not in my life because I don't deserve it, where the new story that you create, which is a higher truth, is, "Oh, they're not in my life because this is for me. We weren't matching up. I was shrinking to be with them, and now that they're not there, I'm more able to be true to myself and be with someone that matches my energy instead of me trying to be someone I'm not." And you're like, "Actually, it was for me." And that's what the Tower card eventually we see it instead of feeling like life happened to me, this change of mindset to life happens for me, and then you see why this was for you. So the story changes, the clarity comes in. I feel like that's one big thing because this is something that's been kind of I do feel like it's already happened in your life because it feels like it's something that for a while has been really gnawing at you, and there's this freedom that comes in with that as well. So, that is what they have for you, Bay. So, many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Bay. I just see your hand there. All right, Sonic Racing, thank you for your additional donation here. We'll get you on here. You'll be number 19. Whoops, maybe. There we go. I was hitting the wrong button. All right. Whoops. Try that again here. Uh, do tell me more. I'm nosy as hell. What's the tea for the rest of the month? All right. And then we'll give you your other one there too. That's a little bit like there. Boom, boom. All right. Let me just make sure I got everything here. All right. So you like the tea. So so you wanna know, about the 2 people, right? So this is the nosiness is in the not to do with your life, but to do with their little interactions, right? Okay, I get you. Alright, let me take a sip here, we'll dive in. No, I scrolled up to see what your last question was because I did forget, so I'll be honest. I was like, "What are you being nosy about?" I just after 5 days of so many readings, they all start to blend together, so I did cheat. All right. So let's adjust my bracelets here. All right. So 448.39 is for your first one here. 448.39. All right. Oh, your best friend went monkey brain. Yeah, isn't that fun? All right, so let's see here. For nosy as hell. What's the tea for the rest of this month? So, for July, what's the tea on these two? Two for tea and tea on the two. All right. What else can we know here? All right. Right. So the bottom, we do have here the Queen of Wands. So we do have a bit of, passion energy, fiery energy that's here. We'll see what this is about. But the underlying energy does feel like action, passion. Yeah, and we do have here. So it feels like we do go through a little bit of with the 7 of Wands and the 3 of Swords. 3 of Swords is like disappointment, heartbreak. Uh, there is a little bit of this, with the 7 of Wands. Again, we're kind of in a little bit of a cycle, right? But the 7 of Wands is like, I need to be true to myself. I don't want to dim my light. I don't want to be told what to do or who to be and all this kind of stuff. And I feel like um they feel like we're talking about your friend's energy here, that they feel like this other individual has so many expectations that I'm constantly falling short. I'm not being this, I'm not being that, kind of energy, right? So it's like, okay, I get it. Um, and I feel like that's where some of this unhappiness is coming from. Let's see what that leads here to, because you know, the ebb and flow. It's like, oh, I don't want to be without them. I'll do whatever it takes. And then all the expectations kick in, and then, oh God, I'm miserable again. It's kind of that. I don't want to be in I'm single and I want to be in a relationship. Then you get in a relationship, and you're like, oh man, I'm in a relationship. I want to be single. It's kind of like this. It feels like I'm being caged. I want to escape. And then, oh, I missed the cage. I want to be back. It's kind of like this going back and forth energy that's coming in, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, and then again, we have like dream come true energy. They're a dream come true. I want to live my dream come true. Joy, joy, celebration, energy that's here, right? We've got the King of Wands. Yeah, I like, you know, uh I'm getting out of my head and into my heart. And the Page of Swords, is a lot of clarity that comes in, trying to look beyond all the expectations, focusing on the dream come true. And then movement of the Knight of Cups is like movement of romance. So I do feel like here for the next 11 days, it feels like that kind of pattern. They're in the I want to be in the cage. I like feeling that connection and that desire. So I feel like the next 11 days, they're kind of into um, that energy, a lot of strong, energetic, and physical and passionate attraction energy. Um, and it's almost like I don't want to say it's transactional, but it is I know what they want in order to get what I want. So I'm going to do that until they stop giving me what I want, and then I'll stop giving them what they want. Uh, or it becomes too expensive to give them what they want. It's not worth it for me anymore. So I kind of feel like that is the rest of July. And we'll take a look here and see what your fortune cookie is. Wow, I like this. We've got the not your problem. You can care without carrying it. So, like, I feel like this is what this is your friend. Help, help. You're like, do, 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 do. I don't have to care. I can care, but I don't have to carry it all, right? So I like that. That's too funny. Sorry. Let me take another sip here. I've been having a tickle in my throat for a little bit. All right. So let me take a look here. We do have some more donations that just came flying in here. Let me get another throat lozenge here. That might just help. Thank you. It's let's see, what is it? Hazelnut coffee with zero sugar caramel macchiato creamer. So it's nothing, not something too fancy, but it tastes good. All right, so we'll go to your second one here in just a quick moment. Let me just check timestamps here. All right. So, oh, here it is. So, Maria P, I did get your PayPal, came in right before Alice here. So, you'll be number 21. And then Alice, thank you for your dual donations. We'll get that and that. And then here's your free one. So we'll add you to the free list here. Number 19 on the free list. And for your first paid one, all right. Get back up here to the paid ones. There we go. There's Alice for the first one. And I know I made it sound so fancy. It's true, right? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lulu caramel macchiato. It's like, it's creamer, from the store. All right. And I got your second one there. Okay. So we've got Sonic up next, and then Maria P, and then two for Just Alice there. All right. Let's jump back in. So, Sonic, we got you 456.51. For that one. So, thank you for all your donations this evening. And let's see here. What's going to go sneak peek into August based on current energy, of course, That's the whole thing about the future is so fluid based on our choices, and energy can switch and, you know, all sorts of stuff. But based on where they're headed here for August, let's see what unfolds here. Okay. What else? All right. Well, does feel like, yeah, things kind of slow down a little bit in August because we got the Knight of Pentacles, which is the slowest moving knight out of them all, and the Temperance card, which is also a tempering, slowing down kind of energy. We'll see what that means here. Let's move these over here. So you got these two cards. You got the Six of Wands, the Queen of Cups. Feel like the month starts off here. The emotions are given. The Queen of Cups is flowing. It feels like a victory. The passion is flowing too at the beginning. I feel like they're kind of giving me four weeks worth. That's like week number 1. Week number 2. Yeah, there is a little bit of Leo fire energy coming in here. And we got the Chariot, power of choice energy, a lot of movement, a lot of action energy. And I feel like there's a little bit of, I still feel like there's a lot of activity of the mind, the heart, the physical passion, energy too. But this Leo energy, it feels like your friend with this Leo. I'm wanting to be seen more. It's almost like they're keeping them boxed away from everyone and they want to get out and be seen more. And I feel like there's that energy of, you can only Netflix and eat at home and do all this. I want to get out. I want to get out and be around, other people and doing other things too, kind of energy that kind of starts creeping in the second week. Right. And then the third week, yeah, we have the Two of Swords. So, Two of Swords, third week, there's a conflict. This is the battle. On guard. There is a fight or argument that happens the third week based on current energy anyway, and which brings us, to separation in a way, but I feel like there is argument and conflict the third week, and that makes sense with, you know, I wanna be out, I wanna go out and do other things, and then I feel like that's where "What are you doing looking at them? What do you mean? What am I not enough?" All that kind of stuff starts. Here comes those expectations and the claw, the cage coming in. And then let's see what happens the fourth week. How does it end up here? Yeah, there's this little well, we have the Two of Wands energy, which, again, there's this back and forth energy. The cycle continues. We have the walking away, Eight of Cups. So there is, it results in a separation the last week of August. And then we have the King of Wands and the Four of Wands, which is, choosing joy, choosing celebration, that kind of energy. So it does feel like uh, it's the end of August when they kind of have this. I want to be out doing stuff. I want to be out celebrating. I want to, this fire energy, like the Leo energy. I want to be seen, and um, and so I feel like this is the cycle, and I'm not sure if it's going to return back again because it is a slowing down of things here. We'll just pull one card for does the cycle repeat into September? Is there a return of the king? Whatever. Let's see what happens here. Well, Three of Wands, it does take a different direction, and there's a new journey, a new adventure free of expectations in those as well. So it does feel like that they realize here the amount of expectations and the freedom. And I just feel like it's not as exciting. How they're bringing back how they said, it's transactional. I'm going to give what they need as long as I'm getting what I need, or until it's not worth the cost anymore. And I feel like after a little bit, of all this energy in these interactions, it's almost like a little too much too soon, where they're kind of get bored with what they're receiving and going, well, I want variety. I want, more fun, more excitement kind of energy. And with the breakup, they're like, I don't think I'm going to go chase back after, um, you know, I'd rather go on a new adventure kind of energy. So I know, right? We say, God, please, mercy, good God. You're so funny. Right. So that's what's coming in there. Hopefully that helps. Based on current energies, we'll see what unfolds, right? All right. So cheers with my fancy drink, and thank you again for all your donations. Appreciate it. You are very welcome. Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm sure you'll let me know. Oh, we didn't do a fortune cookie. Oh, yeah. Be kind to yourself. You deserve the same kindness. So I feel like this is them, right? I'm just gonna love myself. I like it. All right. So, all right. Have a great night. Thank you again. All right. So Maria P, you are up 50419. I know, isn't that a great card? Here is your timestamp. And let's get into your additional donation. Good night. So let's tiptoe into your love life. All right, let's take a look here. What Does spirit want you to know about your love life? Right. All right. So at the bottom of the deck, you do have the Nine of Cups, which is a dream come true kind of energy, emotional dream come true. Underneath that, you do have the World card, which is the ending of a significant cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And what comes with that, what makes the dream come true, and I know we talk about this a lot, but this is what they want you to know because we won't feel like we have an emotional dream come true in a relationship until we get rid of our expectations and focus on gratitude for what is happening. Because uh, we when we focus in on all the expectations of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's, we're always living in lack and we're always drawing in more, and it's just an endless cycle of, trying to dig ourselves out of a hole and dig ourselves back in, you know. So when we have the World card starting off as the Fool card, that's the energy of looking at life as an adventure, looking at this relationship as an adventure, grateful for what's happening, not what should be and needs to be and has to be, and worried about what they're doing and they're not doing, what they're saying, they're not saying. And, when we are just so grateful, and we just let all that definition of what a relationship means about me, what's happening in the relationship means something about me, what they're doing, not doing, saying, or not saying means something about me. There's this freedom. You get to enjoy things instead of spending so much energy on worry, right? So I feel like that's the beginning. You have the Queen of Swords. Yeah. This is the perfect compatible, balance between head and heart. And and again, there's this energy of focusing in on how we're compatible, not what we feel is not compatible. Again, because what we focus on, we get more of, right? We have the Moon card. Yeah. So this is the, beautiful, uh, moon energy of, uh, the all these emotions that are below the surface, and that, because like this, the moon is a reflection of the sun, right? And so our relationships end up being a reflection of our love, our self-love, right? All the emotions that are below the surface, relationships are designed to go, "Here you go." And so when we look at conflict in our relationship is not something that's between us. Conflict that comes up in the relationship is telling me about my inner conflict that can be transformed. Same thing about the love that comes in the relationship is telling me about my self-love. And so there is that revelation, this realization that the relationship is always showing you about you, not about them, right? What you witness and experience in the relationship is about you. You have the Five of Wands. Yep. Growing pains. Every relationship does have growing pains. There is this energy that comes in about, what there is no growth in the comfort zone and there is no comfort in the growth zone. And we don't want a relationship to become stagnant. And so as a relationship grows, there is growing pains. And when we realize that's normal and natural, and that conflict or growth does not mean there's something wrong, it just means something's changing. We're evolving, we're growing. And especially when we're looking in here for where the conflict is and not out here. When we go, it's them, they're doing this and this and this and this, and they're not doing this and this and this, then that's just amplifying conflict, not resolving it. We resolve conflict in here, not out here, right? Starts here anyway. You got the Hierophant, yeah. Again, growth energy, um, the master, of change, of growing pains, and that's what they're doing. We learn and we see things from a different perspective. when we have these things brought forward to us. And the King of Pentacles. Yeah, and this is all about relationships show us about our self-worth too. And we talk about it a lot. The King of Pentacles, one of the biggest things they learned was that Four of Pentacles journey they went through as they wandered through the entire, suit of pentacles. And that is when you define your worth by the outside world in the three buckets of relationships, situations, or things, we end up feeling unstable because all those things are unstable. And they all point us back inward to our true self worth, which is the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. So interesting tipping toe just to tell you about relationships and to give you a different perspective of them. And I love that perspective. Yeah, I like this. Your fortune cookie is you're surviving. That counts. You're surviving your relationships. That counts. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. And thank you again for your donations. We'll eventually, I don't think we did your, I think maybe we did. Did we do yours? No, we didn't do your free reading yet. Yeah, you're number 17. We have not got that far in free readings. All right. So eventually, number 17. All right. And then we've got just Alice. Hey, Alice. Hee hee. Thank you so much for your dual donations as well. And here is your first timestamp. And you want to know Kyle's recent thoughts, feelings, and future predictions towards you. All right. All right. So Kyle's recent thoughts. And we got the feelings. And future prediction towards you. Okay. All right. So I eat my cough drop. So their recent thoughts here. We got the Judgment card here, which is their calling card, and the Three of Pentacles. The calling meaning that they feel drawn, to see things from a higher perspective, to see things, differently in their life. But the Three of Pentacles, they are in this, I got to be true to my authentic self. And again, this is kind of that, this calling that they have of, I want to, I want something, that matches up to this mirage kind of energy. I still feel like they're like, I got to stick to my authentic self. I got to pursue this. And I feel like they're very still determined with that. Their feelings, they got the Knight of Wands and the Eight of Cups. Yeah, I feel like they, Eight of Cups is walking away from emotions that no longer serve. But we do have the Knight of Wands, which is still that attraction energy, physical attraction, passionate attraction, not emotional. Underneath all that, what do they got here too? The Fool card. This is the not wanting the expectations and the, you know, all the things that are required for the emotional. They were looking, their feelings are being more expressed through passion than it is through emotional energy, which I feel like was kind of their MO, like their go-to, their modus operationis or whatever it's called. Their mode of how they run, is more from passion than it is from emotional connection. Their future prediction towards you, yeah, Eight of Wands, they feel like they'll, you know, booty call, passion energy. They have the Nine of Pentacles wanting to be, to themselves here, and the Hermit too. Yeah, so they're not wanting, this is alone energy, not relationship energy, more, like I said, booty call, kind of passion kind of energy would be their intention or their prediction, towards you there. So, uh, yeah, that's what's kind of coming in there with Mr. Kyle. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Sorry, as I finish out my cough drop here. All right. See all this. Not everything is a crisis. It says underneath here, you're imagining things spiraling out of control, but really, it's just laundry. I like these cards. All right, so that's for that one there. We'll circle back. Go to your second one here in just a moment here. Hey, stop stalking me. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. So, you want a live reading from now until the end of August. And how does is that Friends feel about you right now? So I just only one free reading per person per session. Do you want to make a donation for one of those, or which one would you like to be your free reading there? And I'll add you to the list already. So you'll be number 20. Just let me know which of those uh, two you would like, or if you want to make a donation for one, then we'll dive deeper into one of those. Okay. All right. So, Alice, for number 2, 51642 is for that one there. There we are. And so you want to know, how will Jay, the GS guy from Hinge that you matched with a year ago, feel, think, and respond if you reached out to him? Will he look at your social media in the future? All right, let's take a look here. All right. Whoa. Almost losing cards. I don't think I lost any. So we got those for how would he feel, think, and respond if you reached out to him. And then will he look at your social media in the future based on current energy without contact, right? So let's take a look here. How would he feel if you reach out to him? Yeah, I feel like, well, we've got the hermit energy coming in here. We also have the 7 of Swords and the 2 of Cups energy coming in here. And it's an interesting, because we've got on one side, we got the hermit, on the other side, we got the 2 of Cups, which is alone or with a relationship. And I feel like the 7 of Swords is conflicted and kind of trying to understand my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that cheat me out of opportunities. And I feel like their feelings are, what 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 did I do to not get a response, and now you're reaching out, so I don't wanna do what I did before and have you ignore me. So what do I wanna do? How am I gonna do this? What, and I feel like it kinda spins out, like, they start off with emotion of like, "Oh, wow," but, "Oh, no," but, "Oh, yay." And then what will they think? Yep, the Knight of Swords, it does get them thinking a lot, it does get them spinning a lot of energy there. So it does get them, again, I feel like it just gets them really wondering why now, and especially that what if I repeat what I did that made you not respond originally? What's happening? I just feel like they're confused by why now and that kind of energy. That's interesting. And then how will they respond? I feel like, Ace of Wands, they do respond, and with the Seven of Wands, which is being true to their authentic self, not dimming their light, not asking permission to shine or whatever those things, right? And I feel like they're in this, um, I feel like you know, they're honest. I feel like they ask those questions. So I need to know, why now? Why a year ago? Why a year later are you contacting me? Why didn't you contact me before? If you don't mention that, I feel like they're gonna really want clarification, and I feel like they just kinda lay it on the line right away, right? Does he look at your social media? I feel like if you don't reach out to them, the Nine of Wands is a block and a tower because I feel like they don't, um, because you never responded to them, so they have a block. I don't feel like they blocked you, but I feel like this feeling like they were, in a way, rejected, that they don't pursue and look at your stuff unless you reach out to them and start out that connection. So, I like that. What happened? I just see this energy is he's confused. I don't know. Is it and I feel like he has to check to make sure, is this 2026 or 2025? Because I feel like he has to, has it been a year? You know how, like, when you look at something and you're like, um, it's something that roguely appears. Do you ever have emails that for some reason get triggered and they appear back in your inbox and you're like, and it's around the same period of time, like a year ago, and you're like, "What? When did this come in?" And you realize, "Oh, it's, you know, 2025, not 2026. This is an old email." That's funny. I like this. I feel like this is their reaction. Pause. Not everything needs a reaction. Breathe first. So I feel like they kind of hold off in replying right away because they're trying to figure out what is happening. So that is what they got, Alice. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings. Thank you for your donations. I appreciate those. All right, let me just grab these before they start disappearing. I'm just going to throw them down here. All right, let me just make sure nothing came in here via the email. All right, so I think I am all done with donations. So we'll dive back into the free reading. So we got down here. We have Cancer is up 52304. Here we are. So the Leo and the Aquarius have been attacking you for a while, and now they've been laughing and doing bad things to you. What will happen to them for all the things that they've done? All right, let's take a look here based on their current energies. What will happen to the Leo? What will happen to the Aquarius? Well, it's interesting that Aquarius is on this side of the zodiac chart, and Leo is on the other side. So they're opposites, they're polar opposites. So for the Leo, ooh, they die. Is that enough? Is that enough punishment? No, they don't really die. But wow, right? I want death for them. They deserve death. They do have an ending energy that comes in there for them, a significant ending, a significant new beginning. So I feel like they have a huge reality check in their life. And, when we realize whatever energy we're putting out towards other people and into life is what we do get back. It's not punishment, it's how the universe works, it's how the earth works. whatever energy we're emanating is what we attract. And sometimes, like, that's why we wonder, like, why do good people have bad things happen to them, and why do bad people have good things happen to them? Well, whatever energy we're focusing on the most is what we draw in. So if we feel like we're a good person, but we're focusing on fear and need and want and lack and those, we draw in lower vibrational things. And someone who appears to be someone who's putting out, this bad energy, if 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 those are the only things, but I'm putting out a bunch of other gratitude, higher vibrational energies, those things will bring abundance to me. So, what we can look at is, um, what these individual people are doing. What you can do is focus on your energy. And the more you're focusing in on that you're being attacked, that, this is happening, they're doing this and this, we grow that ourselves. We invite more of that from them and other people. Instead of me focusing on my fears, if I focus on what I'm grateful for in my life, you don't have to focus yet on what you're grateful for on the Leo and the Aquarius, right? I know that's hard to do in where you're at right now, but you start focusing on what am I grateful for? I'm using my energy to grow what I'm grateful for. Then this diminishes naturally. Then, if I really want them to go away and go away fast, I start, instead of focusing on them stopping what they're doing, I start focusing in on what I love or I appreciate about who they are. That changes the energy and I draw in. So the things that I appreciate and are grateful for in them grows instead of the things I don't like about them, right? So it's important energy to know that, but it does feel like the Leo does get a big reality check that comes in, has some significant shakeup that happens in their life. The Aquarius, yeah, 5 of Wands. They also have little firestorm, and this isn't punishment, it's just the energy they're putting out is bringing in a lot of this energy, and so, it's, uh, for them, just like everything that happens in our life is for us. Whenever we have challenge, it shows us what within us, what fears can be transformed, what stories we have that can be transformed, right? How am I attacking myself? How am I laughing at myself, right? What bad things am I doing to myself? Well, with my thoughts, maybe I'm telling I deserve this in some way, or, I'm defining my worth by their action. That's being mean to myself. That's attacking me instead of looking at my inner worth and going, I'm powerful, supernatural, eternal being. When we connect there, then we're not giving our power away, right? So hopefully that helps. I feel like, it's more so than people getting what they deserve, knowing that every interaction we have with other humans is for us to set us free from the conflict we have going inside of us. Because the conflict out here originates with a conflict inside of us. It's projection, it's drawing conflict toward us so we can see we're in conflict to set ourselves free. And then when we set ourselves free, we don't need to see it in the outside world anymore. So hopefully that helps, Cancer. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. We got Pearl Jams. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you added on here. You'll be up here right next. You're very welcome, Cancer. Thanks for hanging out. All right. So we'll step away from free readings for a moment here. And we got Pearl. We got 52903 for you here. Check, check, check. Here we are. Hello. Well, give that a love and a like. Don't forget to do that. All right. And you want the possibility of a reunion between you and Jay. All right. Cheers, cheers. Let me take a quick sip here. Possibility of reunion between you and Jay based on current energies. And what else do you need to know here? All right. All right. We got the Knight of Swords and the Ten of Swords. You know, they're basically saying here the Knight of Swords is a need for seeing things differently. The Ten of Swords is expectations, right? Sick and tired of having expectations, feeling like a disappointment or fearing I'm going to disappoint someone. And, that could be the source of, where the ununion happened because when we have a lot of expectations on each other of who someone's supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, and how a relationship is supposed to go, blah, 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 all these rules, right? We live in lack and that ends up sucking the life because we're not focusing on the wonderful things that are happening. We're focusing on who someone isn't being, what the relationship isn't being, maybe even who I'm not being. And that is lack. And that just sucks the life out of the relationship. So this is saying that if you don't, each individually make those changes and change some mindsets, change some stories, change some of those expectations, we would continue to do what we always did, get what we always got. And so if there was reunion, it wouldn't last very long at all because we just go back into the same, you know, hell, right? Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the Nine of Cups, the Ace of Cups. There is this energy here of focusing on our self-love and the Nine of Cups in order to have a dream come true with someone else to work on our self-love with this because, every relationship that we have is a reflection of our self-love. And so if each of us isn't doesn't have a great amount of love for self, I can't give more love to someone than I have for myself, nor receive love more than what I have for myself. And that's both sides, right? And then as we expand our self-love, we're able to give and receive love to each other. But if we don't have a higher love for ourselves and they don't have a higher love for themselves, it's just going to be feeling like it's starving our hearts from each other still. So it feels like there's work that would need to be, you know, kind of done first because we have the Six of Cups, which is the return of someone, but the Two of Swords is also conflict. And they're saying that, there is a possibility of a temporary reunion, but without doing those other things, it would just be very temporary and end very quickly because we would just be back into where we left off. We wouldn't, if we want a different result, we have to do things differently, right? And that's what they're saying is coming in here. So hopefully that helps. Let's get to your fortune cookie here too. Let me just put these cards away real quick. All right, let's take a look here. What's your fortune cookie say? Stay curious. Life is still unfolding. Yeah, there's a big path ahead of you here. Stay curious. It's almost like you've walked out a door, maybe, it's about getting curious about yourself, but not returning back through a door. Go forward and see if you guys come back across each other's path, but very much free yourself so that you will have a different type of relationship with them in the future if they do the changes. But if they don't, you don't want to go back and do what you always did. You're like, I want to move forward and have a different type of relationship, right? Right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Hey, Samantha. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We got Beatrice. Hey, Beatrice. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. You actually will be up next here. Let me just get you set up here on my little list. Little love and a like for that here. Just check my emails. Okay. All right. Take another quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Beatrice, we're 5:34:56. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. So I wanted to know here, will G and you reconnect down the line? All right. Let's find out here. So based on current energies. All right. We got this, and these, and that. Okay. Two more. Thought it was only going to be one. Surprise. All right. And then that one there. All right. Let's see what we got here. So you've got the Seven of Cups and the Death card. Uh-oh. Well, I feel like there's a lot going on here, and I feel like this is G's life. There's like 7 cups. Um, and I feel like they just have so much going on, so much social stuff. Um, and it feels here like ADHD energy where there's, so many people going on that unless you try to reconnect with them, I feel like they're just all about what's happening right now in front of my face kind of energy. Um, let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, because we got the Queen of Swords, the Four of Swords, you know. There is this energy of balance between the head and the heart here. And, the Four of Swords is about rest and relaxation. It almost feels like, and that makes sense with what you're just saying, several projects in the works that, once they have this balance energy and their resting energy, then, things can change. And it feels like maybe that there's a better to wait until their life calms down a little bit here, till there's more balance within ourself and within them too. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we've got this, energy here of the 10 of Pentacles, which is, relationship type energy, fullness of life, Six of Pentacles, again, a balance energy. And I kind of feel like they're kind of reiterating it here. Balance in the outside world, because I feel like they're so busy that reconnection would be like almost feeling like someone's trying to fit you in between the important things because they've got so much happening. It's crazy, kind of energy here. So let's see what these last cards are here, but it kind of feels like their spirits going, if you don't want to feel like, a task that's trying to be fit in between all these other tasks, you might want to wait. What else do we got here? Yeah, we got the Hanged Man. So here's transformation energy. We've got the Four of Wands, joy and celebration. We got the Sun card too. So I feel like if you wait a little bit, wait for some transformation that comes in here. Yeah. It feels like there can be a joyful reunion. And the Star card, yeah, more of a dream come true energy where there can be a reconnection later. But yeah, I definitely would wait. But it shows there's possibilities here for that. Um, and there's something to do with the Star card here, which is Uranus, Aquarius energy, which is but doing things differently, not trying to do what we did before. 'Cause I feel like G is done with a lot of different things. Um, um, romantic feelings. Well, the 10 of Pentacles is relationship type of energy. So, yeah, I mean, We do have that in there. And the what feels like a victory energy, um, kind of energy. And they're like, I'm done trying to do what all this stuff. I need something different. And so it's about approaching it in a different way than we have in the past with them, but in general too. It's like creating something new, something exciting, not something that feels like work, you know? Adventure kind of energy, right? Oh, I love that. Boom, boom. I like this. Step away. You don't have to solve everything today. So I like that, the stepping away energy. Confirmation there. Those cards are hilarious. All right. So that's what they have for you, Beatrice. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. You're very welcome. All right. Let me just make sure here. All right. So we've got Pearl. Thank you again for your additional donation. We got you here. All right. So guidance for your manifestations. We got 5, 41, 14. Look at that mirroring. I like it. So guidance for the manifestations. Let's see what we got here. I've got a great a podcast episode 14, I believe. Yeah, abundance, where it be, and it talks a lot about manifestation. I'll throw it out here in the chat here. It's uh you know it talks about energy, and it talks about some other things on how to allow things to come to us. First of all, how to draw things towards us instead of pushing things away. And then it also talks about the Six of Pentacles, like our rate of exchange, where we might internally in our inner child have this, I have to give so much to deserve so little. And until our inner child feels we deserve to have something come in to the city gates, it will keep it out. So that video talks a lot about that and dives deep into that if you want to take a look at that. Let's see what else Spirit has here for you, though. So, guidance on manifestation. All right. What else? Anything else? All right. So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Pentacles, which does talk about uh, it's abundance, it's birthing, it's harvest energy. So below the surface, you do have a lot available that can come to you. So that's good that it's like the storehouse is there. We just have to tap into it, right? The first two cards that came out, you got the Eight of Pentacles and the Knight of Wands. So here is the energy. This is putting the work into managing our energy and where we're investing it and what we're focusing on. In the video, the podcast that I shared there, it does talk about, if I'm focusing in on that I need, that I want, that I fear I won't get, any kind of lack energy, that's what pushes it, makes it harder for it to come toward us. So when we're looking at manifestation, how we're told about ask every day, no, that becomes lack, right? We can ask greater once. They've got a great memory, the universe does. So we ask once and then we let it go. And then we start focusing on gratitude for what we do have in our life or have had, and that have energy is what opens a conduit for it to come toward us, right? Whereas if I'm focusing on want, need, that's if I have a want or a need, it means I'm feeling like I don't have something I should have right now. So don't have energy is not abundance energy. Don't have energy is lack. And when we focus in on that, we can get more of that. It keeps abundance further away. So again, we talk about that a lot in that podcast if you want to dive more into understanding that. You got the Four of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune. There is something here too about redefining what success means for you here, because the Wheel of Fortune is abundance. But if we're seeking something to have it define us, then that's also lower vibrational lack energy because we feel like I'm not enough until blah 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 blah. And that means I don't feel I'm enough, and again, lack energy. The more we focus in on, I am a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love that is eternally and unconditionally loved by the universe. I'm in need of nothing. I am everything I need. That's our solid foundation of our worth. Then it doesn't mean I stop wanting things in the outside world. I just stop needing it. Again, I asked creator once, hey, you know what I'd really like is blah, blah, blah. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for this and that and da, da, da. You see the changes that happen. The wheels of fate turn and bring in something different. And then you also have the Six of Cups, the Three of Pentacles. Yeah, the Six of Cups does talk about our inner children. And here is the Three of Pentacles, which is, creation, being true to our authentic selves. But I feel like it is about abundance, and I do feel like that brings in that energy of realizing what as a child, what kind of beliefs were created as a child about again, what kind of things you're putting your worth on, what you have to do to be able to receive, even some mindsets of I have to work hard. You have to work hard to get things in this world. It's like, no, you can have a nice affirmation of abundance flows to me easily and effortlessly. And I'm grateful that abundance flows to me easily and effortlessly. Then you see the change, you see the movement change with all those things as well. And getting to the root of what beliefs are there. I do talk a little bit about that in the podcast, but, there's a great book if you're interested called Tapping into Wealth, like tapping. You know how you can do tapping to connect to your inner child? But it's Tapping into Wealth by Margaret Lynch, Lynch. A great book because it's not just about wealth, but it gets you in tune and really brings things up with your inner child to set us free too. So I like that. All right, so that is what they have. Definitely check out that video though. I feel like it's right up the alley with all those energies. Your fortune cookie here says, "Keep going. You're closer than you think." I like it. Just a little bit of some changes in energy and in belief around our, giving and receiving can make a huge difference. And again, you've got that Queen of Pentacles, that cache of things are just waiting to come in for you. All right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Alice, thank you so much for your additional donation. We'll throw it on here and I'll wait for your question. You're right. Very welcome, Pearl. Enjoy. I'll take a sip here while you're typing your question out. If not, I'll just jump to a free reading or two. So take your time. Ah, yum, yum. All right. All right. So we will jump to Melissa Hotsick real quick for a free reading here. And then we'll jump to, as soon as I see your question, Alice. All right. So, Melissa, hello, dear. So, did Alex notice you on Friday, or was he pretending he didn't see you? All right. Let's take a look here. So, tell us about Alex. Did he see you? Got the Four of Swords and the Lover's card here. Here is joy and celebration and relationship energy. Uh, I do feel like he did notice you because, I feel like there was this joy energy, and he really he, was happy to see you there, but I feel like he pretended he didn't see you, and it has to do with who he was with, and I don't feel like he was on a date necessarily. Excuse me, because I don't feel like it's romantic. At least it's not an official romantic relationship, but I feel like he pretended he didn't see you because he he whoever he was with, I think also knows you and isn't I don't feel like you guys mesh very well, and that's why he pretended he didn't see you because he was like, "I just don't want to have that impact us right now." Whatever this was, whether this person is jealous or it might create a thing of like, altercations between you 2 or you and Alex or whatever. I just feel like it had to do with whoever he was with was why he pretended he didn't see you, but he was happy to see you with those cards. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. So I'm losing my voice. All right, here we go. All right. So Alice, we got 5, 51, 15 for you. Look at all those fives and those ones. Here's your timestamp. All right. So what will Jay's response to you be like after you message him? And how will he be feeling thinking about you leading up to an in-person date meetup? All right. All right. Let me just so this is still Jay, the GS guy, right? So what will Jay's response be to you after you message him? So based on current energies, what will the response be? And how will he be feeling about you leading up to a date? All right, let's see what we got here. So his response, we do have the King of Wands, the Six of Wands. Yeah, so I do feel like it's a victory energy with the Six of Wands. The King of Wands is it's a measured, controlled response. I don't feel like the first response is like a woohoo kind of energy because there is cautious there. The King of Wands, they understand passion needs to be bridled, not just wow, right. So there's a bit of cautiousness here. We do have the World card. The World card is a you know significant ending, new beginning energy. Ace of Cups, like without expectation. Because that's like it restarts with the full card, the World card being the last card of the major arcana. It starts off at 0 with no expectations, no intentions, just kind of let's see where this goes kind of energy. So there is this cautiousness, with this coming in. He's not punishing you or anything like that for not responding to him. He's just kind of like, let's see what unfolds here. I'm not going to because there's that, uh where you didn't respond and stuff before, it's like, that kind of, "All right, let's" I'm aware that that could happen again out of nowhere. I kind of feel like I need to build trust kind of energy. And then, what's he feeling and thinking about leading up to it? Yeah, well, this makes sense. What's he feeling? Here's the what I just said, right? The 5 of Pentacles is the fear, being left behind, abandoned, left out in the cold. Not being enough, not having enough, but I feel like it's more the abandonment, like, "Are you really gonna be there? Is this really gonna happen?" Kind of energy, because 'cause they're kinda tentative with that. That's their feelings is fear, right? And then their mind, yeah, the 10 of Wands, I feel like their mind kind of goes back and forth between this energy of burden to abundance because of those feelings that keep coming up. It's like, but they're like, oh no, but look at the positives. And then they get dragged into focusing on the lower vibrational fear of abandonment. And then they go back to the abundance. And so I kind of feel like um, what's that called? The fan goes back and forth. Um, Not isolate, but they go back and forth between the two. So, I like that, and it is an abundance, like, they're excited, but then they're also, "Uh-oh, what if?" And then they're, like, excited, and then what if, kind of energy, which is kinda normal for us humans, you know? Alright, because building trust, is important. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie for that one is, which is trust actions. Words are easy, patterns are truth. Oh, wow, so perfect for what we were talking about. They're like, what are your actions gonna be? Words are easy to say, but your actions are gonna speak louder for me, and the patterns are your truth. So they're going, is the pattern gonna repeat of suddenly no response? Or not suddenly, I know, I feel like you never responded in his first little attempts. Um, so I feel like that's the energy there. All right. So that's what they got for you, Alice. Thank you again for your additional donation. All right, and back to free readings. We've got a butterfly 55620. There is your timestamp. So appreciative. I am very grateful. I want a general read, so let's take a look here and see what does Spirit want you to know right now. All right. Looks like you do get 4, 2, and 2. So these two together, you got the 5 of Wands, the 6 of Swords. I feel like you're getting some clarity here coming in on some sort of drama that's happening among a group of friends, or it could be family, but it's like there's this kind of altercation or conflict that's happening between a few people within a group. And the 6 of Swords is you're seeing things differently. You're moving from old ways of thinking to higher ways of thinking, choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like you're kind of watching almost like a sober person at a drunken party, right? And you're kind of just going, okay, I'm putting two and two together kind of energy. Yeah. And you got the Page of Pentacles and the Queen of Swords. I like this remaining neutral and knowing that they are going to need to work things out. You know, sometimes, when we're a peacekeeper or someone that helps people get along with each other and different things, you know, we can sometimes become a crutch for people if we help them too much. Uh, and I feel like whatever group of people this is normal that, oh, they're at it again. It's like, I'm not gonna get involved because sometimes when we get involved in a fight, right, we're like, guys, stop. You know, we get, burned by the little firestorm that's going on between people. And you're like, you know what? I'm just going to watch from back here, eat the popcorn, enjoy the movie, observe and learn by what's going on with them. But I don't need to solve this. I get to stay out of this one. So I feel like that's what's coming in for you, Butterfly. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Christina Lowe, 558. Whoops. 47. Let's try typing. Maybe it might help. There we are. So, Christina, hello, hello. So, you just want to tell Asenia happy heavenly birthday and remind her how much you love her and miss her. Yeah, she's right with you. So, she hears you. Um, so I hope she wants to come down and around and give you a hug. Oh, she's always by you, by your side. So, spirit isn't up there. Spirit is around us. We're just in a different dimension, right? And our loved ones, the people that we have those connections, they're always, as soon as they slip out of their body, they are in spirit and they can be in everywhere all at once. And so they're right by you, hugging you and giving you love all the time. So they're like, "Yeah, you don't have to go very far." They're like, "I'm right here." "Oh, hi," so they're there. So any does she have anything to say? Let's take a look here. We've got the 7 of Cups and the World card. Yeah, I like this. She's saying here, "I'm in a new place. I, um, have only high vibrational emotions now." Down on earth, I had a lot of emotional conflict and confusion and, like every human with feeling all the different emotions. But up here, I just have higher vibrational, unconditional love, enjoying laughter and peace and play. I love it. And, but we come down here on purpose to feel all the feels, to experience all the experiences. So she's telling you, enjoy those lower vibrational emotions while you can, because there is none available up here. So, you know, um, you can't bring any with you, in fact, because it can't survive at that vibration. So they're like, enjoy the fun experience. We did come down there on purpose to experience those for the sake of the contrast, right? We talk a lot about this um, tapestry. If it was all beige, we wouldn't, see this design because it would all blend in, and if it was all black, we wouldn't, see this design or all these over here, so the contrast is why we come to see and understand ourselves more deeply. So there are no wrong emotions, everyone is a right emotion, and you came here to experience them. So she's like, experience it, baby. That's your message. All right. So many blessings, Christina. All right. Then we got Cat Mia 60138 is for yours. Thank you for your donation earlier. And you said we get to choose between dirty chocolate and fresh baked cake. What? Did I say that? Was I drunk? Which one does spirit choose for us versus which one we choose? Uh, oh, okay, I think I remember now. It's, so we were talking about there's the grotesque little whatever, and then there's the higher vibrational fresh baked cake. It's like the old bleh, of our lower vibration or higher vibration, which is the higher truth and higher energies, right? And spirit doesn't choose anything for us, Um, and do you want me to pull a card? I feel like I want to pull a card here. Yeah. 5 of Cups is and then 5 of Wands. Yeah. So, they give you here, it's, you know, we get to choose. The 5 of Cups is the power of emotional choice, and the 5 of Wands would be the power of, our energetic choices. And the, spirit, honors our free will, honors our power of choice. And so we choose, you know, what we choose each moment is what we choose, you know? There isn't a have to, a must, spirit doesn't have an opinion of good, bad, worse, better. They have this opinion, and it's not an opinion, it's just they see everything as different choices with different experiences and different opportunities. Not better, worse, good or bad. They look at our lives as adventure. Because it's temporary. It's like a drop in the bucket compared to eternity that we're here. And so when we don't like something, we can change it. So we're making choices every second, and consciously or unconsciously. If we're not consciously choosing something, then we are on autopilot and we're choosing from old stories, old emotions, old things. And that's what changes stuff, right? So we end up choosing whatever we either choose higher vibration or lower. And like I said, neither's right or wrong. It's just going to bring us different experiences. And spirit doesn't choose for us. Our energy is what draws things toward us. So sometimes we think, why is the universe doing this to me? Why is life doing this to me? It's like, no, our energy is what is drawing things toward us. It's drawing things, because like attracts like. So whatever we're focusing on is what we're drawing in. Um, that very rarely do we have um, faded things that we want to experience no matter what. At this iteration of humanity, we've had other ones where we had a lot of faded stuff because we wanted to specifically experience stuff. But we've experienced so much stuff by this point in humanity's evolution and, iterations of many different lifetimes as humans and different types of humans, like from Atlantis to Moon to different things that uh, we're more of possibilities than we are, whoops, smack, as we are of, you know, faded stuff. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. So we're going to step out. We have a couple more donations that came in. So let me jump to those. Thank you guys for all your patience in getting to your free readings. We'll get to them eventually here. So hang in there. All right. We got Aunt Rose in the house. Hey, Aunt Rose. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like. And here is your question. All right. You'll be up next here in a moment. Sorry if you just heard my stomach growl. Brrr. And then Twin Flame. Hey, hello, hello. Good to see you. All right. We'll get you on here and give that a love and a like. So you'll be up here right after Aunt Rose. All right. All right. So Aunt Rose, you're at 60646. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And you want to know what is the energy between Mauricio and you? All right. Let's take a look here. Okay. Got that. We got that. What else? And that. What else? That. And I do want this one. Any others? Nope. All right. All right. Well, bottom of the deck, we do have the Three of Cups energy. It's joy energy, between you guys. There is, curious to see here. Three of Cups, that almost feels like there's a third party involved here somewhere where it may not be romantic, but it definitely feels there's there's someone that in some way creates an obstacle, it's like they're creating an obstacle course between your guys' energy. So, not sure who this is, if it's on your side or their side, but it does feel like there's someone that's kind of a third wheel and you're kind of like, ugh. So, we'll see what this is about. It's his side? Okay. I'm like, "What is this about?" So, we do have the Knight of Wands, so that is a little bit of, movement of passion and heat, kind of energy. So, it feels like there is quite a bit of, you know, that passionate attraction energy that comes in. In the Five of Pentacles, which, that energy, is this fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not having enough, not being enough. That's kind of around that as well, kind of energy. So I feel like there's that kind of energy that's kind of bubbling amongst this heat and this fire kind of energy between the two of you. Let's see what else is here. Yeah, Eight of Wands, a lot of passion. Are you guys catching on fire yet? It's like very heated energy. So this is either passion or I don't think it's hatred, is it? But there is a lot of fire, whatever that might be for you guys, that's flowing there with this 8 of Wands. You also got the 10 of Cups. Yeah, so there's a bit of joy energy that's coming in here, relationship energy. Um, but we also have the 3 of Wands energy that comes in with all this, which is kind of brings in with new information that, you take a different route than you thought you were going to take. Um, so it's gonna be different, let me see here if I'll just do a quick clarify here too. Just what is this information? Can we know anything about it? So we can see what it does here. You got the Magician, you got the World card. There is this ending and beginning energy, the World card being the last card in the Major Arcana. The Magician not being the first, because the full card 0 is, but it is an ending and beginning type of energy that's coming in here. So I feel like whatever the information is that comes in, um, it does have to do with someone having a major ending, major beginning. So if it is a separation or a divorce kind of energy or an ending of the other relationship, um, I feel like it sways something for your decision, but I kind of feel like there is this energy of, if someone leaves someone for me, I'm going to be that other someone one day. you know, why do I feel I would be different? Or why does someone else feel like they would be different? So I feel like there is, something that unfolds here where it's kind of like, well, I don't know, but clarity does come and you do make a decision that takes you on a different route. They're not, I mean, I kind of feel like that's what's happening there is you're like, but I don't understand why they're like whatever this significant ending and beginning would be like why you would walk away from a relationship unless um they have a habit of you're finding out they do end relationships and begin relationships with a lot of people. Like recognize that this is a pattern for them, and you're like, I'm not going to be someone's pattern. But your fortune cookie is breathe. Says the world isn't ending. It just feels that way sometimes. Take a nap. I love those cards. All right. So that's what they have for you, Aunt Rose. Hopefully that helps. All right. And Twin Flame, you're up 612. 47 is for yours. Thank you for your donation. Rose, you're so funny. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. You want to know what did Reggie think and feel about you tonight? Oh, cheers, cheers. All right. So, what did Reggie think? Reginald. All right. What did he feel? Anything else? Nope. All right. So we do have the Chariot. Wow, we have the Chariot and the Moon on the bottom, which both of these are Mother Moon energy behind the scenes. So there is this emotion, a lot of emotion was felt here. And we'll see what this is about here when we look at how he felt. So, what did he think? Hmm. 7 of Cups is a lot of different emotions, and I feel like they were thinking, um, especially this 9 of Pentacles. I don't know why this it feels almost like they have mixed messages in their mind because 'cause they're bringing in this, 9 of Pentacles is like, I don't think you need anyone. You know, because I used to get that too, where people were like, "You walk around like you don't need anyone." I'm like, "I don't." Maybe that's why you're picking it up. I don't need anyone, but I may want someone, but yeah, I don't need someone. I don't get manipulated by 'em, you know, by people going, "You need me, so you better do what I want." You're like, "No, bye." So there's this confidence and this mixed emotions and feeling a lot of different emotions. I feel like it's like you're unlike anything that they've come across before, which is very, of course, fly your freak flag, Aquarius, right? So I definitely feel like there's that energy there. Let's see what their feelings were. Yeah, it's like their page of swords coming in. Um, that's interesting that you're getting cups energy with their mind, and with their feelings, you're getting thinking energy. But you have the King of Cups. Yeah, they see you as like, wow. Again, this clarity about, uh, the Ace of Swords, the Page of Swords, around this compatibility. What's underneath here too? And the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, it's like they feel you're up here and they're down there. They're not sure here if they would be compatible for you kind of energy with these feelings because I feel like they're, you know, like, wow, I really think that you would be more than enough for me, but I think I may fall short in being who you need to be. If you ever heard me talk about the five-fingered glove for a three-fingered hand, where, you know, like they feel like they're a three-fingered hand and you're a five-fingered glove, yeah, you're gonna fit the three fingers plus you have two extra. So you're plenty for them with room for growth if they ever grew more fingers, right? But you would be feeling empty. And that's the kind of I feel like their energy is they're thinking, wow, you're more than enough for me, but I feel like, you know, you would end up being disappointed in who I am, and I feel like that's kind of energy they're in right now, um, after, you know, seeing you tonight, and they're like they might need some time to process. Which is okay, you know? Let people tell you who they are. If they feel they're not enough, then believe them, right? "Alright, I believe you." What? Wait a minute." Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I like it. I don't need anyone. Let's see here. Yeah. Like, dude, take one step at a time, right? So we've got the small progress, tiny steps will move you forward. What did you do to me? Broke 'em. Oh, what just happened? Yeah, I feel like it's your energy, your confidence, um, and it's different for them because 'cause they're used to, you know, feminine energy being, in his mind, needy, and you need something from me, and so that puts me in this not a power place, but it puts me in a place of, you know, I'm not insecure, I'm secure because you need me. But when they meet someone that doesn't need them, I feel like this is the first time they've met uh, energy where they're like, "You don't need me?" Kind of energy. So, interesting, right? So hopefully that helps. And we'll see what happens. Maybe overnight, like I said, I feel like they need to process it, and maybe they will be like, "Well, maybe I can grow. Let's take it up," like it says, "Small steps, boo boo. Take one step at a time. Don't jump to conclusions and jump ahead. Just take it a step at a time. See what's next, see what unfolds," right? So, I like it. All right, my dear. That is what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings. All right, we'll zip back to free readings. We got Carmel Damon, your 61924 is for you. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. I think you did shock him. Zzz. Maybe that taser at dessert, maybe that was a little over the top. All right. So, Carmel, you want to know DL's current feelings and intentions towards you. All right. Feelings, intentions. So, feelings, I got the world card, which is this, ending of a significant cycle, the beginning of a new adventure energy. So, there is a bit of this something switching inside of them. It almost feels like they're wanting to take things to a different level kind of energy that's coming in. Um, but and then we got the 4 of Wands, their intentions. 4 of Wands is joy, celebration. I don't know, it is a marriage card, but I don't let me do a clarifier in here because I'm like, this isn't their normal energy. What has changed? What has happened here? Mm, 5 of Cups. They've had a significant loss energy come in. And so this loss that's happened, whether it's, you know, I don't know if they had their eye on someone else or they had someone in their family that's died, passed to the other side, that sometimes that shakes our lives up, that kinda comes in here. So it does feel like they've had kind of a shakeup in their life that feels like something's altering for them. They're reconsidering things, and, uh, so it just feels like energy has shifted here, Carmel, but, I do feel like their feelings are, wanting to take things to a different level. I'm not getting a lot of emotion in it. It feels more, I don't wanna say transactional, but it's more of like, I want someone to fill a position in my life because, whatever this is that happened left an empty spot and they're wanting to fill that up. So, I don't know if they have that capacity to share heart at this point in their life. It feels more, like I said, you know, I need someone, you can be that, instead of like, "Oh my gosh, I want you to be this because of how I feel about you." It's more, like I said, feels transactional. So, hopefully that helps, Carmel. That is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we got Livia Vergara. Hello, hello. Yay, yay, yay. All right. And here is your timestamp. And you want to ask for the general for the coming week. Yeah, and happy birthday. That's right. I wanted to give you a special oracle or a special card for your birthday, too. So, a general for the coming week. All right, we got those. Oh, we got 3 cards. Boom, boom, boom. And let's see, what do we want to use here? I feel like we want to do one of these cards. I have them sitting over here. These are the Citadel, uh, which gives like a kind of a what are those called? It's like a character, not an alchemy, but it's like a character energy. So it'll tell you something about here for your next rotation around the sun. So for this coming week, you got the Knight of Cups. I like this movement of emotion. And I like this about letting go of expectations. I'm sick and tired of trying to be what everyone else wants me to be. And the Magician, action energy. So I like this ending and beginning energy. And I feel like if there was a romantic interest, I almost feel here, well, not almost, I feel like with this energy that you're like, well, I'm tired of, you know, worrying about, what this is happening, what's not happening, and I'm ready just to I'm letting go of worrying about it, and I'm just gonna move forward and see what happens in my life kind of energy. I feel like I'm tired of worrying about so and so, blah, blah, blah. So I like that energy for you. Let's see what your birthday, let's pull a card here from the Citadel. See what kind of, for your next rotation around the sun, what kind of focus is coming in here for you. It's over there. You've got the twins, self protection and dual natures. You got the sun and the moon energy coming in. Let's see what this brings in. Dual nature. Are you going to date twins? Just kidding. Let's take a look here. Oh, yeah, this is a book is set up weird. Hold on a sec here. Let's find the twins. Is there a third page? Oh, there sure is. Oh, okay, there we go. It would have been the last section, of course. So it says a quiet courtyard, the soft murmur of a nearby tea shop, the call of songbirds, and a blazing argument shattering the peace. The twins were born at the same time, but they couldn't be more different. The first, a dreamer, charming and surrounded by friends. The other, more worldly, but dogged by life's injustices and feelings of inadequacy. Each twin feels the pressure to measure up to their sibling, but that pressure is entirely internal. Neither is judging the other, only themselves. Isn't that funny with that Ten of Swords? Letting go. So, this card relates to a specific relationship in your life. You and the other person are bound together, but past traumas are blocking your ability to make this a harmonious relationship. Be kind and take time to reassess your behavior. Are you really being fair to the other person? How are you continuing old habits or resentments? There is kindness in acknowledging that we're all human. Wow. And then reversed, it says the relationship isn't with another, but with yourself. What was in balance is now off kilter. The two sides of you are warring, making it hard to make decisions, or perhaps you're struggling to balance periods of manic productivity with sluggish demotivation. It's time to bring your energy back into balance and work out a happy medium. I love that. So that is what they have. Happy birthday. I'm like, whoa, that's deep for a birthday, but that is what they have for you, Olivier. So many blessings to you and happy birthday to you. Enjoy. All right. So thank you, Aunt Rose, for your additional donation. Let me scroll up here and we'll get you on here. Give that a love and a like and grab this here. All right. So, need to do a timestamp. So, timestamp 6:27:56. All right. So, Mauricio and you are not together currently. Can you ask what information will make me take a different path? All right. So, let's get more clarity here. What can we know about this other path? What information? Oh, thank you. All right. Well, we got the Seven of Swords on the bottom, which is the energy of the thief, the liar, the deceiver, the cheater energy. So, I feel like that kind of matches what we were talking about a little bit before, right? Third party energies. The other card that made itself known so far is the Ace of Wands, which is a new passion. Let's see here. Is this a new passion for you, a new interest for you? And let's see what we have here. We have the 10 of Wands. Yeah, I have a change of your energetic focus from focus on something that feels like a burden to something that feels like gratitude. You got the Seven of Wands. This is you being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not, defending what you want to do or don't want to do, the stepping forward, and the Ten of Swords. Yeah. And this is this energy, all these tens energies that you got before too. Tens and one. It's like, I'm ready for a new beginning. I'm ready for something different. I don't want to keep doing what I've always done and get what I've always gotten. I'm ready for this ending of trying to live up to other people's expectations and trying to get them to live up to mine. And I'm finish, I'm done kind of energy. So I feel like this is you finalizing things here. Because there's the Six of Cups, which is an energy here of like someone trying to come back from the past, and the Ace of Swords is with new clarity. There's the clarity that you're like, "No, thank you." I feel like someone's trying to come back, and like you and Mauricio are not together currently, but I feel like, there is this clarity of, "I don't want him back. I wanna move on to something else." Yeah, the Eight of Cups, walking away from emotions that don't serve you anymore and relationships that don't serve you anymore. And the Queen of Cups is choosing your self-love. And you're like, I'm choosing me instead of choosing other people here. So, because you're like, I can't trust anything that they say or whoever this, if there's another Six of Cups of someone from the past, but it's like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm ready for something different. I don't want to keep doing what I've always done and get what I've always gotten kind of energy that's coming in here. So hopefully that resonates for you. It's a bit, I like it for you if this does resonate because it is you choosing yourself and then uh, allowing yourself to move forward. You do find someone else that matches your energy instead of you trying, you know, to match someone else's. And you deserve that. So I love that for you. Let's see, what's your fortune cookie here? All right. I love that. So it says, slow down. Life isn't a race. You don't have to outrun it. Take a breath. So I like it. So hopefully that helps, Aunt Rose. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. We'll continue back here to the free readings. We've got Leslie, 63246. So, Leslie, thank you so much for your donations earlier. And how is this week going to be? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, you got the Devil card, the Eight of Swords. Yeah, I mean, the Devil card is a shaking and a rattling of some things, but it's to encourage you to let go of some old mindsets, some old things that don't serve anymore. Eight of Swords, is that release energy of, and the Devil card is long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, powerless, kind of energy. Sorry, I fell off my chair. Um, so there is, release energy that's coming in here for you. And it has to do with the stories, the mindsets, not emotions directly anyway, because most mindsets have an emotional origin. They're just the flower that blooms from the root, and that's in our emotions. But this is focused in on changing some stories, changing the way you're perceiving some things, And with the Devil card, that is Capricorn, Saturn energy that rules over the house of work. So it could be work related, doesn't have to be. But I'm getting a little bit of a tint toward that. But I do believe that there is this, letting go of an old story. And it's something that feels like that's chained you. You know, the Devil card usually has people with chains around their neck. That's something that's kind of held you back and kind of, you know, choked you like a, you know, you ever have a reminded of the black lab. She's not very well leash trained where she pulls and tugs where even me being 6'4" and, built of muscle, no, I'm not a bit of a muscle, but, she, like, pulls me, I'm like, "Come on, get back here." She's like, it's that kind of energy. You're getting freed from this where you can run free instead of feel constrained. So I like that for you. Sounds like a good week, at least in one area. It doesn't have to be huge, 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 but it's an epiphany and a release of something there. So I like that. Right, so many blessings to you, Leslie. Have a good one. Right. And then we got Ruby G, 63526. All right. And a general, thank you again for your donations this evening. And for your general reading, you got the Four of Swords and the Ace of Pentacles. I like this here because there is, with the Four of Swords, releasing of an expectation. And because the Four of Swords are usually sleeping on the Ace of Swords, seeing something from a higher perspective, like all your readings get, right? But in doing that, you're cutting away an expectation, and when you're releasing the expectation, you're actually opening up the conduit that brings in abundance in the outside world, and it is amazing how our energy, our willingness to let something go, how it then brings in something over here, and we're like, "Whoa, it just worked out that way," you know? It's almost like I mentioned, like, and this is, like, not what it is, but it's like whenever, like, I had this shipping was this thing. I was so impatient when people would, give you an estimated time and then it was delayed, especially when I lived in a small town up in Idaho, near my family for a couple years. It was like, "Oh, it's supposed to arrive on Friday," and then it's, um, reached the big city nearby on the other side of the border on Friday, and then it gets delayed, and then it ends up being delivered on Monday, and be like, "Oh, what'd you tell me? I was expecting it on Friday. Now I'm for 3 days," right? And it got to the point where then I just stopped estimate what an ETA's estimated time of arrival, right? I had it as expected time of arrival, but I changed it to where, you know, I was like, "It's gonna get here when it gets here." And, and then that happened where I was really frustrated around a package, and I'm like, "You know what? Just let it go. It's gonna get here when it gets here." And, even though it didn't say out for delivery and I thought, "Oh, it's gonna be delayed again," even though, like, I think it was like the post office or something, it didn't show that there was any movement or activity, and I thought, "Alright, it's gonna be Monday again for this new one coming in," and then, it suddenly got an email, it was delivered, and I'm like, "What?" And then it updated everything, and it showed it when you release something, you open up the space for it to come in, right? Not we don't release it and going, "Is it coming?" Because that's not true release. But when we truly release something, it feels like something comes towards you in the outside world, and it feels abundant, so I like that. So that's what they got for you, Ruby, so many blessings to you. Alright, and then we got AKA 63826. So AKA, thank you for your donation earlier as well. And a general read for the upcoming new week. I know. It's a lot of your guys' Monday, but my weekend starts tomorrow. All right. So what else for the week here? All right, and these two. All right, so you've got here the Three of Wands. That's interesting. A change of direction for you next week with new information. Yeah, and you've got the Nine of Swords and the Two of Pentacles. So there is something here with the 9 of swords is like it has expectations that sometimes it's like the nightmare and insomnia where you're dreaming about something or you're worried about something. And but I like this for you because whatever this thing is that you're worried, it balances out and takes care of itself. And so you end up going a different direction because you don't need to invest energy in it. You don't have to like try to make something happen anymore. So you have this energy to reroute into something else. You get to worry about something else now. So I like this little energy. Zoop, zoop, zoop. That something that's been you've been worried about just self solves itself and you're like, what, but, oh, okay. Well, then I'm gonna worry about this now. It's funny how they present it there, but I like that for you. So that's a big thing for you this next week, something that you've been concerned about does get resolved on its own even, like, without lifting a finger. So, that's what they got for you, AKA. So many blessings to you. Alright. So, Krabby Loop, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation. We'll jump over to you here. Let me just get you all set up here. Thank you for the little sticker. Is that what it is? Yep. Good to see you. So let's get you over here. All right, and then we got 6:40:46 is your timestamp here. Kisses. And can you tell you how your crush is feeling about you? All right, let's take a look here. All right, let me just take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, how is your crush currently feeling about you here? So, we got that. Do you want that one? And those two. And that one too. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Wow. So, we got the 9 of wands here. And there's a little bit of a block in between the two of you here. We'll have to see what this is. Is this spirit rooster blocking him away from you? At the behest of your higher self. We'll take a look here and see what this is. But so how are they feeling about you? Got the judgment card, the death card here. So there's a little bit of energy. Well, spirit doesn't do that like on their own. It would be our higher self going, "No, I don't want this for my life." There'll be a block that keeps us from going a direction that our higher self doesn't want us to go. So it's more, it's us at a higher level, but spirit will help be the block, created at the behest of our higher self. But yeah, we got the judgment card. This is a calling card, a pulling here. There is this ending and beginning energy. Let's see what this is about here. We've got underneath that the 7 of swords. Yeah, there is an interesting energy because there is the 7 of swords. That can be the liar, the thief, someone who doesn't tell the whole truth energy. That's below the surface here. And it almost feels like you're being pulled somewhere else and there's this energy. So I know you wanna know about how they feel about you, but they're like, "We're protecting you from something with this individual." Yeah, because you know, as far as how, your crush feels about you, we have the 4 of swords, which is kind of a balanced restful energy. The 6 of cups, there's a little bit of, um, you know, equal kind of attraction. It's physical, um, energetic, more fire attraction energy. But their mind is, they don't have any expectations energy. Yeah, and the 3 of wands on the bottom, it does feel like they're their plans are to go in a different direction, though. They don't have plans, to move towards you here. Um, and we got the Page of Pentacles energy, which is I don't know, and I don't wanna, like, pop your bubble with, like, your who you have a crush on kind of energy, but there is this energy here of that they're, yeah, there's attraction there, but they don't have there's not a plan here. It's like, I'm gonna go try to go this direction, and then the Page of Pentacles is like, "And if something doesn't work out, I can always come back and see what's going on with you," kind of energy. I don't feel like they're, committed and attracted to, in the way that we are to them. And I know I hate being that deliverer, but, you know, I don't wanna lie to you and make stuff up, you know what I mean? So, I feel like that is what is coming in here, for you. And when spirit's blocking you, it's to protect you. If they put up a block because they're doing it again at the behest of your higher self, and because there's something more in alignment with your energy. And I know when we have a crush, we think, I'll never love anyone else like this. No, there's someone, that they're pulling you to and drawing you to that you're like, whoa, they never take us to a downgrade, like, "No, no, that's not for you, that's first class, you have to go back into coach." No, they're taking you from coach to extra big first class, premium first class. So, that's what's coming in there for you. So, hopefully that helps, Cryby Loop. I know. I'm so sorry. I don't wanna be that bearer of those that information. All right, and I got a few more come in here as well. So let's jump over here. We got Aunt Rose. Thank you for your additional donation. You'll be up next. Let me grab that. Give a love and a like to that. And here is boom, boom. There we go. And then Alice, I see your additional one. You'll be up next after Aunt Rose. And that's your question. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, very good, right, Crabby Loop? You're like, "I'm still gonna crush." Yeah, that you can't our heart crushes on who they crush, right? I get it. So, uh, I don't blame you at all. Alright, and then Pearl, thank you for your additional one. You'll be up here after Aunt Rose and Alice. You know, when we have a crush energy, it can be a variety of things, sometimes it's a, uh, energetic thing, um sometimes it can be, the obsession part of it can be someone who is unavailable, and that makes it so much more delicious. Like, "Oh god, I want that." But there also is a sense of, like, energetic and sometimes physical attraction, like, sometimes we almost feel like we're in heat. It's like, we don't know where it comes from, right? But there's something there, emotionally, subconsciously that is making it like, "Oh my gosh, I've gotta have that. Oh god, please let them choose me." And then we realize, you get it, right? I had it with, like, 3 people, and it was just like, "Oh my gosh, I just" and what's interesting is well, no, they all weren't. A couple of them were partnered with other people, and you're just like, you know, it's the unobtained but it just wasn't even really that it doesn't feel like, but you know what I'm saying, like, there's just this draw, But then later, it was gone, you know? Illogical emotions, yeah, it just feels like, "Why is that there?" And sometimes I feel like it's astrological and energetic and past life energies and different things like that where we just it's unexplainable by what's happening in this moment. It just feels like something that's just sometimes animalistic, but it's raw and it's so, like, it's, like, almost like it's, you can almost like, it's almost solid, kind of thing. Um, but then later, like, with 2 of them, I saw them later when one was single, and I was just like, "It's not there anymore." You know? And, uh, and the other one, yeah, I was like and they were single, too, and I was just like, "It just isn't there anymore," and the other one moved it out of the country. Thank God. But, I don't know if it would be there if they came back now. I just feel like we've changed, and so it's not there, always anymore. So, very interesting, right? Alright, and Crabby Lube, I'll get you added on here as well for your additional one. Alright, so let me get going here. And we will get back into the readings here. So, Aunt Rose, you're up 650.53 is for yours. Yeah, don't we though, right, Aunt Rose? We're not alone. I'm sure we all have had these, right? Alright. So, Aunt Rose, you wanna clarify if the third party is a friend of his. Oh, yeah. Like, are they like, if it's a friend that's interfering or is it romance? Yeah, I know I'm being nosy. But is Mercy taking advice from this person regarding you two? Okay, so let's take a look here. Is it a friend of his or is it romance? Let's take a look here. All right, well, Ace of Cups, it is romance. So it is romance energy here, or there at least was romance. Let me see what are these ones here too. Yeah, because we got the moon card, so that's a lot of emotional energy. We do have the Four of Cups energy that's there, and the Page of Pentacles. I do feel like this is, with this Page of Pentacles, this is a return trip, meaning like, um, I feel like it's someone they were in a relationship with before in the past, and it's come back around again, and they, were in a relationship and are in a relationship with them here with this Page of Pentacles. And let's see, are they taking advice from this person regarding you? I do feel here, like the Temperance card, I feel like that this is an interesting energy because it's like they were with them before and then they weren't with them. And when they weren't with them, it's like they were friends. And while they were not in a romantic relationship and were just friends, because it kind of just it feels like it died out. Like they both felt like, let's just be friends. And so they were friends. And while they were friends, then, with the Two of Swords, they were bringing a different story to them. Um, you know, and then, when things changed, I feel between you and Mauricio, I feel like then they ended up, kind of back in a I think it doesn't feel like a relationship or it feels like a situationship kind of energy. 'cause it's like you care about each other, but I don't feel like it's, um, like neither of them feel like it's, marriage energy or anything like that kind of energy that comes in there. It just feels like, well, since we're both single, you know, and this, let's just hang out. Um, you know, friends with benefits kind of more energy, if that, makes sense. So, and I still feel like they do, have their 2 cents that they put in with stuff too, you know, but I don't feel like they're doing it because they want Mauricio. I feel like they're just like, "It's just convenient right now. If I find somebody, I'm with them. If you find somebody, you go with them," you know? This is just convenient and friends with benefits because we got needs, you know? Yeah, I like this here. Ew! I know, "Walk away. Some battles are not worth winning." I like that. Walk away. Walk away. There you go. Take the exit. Ew, ew. But, it works for some people, you know? No judgment here, you know? I used to have very strict rules around relationships and different things back in the day, um, and then my eyes were opened with people have all sorts of types of relationships out there. I was like, "What?" Not everyone believes you have to be in a relationship, committed relationship, you know? I learned a lot through all my exes, and not all, several of them cheating on me. I'm like, "Doesn't everyone have weren't you guys taught the way I was?" Alright. So that's what they got for you, Aunt Rose. Thank you again for your donations. All right, and we've got Alice circling back around 6:56:26. So, Alice, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And instead of reading with tarot, oh, sorry. I was like, what? And have an oracle card, oracle cards from Spirit. Yeah, let me see here. Um, I don't have a ton of oracle cards like right here, right here. What we do have here, I've got these. So let's do this here. So we've got these spirit messages. So from John Holland. So let's see what we get here for you. Yeah. Glad you listened to your intuition there, Aunt Rose. Let's see what else here. So I'll give you 2 of these. I'll spin them over here. All right. So your first one is trust. And this one says, while your logical mind is dictating a supposedly clear direction, your soul's inner guidance is urging you to follow an alternative path. The logical path may be one that you consider safe and more familiar, but you could be missing out on boundless opportunities and so much more. Goes on to say that this card is a timely reminder that a decision needs to be made, but you may be about to base that decision on logic, the easy option, or even allow past experiences to make the choice for you. Stop for a moment and consider the options. The spirit world is reaching out, so take their wise counsel as this time it's important to act on what you feel. Such inner turmoil can often leave you feeling exhausted, drained, or even emotionally confused. These feelings are clear indicators, so by surrendering to what you feel is right, you can trust and be sure that the outcome will be for your highest good. Let go of those restrictive, logical responsibilities and let the flow of life take you to where you're supposed to be. Trust that spirit will guide you and allow yourself to experience the liberating sense of freedom as you do. You'll arrive at a place where you feel confident and safe, a place where there's clarity in decisions and choices. By working in partnership with your inner guidance and the universe, you'll benefit in ways you may never imagine. Ooh, I like that. And we'll give you a second one. We got ancestral wisdom, and both of these are beautiful green energies, which is following the heart energy, right? And this one says, "We are your ancestors and we love you. We walked the earth many years before you. We ask you at this poignant time to learn and grow from our past experiences. You are our legacy, and we will keep on helping you as we continue to evolve here in the spirit world." They say we bring you this card to remind you that you're not alone as you walk the earth and live in your physical world. You may feel that you're not receiving help or assistance from those around you, but draw strength from our help here from the spirit world. We're constantly evolving and growing as well and encourage you to learn from our past mistakes. So don't have to make the same ones in your lifetime. You've inherited many of your gifts, talents, and abilities from us, as well as some of our faults, our habits, our behaviors, and even our addictions. Take as many of the positive aspects as possible and move forward as you listen to your soul. Over time, the negative aspects can be eliminated once you acknowledge that you have free will and can make your own choices in this lifetime. Honor us as we so honor you. Move forward with our love and blessing. Oh, I like that. All right. And then your fortune cookie for that here. Yeah, I like this. Light ahead. It says darkness doesn't last forever. There's light at the end of the tunnel. So I love that. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Thank you. And I do see here uh your additional one. So we will get you on here. All right. There you go. All right. And then Pearl, you're up 70216 coming in here. Boom, boom, boom. And you want to know what's next in love and career. Let's take a look here. What's next in love? What's next in career? All right. So at the bottom of the deck, we do have the Six of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles is an energy, of giving and receiving energy. And, you know, um, and do believe I gave you the podcast already, number 14, Abundance Where It Be, because I think you were talking about, manifestation. And the Six of Pentacles is what we were talking about there. So I feel like they're talking about with love and career, very important to look at that because that's about how to draw things towards you and open up to allow them to come into your life. So I feel like they really want to give you those tools to be able to allow things to come to you easily and effortlessly rather than for it to be a years, decades long struggle. So, definitely check that out. If I think it was you. It's Abundance Where It Be, adventure number 14 in my podcast, The Easier Path, which the playlist is down in the description, or if you click on my name, takes you to my main channel page. At the top is the podcast Easier Path playlist. Just click on view playlist, go to number 14. Okay. All right. And then, so for love, what they have coming in here Yeah. I like this for you. Oh, okay, very good. I it's getting, I'm 7 hours into readings and on my last day of a very busy week of reading, so I'm starting to get a little like, "What? What did I say? Was that to you?" Everything's starting to blend in, you know? But I like this for you. You've got the King of Cups, which does tell you for love, you do have a very compatible, energy coming in here with someone because they're a beautiful balance between head and heart, which says that it's a very compatible individual. And the Six of Cups is past life energy. So I feel like when you meet this person, this love that is like a soul partner, that when you meet them, it's going to be very obvious. I usually say it's like someone that has a rainbow shooting out of their butt and they're glowing in the dark because you're like, whoa, but it's because you're just drawn together and you have this comfort level and this familiarity with each other that you're just like, "What is this?" And it is this past life connections, and it just someone that just fits like a glove. So you do have this person there in your future, and if you check out the episode right before that one, episode 13 is Fated Love, so if you wanna find out about that kind of energy, you can check that out too. And then for career, you do have the Queen of Pentacles and the Emperor. Yeah, so there very much is this energy that's coming in, we've got this, the Emperor clears the throne room so he can sit with himself, get out of his head and into his heart, to find out, where is his heart drawing him, right? And then once you're sitting in your heart and you choose like what it is, the path I want to take and the energy I want to put forward, where it goes. And the Queen of, Pentacles is that's what brings you abundance. When you follow your heart, that's the career of abundance where you feel like you're living. If you follow your head and the supposed to's, you feel like you're existing. But, for both of these, it's definitely you've got even the Wheel of Fortune underneath the Six of Pentacles energy coming in, which is, this abundance and this change energy that's coming in, and I do feel like the wheels of fate are turning, the wheels are changing, which is gonna be bringing, some of these new things into your life, and of course, when you look at the video, the more you raise your vibration, the faster that they're drawn in, for you as well. So, I like this for you. I feel like you are, in for wonderful surprises in both of those directions. So, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, which is everything will be okay. Maybe not perfect, but okay. I like that. Because that's the mindset, uh, we have this idea of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, and we find fault in things because when we're ahead, have all these expectations or opinions of the outside world. When we compare things to that, they're not perfect, they're okay. But when we go from our heart, everything is perfect, and so there's a difference that comes in. Absolutely. Very much so. Thank you again for all your donations. I will get some rest here. I will sleep in tomorrow for sure. All right. So many blessings to you. Let's see here. I did get those. Let me see here. Oh, and you asked Pearl too. Is it possibly someone from your past in this lifetime? No. It feels like it's someone you meet that you don't know, but it's from a past lifetime. And Krabby Loopy said, "What if scenarios are so interesting? I never thought about that." Oh, cool. Right? Yeah, and that's the thing too, looking at the future and the what ifs, there's different timelines and we can be like, and they'll give us based on current energies, you know, but the future is so fluid and always changing. That's, uh, It's even in my disclaimer, future predictions are not guaranteed because there is all this stuff that changes always. So, um, it's an ever moving world. Fun, fun. All right. So we got Krabby Loop up next. We got 70922 is for yours. Thank you again for all the multiple donations here. Okay, we got that. Oh, if she was interested in you, can you find out why you're crushing? So instead of why you're crushing, you wanna know, right, I'll just replace it here. Alright, replaced. Yeah, no problem at all. So, so how your relationship with your crush would be like if they were interested in you. Alright, so let's take a look here. So we'll look at the timeline, they kinda shift, and they kinda take me off into over here because the current timeline, that you're on, I see this, and then so when we do a what if, it almost, like, changes it, and then I see that instead. Yeah, it can be. It definitely could be that. All right, let's take a look here. So, based on these energies, what would the relationship be like if they also were interested in you? Okay, this, 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 this. All right. All right, let me see what these are here. So, first we have the 10 of Wands energy. Um, yeah, don't you love tarot? So interesting. I love the spirit world, just what we're able to tap into, if we're able to quiet ourselves and listen to spirit, right? But the 10 of Wands energy, we've got a lot of, it's very intense. It feels like there's a lot of fire energy that's pops up in this. So I don't know if they're a fire sign or if you're a fire sign or if you guys have a lot of fire in your chart because you got the 10 of Wands, you got the 5 of Wands, all this fire, and you have the Page of Pentacles as well. Um, so I feel like there's like two it's like, 2 settings for your guys' relationship. You would either be in huge, we're sinking strong fire, okay, yeah. Either strongly sinking in this sinking, like SYNCK, not SINKING. You're in sync, right? And you're in this power, and you're in this gratitude, and you're in this production, and you have this abundance, you know, like in one moment, and you can have that for a while. But then there's this other dial that can be suddenly, and it goes into battling for power, battling for control, battling for, um, uh, I don't know, for not control, but leading kind of energy. You have strong water. Oh, that'd be a lot of steam. It's like they're reminding me of when 2 Aquarians are in a relationship, they either will get along really well and when they have a common goal of saving the world, but if they don't have a common goal, then they will battle against each other instead. And that's the kind of energy that's coming in with this here. It's either gonna be, moments of, "Oh, we're saving the world together," or we're battling against each other instead. It's like it turns in it's like, so if you have a common goal outside, then the energy, all that fire energy goes outside and doesn't burn up the relationship. But if it's not, then there's a switch that just goes, and goes inward. Again, a lot of fire energy with the 8 of Wands. There's a lot of passion that flows, and here's the High Priestess energy too. Um, and I feel like there is a little bit of like, they would draw you out of your shell because I feel like they're more maybe public, more fiery and outgoing, and you're more of an introvert with this energy. Um Or vice versa. No, I feel it is that way. But you also teach them about feeling okay being alone and being away outside of that. So it's like you guys kinda help each other, draw each other, closer to the middle instead of being extreme extrovert and introvert kind of energy. Feels like you guys move more towards the middle, a little bit, not middle, like you both are there, like toward, like 2 steps toward. So I like that. You guys grow in that way there. But yeah, definitely a lot of fire and a passion and your intuition, very active, there as well. And again, like I said, fire, fire, fire energy that comes in here. Sun card, so big that's here. Again, that fiery presence. And it does bring in a little bit with the 5 of Pentacles. There's, like their fire energy draws in a lot of people, right? And that's what fire energy does. People can't help but be drawn to their energy, which can, like it was showing that there's possibilities of it activating some emotions of insecurity, of fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, and those kind of, energies that can, come in with that. So, there is a little bit of that possibility that would be there as well. Um, so, and let's see here for your fortune cookie for that. Let's see what we got here. And yeah, I like this. You need sleep. You're not failing. You're just tired. You need sleep. Yeah, I feel like that, and that kind of represents the relationship. It's like, I feel like they're so active, that you'd be like, "Wow, I'm tired." Tired all the time for many reasons, right? The cookie is so right. And it's perfect for right now too, right? But I feel like it would be that they would be go, 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 and you're just like, "I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I want some of your energy." All right. So I love that for you, Crabby Loop. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate that. All right. And then Cat Mia, thank you for your additional donation. I'll get you on there. You'll be up here after Alice. There we go. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Alice, 718 even is where we are at. And again, thank you for all of your donations this eve. And you want to know Jay's thoughts and feelings about you. If you were in a relationship, would he still want to have something serious? See me as a potential marriage partner. Okay. So if you guys were in a relationship, so his thoughts and feelings, thoughts, feelings, and then would he still want to have something serious with you? See you as a marriage partner. All right. So his thoughts, yeah, we have the Hierophant energy. So his thoughts being in a relationship, the Hierophant is like the master of change, the master of growing pains, but also the master of stepping stones. So if you guys were in a relationship, their thoughts are mainly that, you know, like this isn't forever. Um, you know, and even with their feelings, we've got the 5 of Wands and Temperance. It's like it's just a matter of time before this ends and transforms with the Temperance card and the 5 of Wands energy, because it's just a matter of time before conflict comes in. Is there emotional feeling that comes with this? Would he still see you as serious, relationship as a, potential partner? Yeah, we've got the Tower card, which kinda just sums up what I was saying there, that it would eventually, end in that. And, we've got that Queen of Swords, which because they would be looking for that, you know, unachievable, perfect compatible person that they think that is out there, right? And and I feel like it would still end in the way, or actually in a different way, like, instead of you having ended it, they would end it eventually, coming in there. So, I feel like there's, this energy, um, that's coming in there with that there, so I know, I'm sorry. I wanna do a happy reading for my last reading of the night. I don't I don't like this bringing this ugly news to people. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. Alright. Yeah, I like it. Touch grass. Go outside, the internet will survive. I like this. Get away from, you know, internet and dating sites, right? Or, connecting. I'm like, I'm done with that. Get away from it. Get out into the real world. Go do stuff you enjoy. You'll find someone that, when you go live your passions and live what you love, then you bump into someone who's also doing the same thing. And then this spark happens and things organically grow, right? So I like that. Oh, the realism. I know, right? Well, thanks for that. I'm glad because I like to be honest, but sometimes the honesty can feel brutal sometimes, I'm like, "Ah." But so thank you, Crabby Tree. Crabby Loop. What Crabby Tree? Crab Tree? Crabby Tree. Crabby Loop. Alright. And then Cat Mia, you're up. 7, 22, 22. Look at those repeating numbers. Oh, it's a piece of that. Is that a bunny rabbit? Maybe if you're doing shadow puppets. All right. So, Cat Mia, thank you so much for your additional donation. And you want to know, what is that sudden thing that you're destined for? What is that sudden thing you're destined for? What is that sudden thing that you're destined for? Hmm. Let's see what this is here. We have the 10 of Swords, the 2 of Pentacles. So it's definitely something unexpected. The 10 of Swords is letting go of all the thoughts of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. It is something with this 2 of Pentacles. It has to do with the power of choice in the outside world. So I still don't feel like it's a destined energy that's coming in here, because the 2 of Pentacles is about choice, and it's not, then there would be no choice, right? So there's always a choice, energy coming in here. Let's see what this is in regards to. Yeah, you have the 9 of Pentacles, and you have the 4 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck, which this is about home. 9 of Pentacles is about, you know, where you are. I feel like this has to do with where you're residing. And you have the 4 of Wands, you know, which is this energy of it can be a marriage card, but I do feel here, you know, that this sudden thing that you're destined for, it feels like a joy, like the place where you would have joy. I don't feel like this is marriage because they're really pointing it to that you have two places that are very, you know how like when you do it can do astrology for and there's these maps and you can actually do it on, I think it's astro.com. I think they offer it on there for free. But you can there's like two places that are very ideal for abundance in your life, and you get to choose which one because both of them will bring you joy, both of them will bring you abundance, both of them will make you feel secure and with this energy. But they're unexpected. They're not what you expect them to be with your mind. They're different. So I like that. But yeah, it's called, what is it called? It's an astrology where based on your astrological chart, it shows you where like the lines match up things for your life. And there's places that will bring you different experiences, and of course there's those that bring you your biggest abundance and happiness in your life too. Things that match your energy. So that's what they have. Yeah, I like this. Do less. Productivity is not your personality. I like that. Do less, be more, right? You're not a doing, you're a being instead of. I like it. All right, so that's what they have for you, Kat Mia. So many blessings to you. All right. And Ruby G, you are uh, next here. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. So thank you for your additional donation. Let me take a sip here and let me read what's up with your accents. Oh, I like that. All right. So, what's up with the ex? All right. Boom, boom, boom. And then how is he feeling about your son staying with you during his time while he's sick? Let's take a look at that. And then how's he feeling about the custody? And what is he thinking about the child support? Is he plotting? Dun, dun, dun. Okay. So, what's up with the X? We've got the Page of Cups, which is kind of a joyful energy. We do have the Four of Cups, which is kind of a, excuse me, also a kind of a stagnant, balanced emotional energy. And we've got the Two of Swords too coming in here. And this Two of Swords is um at the same time with these, you know, feeling stagnant but feeling happy, there's this conflicted energy in the midst of it, which feels normal. Like I'm used to being conflicted and I have some joy in my confliction and some steadiness in my confliction. It's almost like um and they're bringing in something. What was this? That if if your nervous system is used to conflict growing up, you actually become calmer in conflict because that's what your inner child feels is normal, and it likes normal, it likes sameness, and sometimes there is peace and we seek conflict because we're used to conflict, and it brings happiness. Or not happiness, we'll say safety, feelings of safety, which can result in what we might misconstrue as feeling happy and calmness. So interesting, right? How is he feeling about your son staying with you during the while he's sick? Yeah, we got the Fool card. You know, it's actually interesting because the Fool card is no expectations. Um, I have freedom in a way, and I feel like it gives them a little taste of freedom, as well, which is interesting energy there. Hmm. How does he feel about the custody? Yeah, I feel like he's thinking around a lot of things here. He's in his head. Knight of Swords is trying to see things differently. Eight of Swords is trying to let go of some old ways of thinking that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. It's interesting. It almost feels like they're rethinking some of the custody with what's happening right now with I can have my own freedom and maybe I could, I feel like they're re-looking at what they feel around it in a way, at least in this moment, right? Because I feel like there is this bit of um, I can do what I want. I have no responsibility right now. All my time is mine. Oh, kind of energy. And what is he thinking about child support? Yeah, 2 of Wands, rethinking that too, going back and forth, with those energies. Are they plotting? 5 of Cups. I feel like it's more I don't feel like it's plotting, I feel like they're sad. And I feel like maybe they're having because they're having time, I feel like they're realizing that maybe the best thing, like, what is the best thing for me and my son is maybe not living with me. So I feel like they're in this sadness, and that's what I feel like they're facing that this could be a real option and a real result even, because they're like, if I can't support him and I'm gonna struggle and I have to do all these things, maybe it is. So I feel like that's kind of where their energy is at right now. Interesting, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. So sometimes there's a blessing in disguise, like your son getting sick. Maybe that happens for a reason, right? You never know. You just never know. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here. Not this one. Like this. Everything is weird. Nobody knows what they're doing. So perfect. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ruby G. All right. And then Grabby Loop. Thank you for your additional donation. Let's get you on here. Oh, Ruby, I didn't put your oh man. I didn't put your timestamp. Did I? No, I didn't. Well, I will grab it afterwards. You're probably watching it right now anyway, right? But I will get it after I finish the session. Oh, almost had them all. All right. And then Crabby Loop, you're up 7:33:29. There is your timestamp. Can you see how your situation would be with your interest if she wasn't interested in the current person she's talking with? Is there enough energy and attraction in her for me to be interested in you? Oh, okay. So changing the timeline a little bit to see if she wasn't interested in that one. And you're not planning on plotting on doing anything to them, right? To make them out of the picture? Because this would be you have to go back in time, because now it's gonna be different having had feelings for them. Don't do anything. Alright, let's take a look here. So, if she was not interested in the current person that she's talking with, like, let's say that person didn't exist in this other timeline, um, was there enough there, right? So let's take a look here. Anything else here? Right. I'm like, "Don't do it." I'm dialing 9-1, and then I'm gonna dial 1 again. Alright. So, let's see what we got here. Alright, so first of all, we do have the World card. There is a victory energy that comes in here. Let's see what these other cards are here, because that can be, the ending of a cycle, beginning of new adventure. We do have the Page of Swords, which is heightened communication. The Justice card and the Moon card, which is a lot of clarity around relationship, what I want, what I don't want. Um, in this Moon card, coming in here. Oh, okay. Well, let me redo all this then, because that's totally different. Yeah. So, not so when you're saying if she's not, uh, if she wasn't interested in the current person, so meaning that things end between them, and there's no more interest, even though they have interest now, right? So having known them, having interacted with them. Oh, no, not at all. Just making sure that I'm tuning into the right energies for you here. So, so she if she wasn't interested in that, right? Okay. So in the current timeline then, we're not talking about an alternate timeline, we're talking about the current timeline when we're, um, further on down the road, when in this timeline where they're not interested, like, they've interacted and they've decided, "Nah," then at that point, right? Okay, very good. Alright. So, based on this one here, in the future. Alright. It's funny because on the bottom of the deck on the other one was the Hierophant, which was change, and they're the master of change, and I'm like, "Why are you giving the master of change for the bottom? What does that mean?" And then it's because they were like, They were trying to tell me, we're gonna change timelines." I'm like, "Oh." So that's funny. The bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of Pentacles, which is relationship type energy. So I do feel like there is possibilities there. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, here with the 8 of Wands. So there is that passionate energy we were talking about, right? Got the Page of Wands energy that's there. So again, heightened energy and attraction energy. Queen of Wands, here's all that fire. Oh my god, in the Sun card. So, pretty much well, I feel like several cards that we got in the other reading, right? Especially the Sun card and the 8 of Wands, I know those for sure are really standing out. So a lot of, um, passion opens up, right? A lot of energy opens up. Uh, and then we've got the Knight of Cups. So there is a movement of romantic energy, and we have the Chariot, which is also victory, movement energy, because the Chariot rolls over all 4 horses, so there's a lot of movement of mind, of heart, of energy, of, physical, uh, energy too, and we've got the 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, there is transformation, there still is work, it takes putting in some blood, some sweat, some tears for transformation, like a caterpillar to a butterfly, right? Yeah, so dreamy compared to well, this is because things change. You change between now and they change between now and then. Um, and um, and I'll look at time too, because we didn't say how long it is after they're out of the picture that this happens. It's just like, what is the energy? Is it will there be possibility when if that person out of the picture, like, yeah, but how long after it is it that it happens? Because there is blood, sweat, and tears, the 8 of Pentacles, it does take some time for that to unfold. You got the Moon, which is cycles. Again, there is this, you know, because the Moon is just about timing and cycles, that come in there. The Hanged Man too, which is like the 8 of Pentacles. It does take time for transformation, and wow, this Moon and Queen of Cups energy, it does there is this activation of emotional energy that comes in here too. So it takes time. It's like there's attraction and different things that move here, but it does take time for the emotional side to really, kind of kick in there. So let's see here, based on current energies, when would this how long after that separation of the current flirtatiousness, um, would this be in the timeline here? Okay. What is what is this? We have 55. Time is frozen energy. That's so interesting. Time is frozen. And look at here's those moon energies. So I feel like they're saying, with that, with time is frozen, because 5, 5, you know, is the number of change, right? And they're like, there's too much between now and then that it's like when you try to open up too many tabs on a computer, how it freezes. They're like, time is frozen. There's too many scenarios and too many things there's too much between now and then that would determine the timing, um, and 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 it's whenever we get a message like that too, the timing of things is not meant for us in this moment as well. It's saying, "No way, Jose." Well, our energy does influence the timeline. So if we have those beliefs of like, "Oh, yeah, it's not possible," they're like, "Okay, you're right." So, let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. I feel like that one's it. Let me do this again here. So what else? All right, thank you. I like this. Try again. Failure is part of the map. Exactly, right? Anything can happen by now. And it's like the map. And if you look at my uh Faded Love, episode 13 of my podcast, I actually have a map that looks something like this where, you know, there's so many different things that can unfold and go in different directions. So, it's so much can happen and we don't know, There's our energy changes, their energy changes, and all that as well, right? Yeah. So there is this, kind of energy of, I feel like they're saying, like with your, well, I don't know. I kind of feel like they're saying, maybe no way, Jose, try again. Shake the magic 8 ball. No, I don't think it's gonna try again. Try a different energy on, instead of going that something can't happen. The more you focus on the gratitude for who they are and what you do have or have had with them, the more you invite that kind of energy in. As we focus on what's missing, what we're afraid of, the lower vibrational, like, "No way," then it moves that way too, right? It's this one here. Here, I have it saved over here. Trying to create a little cheat sheet over here so I can just paste them for people. That's the one right there. All right. All right, we're getting close to 8 hours here, so I'm gonna jump in here and finish out the free readings here. I just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm gonna finish those up right now and call it a night. 'Cause I'm getting tired. All right, so plate of spaghetti, 74712 is yours. Yeah, how much was that? Almost an hour. Oh, my love, I love it. Yay. You are very welcome. All right, so spaghetti, would Will even forgive you for the things you've said to him? All right, so based on current energies. And should I even unblock the bastard even though I don't trust him anymore? I hate Will so much. I can hear you saying it like that, so much. Um, and let's see here. Good night. You take care. Oh yeah, absolutely. We can recheck it there. Um, would he forgive you? He kind of has this, expectations equal disappointment, kind of heartache, heartbreak kind of energy there. So it feels like might be difficult for them, to at this point anyway, to forgive because this 3 of swords is that feeling, kind of that stabbed in the heart energy. Um, and then if you unblock him, even though you don't trust him anymore, the Empress energy, this is about, um, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy here. And I kind of feel like they're saying, because they don't have a should, from spirit's perspective, they're just telling you it would be more beneficial for you to wait to unblock the bastard, um, till you work on yourself, nurturing yourself, transforming things for yourself, because with that hate towards Will, it's not gonna draw in higher vibrational experiences with them. It would just draw in more lower vibration. Because when we have hate or fear or lower vibration, you know, hate, which is anger, anger and sadness are rooted in fear. There are 2 emotions that uh, spark? I can think of those words I'm looking for. Spark from fear, which, we talked about, right? Fight is anger, fight or flight. The fight and fight or flight is anger. The, sadness is the fleeing of fight or flight. So I feel like they're saying, it wouldn't be beneficial for you to unblock them until you transform your energy toward them, because you would just draw in hellfire, right? And they're like, we'd rather not you go through that. For you, be aware of that. If you open up, it would just be we would just draw in that lower energy. So until you have your self-love ignited, your, having forgiven them for, what the atrocities you feel that they've done, um, then you wouldn't be able to get forgiveness from them because you don't have it for them kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, I feel like that's what they have for you, spaghetti. All right. And many blessings to you. Hang in there. We got Eagle Money 750.49. So Eagle Money. Good night, Crabby Loop. And a general for the week, Eagle. Let's take a look here. What do we got coming up here for the week for you? You've got the Hierophant, the Master of Change and Transformation. You got the King of Swords and the Eight of Wands, too. So I feel like this week brings you in something, seeing something different, especially from the story or from the mental place. Because the Hierophant allows you to see things from a different perspective. The King of Swords rules over perspective and rules over the storytelling. And then the Eight of Wands is about energy that flows, even messages from spirit. But I feel like this is more with clarity and seeing things differently this week. There's especially one particular area that it's time for you to see it differently so that it brings a new energy and then flow starts to happen. So it'll be something that feels stagnant, like something that there's been a dam, something that's been holding it back, and with a new perspective, it unleashes it and opens it up instead of holding it back. So I feel like it's an important one this week, and you'll know what that is. I feel like you'll be like, "Oh god, yeah, that thing that's been feeling so stuck and stagnant for so long." It's a change of mindset. It's seeing it from a higher place instead of the old way, rooted in fear, supposed to be, should be, need to be, expectation. Seeing it from a place of gratitude, trust in spirit, etc., is what opens it up and allows it to flow. Right. So that's what they've got for you, Ego Money. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Blueberry, we have 752.54 for you. And a general reading for you. Let's take a look here and see what we got here. Got the Knight of Swords and the Nine of Pentacles. I like this energy because it is about seeking a quest for seeing something from a higher perspective. And the Nine of Pentacles is a bit of a hermity energy, but is about being alone with spirit in like a garden or even in nature if you want. But I feel like it's spirit here, for the general reading is it's time to kind of step back and take a big deep breath. If you can get outside and commune with nature in a safe way, even barefoot on something safe, like grass or whatever. Um, it's getting into a safe spot and just connecting with Mother Nature, allowing connect with spirit, and they bring you clarity in this, and they bring you that truth. They bring you this perspective to see this situation from a different perspective, and it'll be one that's on your mind, of course, the one that immediately just came to your mind. It's that is what they're um, ready to give you clarity and a different perspective on that allows movement and change. And I like this. They're like, inviting you to remember that there's nothing too big, nothing too small to ask of them, and they will bring you clarity. They'll make it a no-brainer decision for you too, with whatever it is, because they have the ability to do so. So I like that. There's something to do too. It's like your granny, maybe on your mom's side, your mom's mom. If it's not your mom's mom, it's your mom's mom's mom's. But they're like, I want to tell you a secret. So they're like, come talk to me and I'll tell you, I'll give you clarity, from a place of higher vibration, not as your granny, your grandma, but, you know, as a higher being. I got something to tell you. So she's so cute. All right. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Maria P, 7:55:29. So, Maria, here's your timestamp. And a general for you for love and your work. All right. All right. For love, yeah, you're being invited to see things from a different perspective, step back, and look at it from a place of unconditional love and joy and gratitude. There's transformational energy available. And I feel like they are telling you it's time for change. It's time. It's like the caterpillar when it's ready for transformation. Something clicks inside of it, and it's like, oh, time to make a cocoon. Doot, doot, doot. There I am. And I feel like this is the calling. This is the time. It's time for transformation within your relationship. It's time to go inward and transform so that the outward can transform because your relationship is a reflection of you and Wally too, but it's your perception, experience of it is all about what's going on inside of you. So as you transform, then the outside transforms, and they're telling it's time. Ding, ding, ding. And then your work, also the end of a big cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It's like your energies when we ask for love and work, just it's impacting both of your levels here. It is time for a significant ending at work and a significant new beginning, as well as, but this all starts changes in here will bring changes out here. And so it's important to inward to change those things. So that's what they got for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we got Donna Marie. Hey, Donna Marie. We got 7:57:23 for yours. And ask Spirit, what is going on with your daughter? Will we get a chance to get together this summer? All right, let's take a look here. What's going on with your daughter? Okay, and will you get together? All right. Yeah, the Empress. I like it. Did you know she's pregnant? I'm just kidding. What? Don Marie, breathe. The Empress is about birth, but I don't think that she's pregnant. At least that's not what I'm getting strongly. It's about she's nurturing herself. She's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, um, creating, birthing, really just focusing on her own state of being. And there's a lot of emotional energy that she's, embracing and transforming. The Empress rules over all four queens. So it's 5 parts cups energy, 5 parts emotion, 1 part fire, 1 part earth, 1 part air, air and earth, physical body and passion. It's more of an emotional transformation kind of energy. So beautiful, beautiful new birth and, energy coming in. You do have, getting together this summer, you have the Two of Pentacles. Feel like there is a possibility of two get togethers, uh, with them. And I don't feel like it's 2 times, I feel like it's an option. You could do this to be see each other, or you could just see this. It's not and, it's or. So I do feel like there's possibilities there with the Two of Pentacles, but it does take choice um, and I feel like if you'll initiate it, then it can come to fruition. I feel like she's really focused in on herself right now in this nurturing that I feel like if you say, "Hey, I would love to blah 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 blah. You interested?" you know, um, it can be as long or as short as you want it to be, kind of thing. So you give her the option to go, you know, yeah, can we do like a 3 day, not like a week? Kind of do like a long weekend, you know, because I feel like she's kind of really internally focused, if that resonates. So that's what we got right there for you, Donna Marie. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Alice, you're up 80018. Thank you for all of your donations tonight. I really appreciate those. And you want a message from your angels and spirit guys. Let's see what we got here. All right. And this here too. Yep. Oh my gosh. As soon as I saw the Queen of Pentacles, I said, I was going to say, I bet you're going to get the Empress too. Yeah, right now, I mean, you got both cards that are about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, focusing on you, focus on your creativity, um, and making decisions for you and you alone. So it very much they're saying it's time, and I feel like your angels are, these healing angels. They're coming in, ministering to you, and giving you love and giving you energy, and you definitely have this divine feminine energy around you, whether it's mom and aunts and grandmothers and divine feminine ancestors. I just feel like they're encircling you and giving you so much love. And I feel like they're wanting to, give you that nurturing energy, help you nurture yourself. And I feel like that's what's coming in here. It's a time for you, um, and you alone, not, out there. So I feel like that's what's coming in there for you. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then stop stalking me. We got 80154 is yours. All right. And you wanted a life reading from now until the end of August. And then you asked, how does Frina feel about you? I do like one free question per session, but what I'll do is it's going to be brief, one card for each energy. And then so I'll answer those that way. So, but they're going to be just like dip, dip. All right. So here's for the first one. Oh, and here's for the second one. All right. So a life reading from now until the end of August. You got the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, it's a slow roll. Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight out of them all. Um, and when we have a slowness, it is giving you the opportunity to do something to raise your love vibration, question thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you, emotions that don't serve you, energy that don't serve you, even things in the physical world that don't serve you. It's giving you time to question things and let go of some stuff to raise your love vibration. And as you raise your love vibration, it does speed things up. So a lot of what this is from now until the end of August, you're going to feel like it's slowness, not a lot of stuff happening in the outside world to give you time to focus on your inner world, because the outside world is a reflection of it anyway. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So as you're changing that, you will see change in the outside world happen. Does Frina feel, how does they feel about you right now? Wow, I put this card back in. The Empress, yeah. There is this energy of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. There's sensuality. a lot of emotional energy that's there. 5 parts emotion, 1 part fire, 1 part air, 1 part, physical, energy, and, birthing and creativity, kind of energy that comes in with this Empress. So I'm feeling like they feel very nurtured by you and wanting to nurture you as well. That's coming in, with that kind of energy. So birthing, energy, very prominent there. All right. So hopefully that helps stop stalking. That's what they got for you. So many blessings. All right, everybody. I think we are all done for this evening, and I'm heading out. I'll have a drawing tomorrow for giveaways, and I will be choosing from donations, a special drawing, not a special drawing, but a 30-minute personal recorded reading winner, and also from the free drawings, a 15-minute personal recorded reading. Just make sure you have your alarm bell set to all, and you'll see the video I put out tomorrow with the winners. And if you want to get into the special August 3rd um, drawing, make sure to check out that video for all the details. And um, I also have in the description box the 2 past winning videos already that, those are what you comment on to get into the drawing. So just keep an eye out. They're all linked down in here. In here, I'll just throw them out here too, just in case you guys can see the chat afterwards. So there's those. And then if you haven't checked out my podcast, I have, a free podcast for more information from Spirit. There's the playlist. It's also down in the description area and on my main page if you click on that as well. So that is what we got, everybody. Thank you again for all the love, all the support, all the thumbs up. I'll be back on Wednesday for more readings. If you want a private reading, all that information is down in the description area too. And I do offer hedges of energetic hedges of different kinds. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. Thank you for all your love, support, your thirst for Spirit. And we'll see you when we see you. All right. So take care, everyone. Sleep well. I love you.